Chapter 33:14. Such a dangerous existence had consumed close to half of Lin Fei's prestige. What concept was this? It would frighten others to death if they heard about it. Jean Undying went to dig up the corpse of this sphere. Jean Undying did not dare to imagine that the other party could kill a peak Cosmos God expert. They who similarly had Cosmos realm strength could not resist the other party at all. Jean Undying happily dug up the corpse. "Master, our luck is really good. This fellow really has a Cosmos crystal piece." Jean Undying dug out a Cosmos crystal piece that emitted Cosmos aura. My luck is not bad." Lin Fei guffawed. He grabbed the Cosmos crystal piece. This thing had the same aura as the one he collected. It was genuine. Worth it. 10 Cosmos crystal pieces could fuse into a Cosmos crystal. Lin Fei felt heartache over the prestige he had to pay. But now, he was 100% satisfied. This thing was not easy to find. The Eternal Church was also searching for it. Other than the Cosmos crystal piece, there were no other good things. He did not even have a single Cosmos God weapon. He was so poor. Void Cosmos God, where did he come from? Lin Fei curiously asked Jean Undying. Even though his strength had fallen to the peak Cosmos God level, he had broken through to the Cosmos God level before this. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Jean Undying did not know much. Hence, he told Shui Ying everything he knew. After listening, Lin Fei was startled by how powerful the other party was. The system's assessment of the rank 10 dangerous space was not just for show. Without the support of prestige, he would have died many times. "Master, we discovered a good item." He Yuan brought over an item. It was a scepter. Its entire body was pitch black, and it looked extraordinary at first glance. Cosmos God weapon? Lin Fei had used a Cosmos God weapon before. It was powerful and could withstand the strength of his fleshy body. He was relatively satisfied with it. If he could discover another Cosmos God weapon, it would be not bad. No, it is something better than a Cosmos God weapon. He Yuan became excited as he spoke. This is the sect master scepter of the 9 Spectres sect. According to legends, whoever takes this scepter will become the new sect master. Lin Fei's eyes widened. It can't be. The leader of the 9 Serene sect, what kind of background does he have? That's what the rumors said back then. If Master leaves this world and goes to the big mansion outside, you should know. He Yuan said, this 9 Nether scepter is rumored to be able to summon a 9 Nether old monster. Countless people have suffered greatly from it in the past. Lin Fei took the 9 Nether scepter. It was ice cold and felt very special. Initially, he had thought that it was just an ordinary Cosmos divine weapon. However, after hearing Zhang Xian's words, he realized that this item was a symbol of status. I wonder how much I can sell it for. I believe many people will be interested in it. Lin Fei did not have much interest in becoming the sect leader. Exchanging this Cosmos divine weapon for the power of faith would be the best deal. If he could auction it, that would be the best thing. He had just exited the level 10 dangerous space. Lin Fei felt that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. In the future, I must not casually enter the unique space. After experiencing this, Lin Fei dared not act recklessly. A peak Cosmos God expert had caused him to suffer greatly, and he was nearly possessed by the other party. If that was the power of a Cosmos God, Lin Fei did not dare to imagine it. This is another spatial location within the Forbidden Soul region. You guys go over and collect all the good stuff. After coming out, Lin Fei was no longer interested in the remaining space. It would be too much of a pity to leave it there. Instead, he could let He Yuan and Jean Undying go over. There was still a year's time left. In the remaining time, Lin Fei was waiting for He Yuan and Jean Undying to collect the harvest. He himself visualized the infinite eternal celestial river, this formidable visualization technique. With the system, Lin Fei could easily grasp it. This visualization technique, infinite eternal celestial river, startled Lin Fei greatly. The moment he visualized it, he would be able to pour a vast amount of energy into it as if it was endless. Frightening. Truly frightening. Lin Fei's fleshy body was at the Cosmos God realm. Once he visualized it and borrowed the energy from the infinite eternal celestial river, the power he could unleash was even stronger than Jin Undying. It was utterly tyrannical. This was the only thought in Lin Fei's mind. In the future, there is no longer a need for the Forbidden Soul region to exist. There are no more things inside. Lin Fei left the Forbidden Soul region. This time, he had collected a total of 13 Cosmos God weapons. They were not of low grade. There were a total of 6 visualization techniques. Compared to Jin Undying's infinite eternal celestial river, they were not on the same level. But if he released it, it would still drive many crazy. To Lin Fei, all of these things were equivalent to the power of faith. Brother Lin, it's great to see you again. Outside the Forbidden Soul region, several people came over. They were none other than Mo Wuhua from the Black God Temple. They were greatly startled when they saw Lin Fei. This time, they had suffered a huge loss inside. When they saw Lin Fei and the 2 people beside him, they were also startled. We were lucky, Lin Fei said with a smile. It seems that you have had a good harvest. Mo Wuhua really couldn't see through Lin Fei. We have suffered a great loss. Just saying it makes me cry. At this time, another familiar person came out. The leader was Tian Leilai from the Heavenly Martial Sect. He didn't look too good. When he saw Mo Wuhua and Lin Fei, he was also slightly surprised. What a coincidence! Mo Wuhua and Lin Fei both smiled. Yeah. The protectors of the Black God Temple and the Heavenly Martial Sect looked at the 2 people standing behind Lin Fei, their expressions changing. These 2 people gave them a terrible feeling. They couldn't figure out what Lin Fei had obtained inside. Could it be that he was also a protector of some force? If it was true, the other party's background was even greater than they had imagined. Since we have met, why don't we go together? Mo Wuhua took the initiative to propose. There are several places in the Boundless Realm Mountain. If we go together, we might have a good harvest. I think it's okay. What do you think, Brother Lin? Tian Leilai asked. I have no problem with that. There were many good places in the Boundless Realm Mountain. On the other hand, Lin Fei was on his own. If he stayed with them, he would be able to learn more about the situation. This could be considered a pretty good method. This trip had yielded 2 cannon fodder, a universe crystal chip, and a powerful visualization technique. He was very satisfied. Lin Fei really didn't want the things left in the Boundless Realm Mountain. The 3 forces joined forces and began to sweep the Boundless Realm Mountain. Lin Fei deliberately restrained his strength, as did He Yuan and Jin Indestructible, so they didn't notice anything. Along the way, the 3 of them became close friends who could talk about anything. It's strange. I don't know where the Divine Son of Light went. Mo Wuhua suddenly said when they came out of another place. I don't think I saw the Li family. Tian Leilai followed. In the Boundless Realm Mountain, they met some people, but they really didn't see anyone from the Divine Temple of Light or the Li family of the Star River Prefecture. He might have left. Once he's unlucky, anything can happen to him, Lin Fei said with a laugh. Mo Wuhua and Tian Leilai subconsciously felt that it made sense. In the Boundless Realm Mountain, if they didn't have protectors, they didn't know how miserable they would be. Wait, let's change directions. Chapter 33:15. In a forest in Boundless World Mountain. Long Wuhan felt that she was really miserable. Originally, he was exploring Boundless World Mountain with Xin Yuan from the Tian Shao Divine Clan but ended up encountering trouble. Experts from the Star River Prefecture wanted to rob them of their belongings. Both sides started fighting. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. They ran all the way and were finally trapped in a small forest. Continue running if you can. In the forest, more than 20 ultimate god experts surrounded Long Wuhan and Xin Yuan. All of them were seriously injured. I think you'd better leave. If my lord comes, you'll all die here. Long Wuhan tried hard to stabilize himself and said to them. Sun Ling had come to Star Sect, a first-rate force in the Star River Prefecture. In Boundless World Mountain, those who were not from the Star River Prefecture did not care as they plundered resources to their heart's content. The Tian Shao Divine Clan was surrounded by Sun Ling who wanted to force them to hand over their belongings. Who would have expected them to be so daring as to resist? Hence, Sun Ling wanted to annihilate them. If they dared to disobey, they would all be annihilated. Sun Ling's killing intent was very strong. In the Star River Prefecture, the Star Sect did not have a good reputation as they liked to secretly kill and plunder. Fortunately, they were very secretive and no one could do anything to them without concrete evidence. Are you threatening me? Sun Ling did not make a move as he watched quietly. Your lord? What a joke. In front of the Star Sect, even your lord has to bow his head obediently. Long Wuhan could only hope that Lin Fei would come. Although those people were powerful, they were no match for Lin Fei in Long Wuhan's eyes. He would kill as many as he came. You'll regret this. In the blink of an eye, Long Wuhan was hit a few more times without any ability to struggle. The other party's strength was tyrannical as an array formation restricted their range of movement. Regret? I've never known it before. Sun Ling laughed. Kill them all and leave no one alive. Who do they think they are? It was not the first time he had done such a thing. He did not care about regret. Apart from those from the Star River Prefecture, Sun Ling, a top-tier 8-star ultimate god, did not take it seriously at all. Wuhan, can fellow Daoist Lin Fei come? Shen Yuan's entire body was covered in blood, and he could only rely on Lin Fei. In Boundless World Mountain, he really couldn't find anyone who could help him. The experts of the Star River Prefecture were even more frightening than they had imagined. The Sky Roar celestial race was not weak, but they did not have the ability to put up a fight in front of the other party. A single array diagram had caused them to suffer greatly. I don't know either. Long Wuhan said with a wry smile. Sigh, then we can only resign ourselves to fate. Shen Yuan's eyes dimmed quite a bit. The people that Shen Yuan brought along died one by one. Under the encirclement of the array, they weren't a match for the Heavenly Star Sect at all. It was a completely one-sided situation. Dragon Wuhan and the others were soon like arrows at the end of their flight, unable to resist at all. Send them on their way. Sun Ling said cruelly. After getting rid of them, they could continue to encircle and annihilate the ultimate gods in Hopeless World Mountain. It was much safer than personally exploring the mountain. It was also the principle that Sky Starry Sect had always followed. Hence, the current Heavenly Star Sect was living comfortably. The people from the Heavenly Star Sect surrounded them and prepared to send them on their way. Long Wuhan and the others no longer had the strength to struggle. Their eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Clang, clang, clang. When they attacked, a huge shield appeared in front of them and protected the remaining people. Their weapons were all blocked by the shield. Fellow cultivator Lin. Long Wuhan was in despair. However, when the shield appeared, he shouted without hesitation. At that moment, almost no one except him would come to save him. Kill them. Sun Ling released his divine senses and did not find anyone. It could only mean that they hadn't arrived yet. He was not afraid of anything. He would kill them all first. As for the rest, there was nothing to worry about. Those people attacked again. How dare you? Who allowed you to attack? After a series of voices, those who wanted to attack Long Wuhan were all turned into a pool of flesh and blood. The bright red blood was especially dazzling. Long Wuhan finally saw Lin Fei and was so happy that he cried tears of joy. We're saved. The remaining 4 people had a new lease of life. Good brat, you dare to kill people from our Heavenly Star Sect. Sun Ling's expression was ashen. He had lost several subordinates in a single exchange. He could no longer keep his face. Sorry, I've never heard of the Heavenly Star Sect. Lin Fei laughed. The people from the Star River Prefecture are all very arrogant. Sun Ling waved his hand. Kill them all. Let them know how powerful our Heavenly Star Sect is. More than 10 experts behind him rushed forward. On the side of Lin Fei, there was no need for him to speak. Jin Undying descended like a demonic god. He punched out with his infinite god fist. More than 10 experts were smashed into pieces. Too weak. Jin Undying took a step to the side of Sun Ling. He extended his hand and grabbed. Sun Ling's technique was broken, and his neck was grabbed by someone. Like a dead dog, he was casually thrown in front of Lin Fei. Hee hee, Heavenly Star Sect. Lin Fei laughed condescendingly. What plaything? With 2 cosmos gods as cannon fodder, any heavenly star sect would turn to dust. Who exactly are you? Sun Ling's mind was blank. He brought more than 20 experts, yet they were all annihilated in the blink of an eye. This was an outcome he could not accept. Do you know regret? I believe you do not. Send him on his way. Jin Undying seriously executed the order. No, Sun Ling was killed by a punch from Jin Undying. As he died, his eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. All right, we are safe now. Lin Fei turned back and said to Long Wuhan and Xinyuan. Long Wuhan blinked. This person who nearly killed them was so weak in front of Lin Fei. No, from start to end, Lin Fei did not act at all. Dao friend Lin, why did you kill someone from the Star River Prefecture? Heaven Thunder Split and Mo Wuhua, who came from behind, were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Those were people from the Star River Prefecture, and they were born a level higher than them. The Star River Prefecture was a colossal existence. They had never thought that Lin Fei would be so daring to kill someone from the Star River Prefecture. Furthermore, it was the narrow-minded Heavenly Star sect. That was a notorious sect. Even though the Great Continent was sealed, there were still some channels in the Myriad God Great Continent and the Sky Marshal Great Continent that knew of this matter. There's nothing to worry about. So what if they are killed? They can still come and take revenge on me. Lin Fei said with disdain. Mo Wuhua was truly convinced by Lin Fei. Don't you know about the Eternal Guards? That's right, the Eternal Guards. They are responsible for arresting and killing criminals. Those who are targeted by them, none will survive. Heaven Thunder Split added. Eternal Guards? What the hell? Lin Fei blinked. He had never heard of it before. It sounds amazing. Mo Wuhua and Heaven Thunder Split were convinced by Lin Fei. You are in big trouble. We are in the Broken World land, and they are different. All registered sects will be protected. Now that you have killed them, and the news spreads, you will be in big trouble. Chapter 33:16. Mo Wuhua and Sky Thunder Split guaranteed that this news would not spread. Along the way, they knew how formidable Lin Fei was, especially the 2 Dao protectors behind him. They were incredibly powerful. After seeing Lin Fei's subordinates killing those from the Sky Star sect as if they were ants, they were even more shocked at how daring Lin Fei was. He even dared to kill a sect from the Star River Prefecture. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to leak this secret. At least not now. The remaining matters were simple. Lin Fei swept through the place. He had to say that the Sky Star sect was indeed a force in this line. They had a bountiful harvest. For instance, they had quite a few Cosmos God weapons. Their quality could not be compared with his, and it was not a problem to sell them for a few tens of millions of faith energy. We are finally back. 1,000 Victories Empire. Lin Fei and Long Wuhan returned to the 1,000 Victories Empire. A total of 10 years had passed. In their eyes, it was just a flick of a finger. That's right. Lin Fei chuckled. During these 10 years, he had practically swept through the entire Boundless World Mountain. All good things had been collected, and he was just short of selling them off. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to casually sell them, but Mo Wuhua and Sky Thunder Split reminded him that it was best to sell Cosmos God weapons to the merchant associations in the Star River Prefecture. The price offered there was high. As for the merchant associations in the Broken World, they did not have much wealth, and it was not worth it. Before leaving, Mo Wuhua and Sky Thunder Split gave him a map that led to the Star River Prefecture. After looking at the map, Lin Fei realized that this Saint Spirit Great World in the past and the current Broken World were actually interconnected. For instance, the 1,000 Victories Empire, Myriad God Great Continent, and Sky Marshal Great Continent were actually interconnected. This secret was limited to the circle of the apex superpowers. The 3 great continents were interconnected, and there were channels to enter the Star River Prefecture outside. It's just that there were dangers within, and it was not easy to enter. To Lin Fei, these were not huge problems. This trip to Boundless World Mountain gave Lin Fei a huge harvest. Just Black Yuan and Jin Undying, these 2 Cosmos gods, could suppress the experts from the 3 great continents. Brother Lin, It is all thanks to you this time. Without you, I do not know what would have happened. Long Wuhan was very grateful to Lin Fei. Even if Long Wuhan was given another chance, he wouldn't dare to go to Boundless World Mountain. There was only danger. You brought me in and I helped you. We're helping each other, so there's no need to thank me. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm going back too. Have a safe journey. Long Wuhan nodded. Back at the Sacred Body Mountain. In these 10 years, the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent hadn't changed much. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. He was worried that something might happen in the next 10 years. Even if he had made some preparations, he would only be able to watch helplessly if chaos were to break out. After listening to the events of the Sacred Body Mountain for the past 10 years, Lin Fei sent them away. In the secret chamber. Boundless Eternal Milky Way. Lin Fei visualized the infinite eternal Milky Way. Compared to the time when he was at Boundless World Mountain, there were no restrictions this time. He arrived at a surging river, and a vast amount of energy flowed into his body. That fellow, Gene Imperishable, where did he get this visualization technique from? Is there such a place in this world? Lin Fei only felt that it was full of mysteries. Master, this is a higher-level universe. Little Devil, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally spoke. Another universe? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Standing on the infinite eternal Milky Way, the entire Milky Way was boundless, and one couldn't see the end. On it, Lin Fei was like an ant. In such a place, he could communicate with it just by visualizing it. This was very strange. After hearing Little Devil's words, Lin Fei suddenly understood. This visualization technique came from another higher-level universe. That's really... Lin Fei couldn't find the right words to describe it. It's definitely another higher-level universe. Little Devil's tone was very certain. Master, you have to properly improve your strength. All right. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. What was this? This visualization technique was more mysterious than he had imagined. After returning to Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei didn't go out. Other than visualizing the infinite eternal Milky Way, he was researching the path to the Star River Prefecture. If not for the fact that he had obtained a universe chip in the Boundless World Mountain, Lin Fei would have really coveted the Broken World's universe chip. However, to Lin Fei now, it was dispensable. The Broken World's area had probably been targeted long ago. If Lin Fei really made a move, he would inevitably alert the enemy. It wasn't worth it at all. With the map to the Star River Prefecture, Lin Fei had a different idea. He might as well go to the Star River Prefecture to take a look. According to Wuxia and the others, the road to the Star River Prefecture wasn't smooth sailing. There weren't many dangers in the Myriad God Continent and the Sky Marshal Continent, but outside the Sky Marshal Continent, there was a region that was the most dangerous. Countless people wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture, but after entering the Land of Exile, there was basically no news of them. It was extremely dangerous. The last region was called the Land of Exile. That place was formed for special reasons. No matter who wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture, they had to pass through the Land of Exile. The Land of Exile was filled with vicious people, and not everyone could barge in. Master, the people from the Yuan Fu are here. Hearing the subordinate's report, Lin Fei frowned. During the trip to Boundless World Mountain, Lin Fei also learned one thing. The Yuan Fu was more tyrannical than he had imagined. They were the eyes of the Star River Prefecture. The Broken World was almost entirely in the hands of the Yuan Fu. Of course, that was a long time ago. Ever since it was split into 5 continents, the Yuan Fu's ability to rule had deteriorated. For example, the Myriad God Continent and the Sky Marshal Continent weren't simple. Therefore, all these years, the Yuan Fu hadn't been able to conquer them. There's no harm in meeting them. In the palace on the highest level of the Sage Body Mountain, Lin Fei met the person from the previous time. It was the guy called Luo Xian. However, this time, he was alone. Congratulations, Daoist Lin. You must have gained a lot from this trip to Boundless World Mountain. Luo Xian chuckled. Lin Fei shook his head. Sigh, don't mention it. Boundless World Mountain is really dangerous. If not for my good luck, I would have probably died in there. Even if I had the chance, I wouldn't have gone. Luo Xian smiled at Lin Fei. Is that so? Lin Fei roughly knew what the other party wanted to do. He was here to extort him. No, he was here to ask for benefits. Even a fool could see that cheeky smile on his face. Lin Fei hadn't decided on how to deal with this Yuan Fu. However, he knew that he couldn't fall out with the Yuan Fu now. They had a legitimate identity and weren't just some random force. Daoist Luo, what do you mean by this? Lin Fei frowned. Could it be that you think this Lin is lying to you? Luo Xian had come this time to fish for benefits. All those who could come out of Boundless World Mountain had brought something with them. This Lin Fei was even more foolish than they had imagined. Even after so many things had happened, he still could not tell. How in the world did he manage to cultivate up to this level? Chapter 33:17. Luo Xian left. Luo Xian did not treat a small native from the broken world as a big deal. Hearing that Lin Fei had gone to the Boundless World Mountain and came back alive, Luo Xian naturally had some thoughts on the other party. He came to reap some benefits. He could not understand how a small native could come back alive from the Boundless World Mountain. Luo Xian said. Lin Fei took out a portion of the items with a heartache as a gift to Luo Xian. Hence, Luo Xian left happily. Master, are we going to let them leave just like that? After Luo Xian left, Black Yuan and Jin Undying appeared. Lin Fei did not care much about the items he extorted. Instead, it was the words spoken before he left that made him pay attention. Who would have thought that the words of Mo Wu Hua and Sky Thunder Rend really happened? The Eternal Guards actually contacted the Yuan Fu to investigate the matter at the Boundless World Mountain. Who knows, the Li clan might be involved in this. In the Forbidden Soul region, he had killed everyone from the Li clan. After that, it was the unlucky Sky Star sect. No matter how they investigate, they can forget about finding me. Lin Fei remembered the Li clan and the Eternal Guards. The two of you follow that Luo Xian. Wait until he leaves the great continent before acting in the dark and plucking everything from his body. Lin Fei ordered Black Yuan and Jin Undying. Remember, don't leave any traces behind. It was not an easy matter to take anything from him. Two cosmos gods acting was akin to using an anti-aircraft cannon to kill a mosquito. It's a pity that only the two of them by Lin Fei's side could capture Luo Xian, and it was a suppression method. When Luo Xian entered the depths of the Primal Destruction City, he met a mysterious person. In front of the two, he was like an ant. He could not withstand a single move and was knocked unconscious. Everything on his body was stripped off before being thrown into the Primal Destruction Great City. He was a person from the Yuan Fu, yet he was thrown onto the streets of a great city. Who did he offend? After Luo Xian woke up, he felt ashamed. When he returned to the Yuan Fu office, he immediately arranged for people to investigate, but in the end, they found nothing. The person who did it did not leave any trace. It only proved that the other party was very strong and was at least an 8 or 9 stars pinnacle ultimate god. Luo Xian suspected that it was Lin Fei, but after thinking about it, it was impossible. In the entire Sage Body Mountain, only Lin Fei was powerful. But this time, there were two people, and it was a one-sided suppression. Luo Xian could only give up in the end as he secretly cursed the culprit. This trip was really for nothing. The most frustrating thing was that he had no idea who had attacked him. He had even become a laughingstock. Helpless, Luo Xian could only go into seclusion. Master, these were all found on Luo Xian's body. If I didn't search him, I wouldn't have known that he was quite wealthy. He Yuan took out a storage ring. Luo Xian's things were all in the storage ring. Lin Fei casually scanned through the items. He was indeed quite wealthy. Not to mention other things, just the power of faith alone was 10 million, 3 divine weapons of faith, and some visualization techniques. This is... Lin Fei found something in the storage ring. After taking out the item, he saw that it was a seal. Lin Fei easily opened it without much effort. It's actually an information token. The information token was made of a special material that could transmit messages. Each information token could only be used once and would be useless after that. He had opened the information token and used his divine senses to penetrate it. There's such a thing. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Even the heavens are helping me. Lin Fei had never imagined that he would be able to get his hands on something like this. Master, is it good news? He Yuan asked. Of course it's good news. Lin Fei passed the information card to them. See for yourself. He Yuan and Jin Bummy could not help but laugh after seeing it. It's really good news. I think Master can go. With Master's strength, who can stop Master? There was not much information in the information card, but it was very important. In 100 years, the Xinghe Prefecture would elect a new prefecture master of the Yuan Fu. Was it important? Of course it was. At least for Lin Fei, it was definitely good news. As for why Luo Xian had it, Lin Fei was not interested for the time being. He was thinking about the position of prefecture master of the Yuan Fu. If he became the prefecture master of the Yuan Fu and the two continents merged in the future, he might really be able to get a universe chip under his nose. Of the 10 universe chips, there were still 8 left. Lin Fei was very tempted by the one under his nose. It was just that for some reason he had to consider it. Now he felt that there was room for maneuver. Lin Fei was excited just thinking about it. Fellow Daoist Lin, save me. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about how to do it, Long Wuhan sent a distress message to Lin Fei. What's going on? Lin Fei was speechless. Go to the border of the continents and bring that brat Long Wuhan back. Lin Fei shouted for Black Yuan. That brat was very fast. Remember, don't let others see you. In reality, Black Yuan, who was a cosmos god, was not someone anyone could see. With Black Yuan acting, he could easily find Long Wuhan. This brat was in a sorry state, and his aura was weak. He was on the verge of death. With a cosmos god acting, he could easily sweep through these people and bring Long Wuhan back. What did you do? Lin Fei was speechless. Long Wuhan laughed bitterly. It's a long story. Why is it a long story? Tell me. Don't worry, it's very safe here. Long Wuhan explained the matter. That's it. Lin Fei was impressed by Long Wuhan's brothers. Amazing. You colluded with experts from the myriad god great continent. No wonder you were caught unprepared. I know. Long Wuhan did not expect his sweet dreams to be destroyed by outsiders. Then what do you plan to do now? Lin Fei had a relatively good impression of Long Wuhan. Long Wuhan stood up. I wish to invite Dao friend Lin. As long as you help me take back my things, I'll follow your lead in the future. If not for him knowing Lin Fei, Long Wuhan dared to guarantee that he would have died. Since I'm free. 1,000 Victories Empire. That old emperor had been killed by someone. The one who became the new emperor was an unknown son, Long Wumi. He did not have any background or power, yet he colluded with outsiders to obtain the highest position in the empire. What failure? They're all dead. Long Wumi was just like his name. The aura he emitted was extremely cold. This coldness was frightening. He was like a poisonous snake. The entire army has been wiped out. Long Wuhan's whereabouts are unknown. Long Wumi had planned for this day for a long time. Who would have thought that Long Wuhan would escape? Your people aren't that great. They're all dead. Long Wumi looked at the white-robed man in the dark. Chapter 33:18. 1,000 Victory Great Continent, 1,000 Victory Empire. Outside the imperial capital. Long Wuhan and Lin Fei came to the vicinity of the imperial capital. At this moment, the internal turmoil of the 1,000 Victory Empire was the most dangerous to Long Wuhan. But for Lin Fei, the current victorious 1,000 Empire couldn't pose any threat to him. Ignoring everything else, just He Yuan and Jin Bummy could easily flatten the victorious 1,000 Empire. This time, he only brought He Yuan with him. Jin Immortal remained at the sacred body mountain. With a cosmos god protecting the empire, Lin Fei could be at ease. Dao friend Lin, that little brother of mine, has grasped the entire power of the imperial capital. Long Wuhan looked at the imperial capital. He suppressed the anger in his heart, replaced his subordinates both inside and outside. Actually, Long Wuhan wanted to ask what to do next. At this moment, Long Wuhan could only count on Lin Fei. So what if we replace him? We will enter through the city gates. Lin Fei squinted. It was time to increase his prestige. He had spent 800 billion prestige in one go to deal with a peak cosmos god in the boundless world mountain. Even now, his heart was aching. It was rare for him to come here. How could he not increase his prestige? Enter through the city gates? Long Wuhan shrunk his neck. He was afraid of being chased. Of course. Lin Fei and He Yuan flew towards the city gates. Wait for me. Long Wuhan gritted his teeth and followed. I found your highness Long Wuhan. Everyone, let's take down Long Wuhan. When Long Wuhan appeared, he was recognized by the guards at the city gates. You are a prince, yet these guards dare to act against you. Can you swallow this anger? Lin Fei chuckled. Today, I am here to help you vent your anger. Let's kill our way in. Long Wuhan had never been looked down upon by others. A few guards also wanted to take him down. What a joke. Long Wuhan was already holding back his anger. How could he not understand Lin Fei's intention? He took out his weapon and killed his way over. The guards at the city gates could not withstand Long Wuhan's attack. Within a moment, the city gates were filled with blood, and corpses were everywhere. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to act. As long as there were no ultimate gods who could threaten Long Wuhan, he did not intend to make a move. He was there to build up his reputation. In the Thousand Victories Empire, Long Wuhan had never been chased so miserably before. He was on the verge of exploding, so he raised his saber and slashed wildly. Imperial capital, Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, that dragon Wuhan has charged in. In front of this temperamental emperor, no one dared to address Long Wuhan as Her Highness, even using her full name. Long Wumi was dressed in imperial robes, with a crown on his head. He didn't exude the domineering aura of an emperor, only a sinister and cold aura. Of the victorious Thousand Empires princes, almost all of them had been killed by Long Wuhan. The remaining ones were nothing to be afraid of. Long Wuhan was an exception. He's got guts. He actually dared to come back. Long Wumi stood up. Right now, the Thousand Victories Empire is mine. Even if you find reinforcements, they won't be able to stop me. Long Wumi rose to his feet and left. As long as he got rid of this elder brother, no one in the entire Thousand Victories Empire would be able to shake his position. All those words that he had said could go to hell. Cut the weeds and pull out the roots. I'm a prince of the empire. Get out of the way. Long Wuhan killed like a madman. With his treasures and his own strength, Long Wuhan killed his way through the streets and finally arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. At this time, the victorious Thousand Army was standing guard at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. There were at least 10,000 of them. This was the force that protected the Imperial Palace. Long Wuhan's combat strength was formidable, but when faced with the Empire's most powerful army, he was in imminent danger. Wave after wave of attacks tore through his armor. Master, I think that kid can't hold on for much longer. He Yuan said in a low voice. Should we make a move? Otherwise he'll die. Lin Fei had not allowed He Yuan to make a move. Wait a little longer. With them around, Long Wuhan wouldn't die. My good brother, why didn't you find a place to hide? Why did you come back? On the walls of the Imperial Palace, the victorious Thousand Army was kneeling on one knee to welcome Long Wumi. Long Wumi landed on the walls of the Imperial Palace, looking down at his big brother, Long Wuhan, a cruel smile in his eyes. Wumi, you plotted against Imperial Father. As Imperial Father's son, I must avenge him. Long Wuhan said in a low voice. Today, no matter what, I will kill you. Haha, with just you. Long Wumi laughed. Even if 100 more came, it would be useless. Originally, if you had hidden yourself, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But since you want to die, I don't mind helping you out. Long Wumi sneered. Kill him. The victorious Thousand Army moved. The 1,000-man squad unleashed a joint attack, their power converging together. With a single move, Rainbow pierces the sun, they sealed off all of Long Wuhan's escape routes. The victorious Thousand Army was famous precisely because of their terrifying joint attacks. No one was willing to exchange blows with the victorious Thousand Army. The slightest mistake could result in death. Long Wumi shook his head. My good brother, do you see that? Just a small squad of the victorious Thousand Army can kill you. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Now that he controlled the Empire's power, no faction could withstand a single blow from Long Wumi. Not even his brother. Long Wuhan's strength was not weak, but in front of the victorious Thousand Army, especially after using their joint attack technique, he could not resist at all and was beaten to a pulp. Xiaohei, go and help him. Lin Fei said to He Yuan. The victorious Thousand Army's joint attack technique was very powerful. Its power was almost at the level of a peak ultimate god level 5-star or even peak ultimate god level, which naturally put a lot of pressure on Long Wuhan. The victorious Thousand Army's second attack had arrived. One person stood in front of Long Wuhan and the victorious Thousand Army's attack was automatically nullified by that person. It was as if the area around him had become a vacuum. How dare you hurt my master's friend? He Yuan snorted coldly and raised his hand to slap them. The victorious Thousand Army's perfect team collapsed on the spot as one by one vomited blood and fell to the ground. Or you? How dare you make an enemy out of me and the victorious Thousand Empire? Long Wumi was also shocked by the person in front of him as he had defeated his victorious Thousand Army with a single slap. He was at least an 8-star ultimate god level expert. Long Wuhan finally felt relieved. Wumi, as long as you surrender now, I can spare your life. Haha, do you think I'm afraid? Even though the person who came was mysterious, Long Wumi was not alone. Victorious Thousand Army, kill them. The victorious Thousand Army moved. 10 small teams attacked from all directions. He Yuan had the strength of a cosmos god. Even if more ultimate gods came, they would not be a threat to him. A huge world enveloped them. He Yuan unleashed his primordial spirit, turning it into a huge world that trapped the victorious Thousand Army. What about now? In just a moment, Long Wumi's important support was destroyed. Chapter 33:19. Long Wumi did not treat the stray dog who was being hunted down as a big brother. But in the blink of an eye, victorious army was trapped by the other party. He could not unleash his combat power at all. This power startled Long Wumi. How did his big brother find such an expert? Being a cosmos god, Black Yuan suppressed a mere 10,000 victorious army with his primordial spirit. In his eyes, suppressing them was as easy as lifting his hand. After suppressing victorious army, Black Yuan's primordial combat spirit moved once again. Target, Long Wumi. Open the array diagram for me. Just as Black Yuan was about to grab the other party, an array diagram appeared on Long Wumi's body. 5 enormous light pillars shot into the sky, and one of them smashed down with immense power. Black Yuan laughed. Interesting. Retracting his palm, he flicked the light pillar 3 times. The first time, the light pillar slowed down. The second time, the light pillar cracked. The third time, the light pillar shattered inch by inch. How could he break the array diagram attack? Long Wumi's expression changed. He controlled the second light pillar to attack. This array diagram was something he bought from the Light God Temple with a huge price, yet it was destroyed in a single move. He truly wanted to cry. The second and third light pillars were all destroyed. Long Wumi was startled by the strength of this person who could shake his array diagram. But that was it. After all, he was within the royal palace. Sir, you are very strong, but you shouldn't have helped that big brother of mine. No matter who you are, since you are here, you can forget about leaving. Long Wumi laughed savagely. Sky thunder kill. Panglong. A violet sky thunder descended from the sky above Black Yuan. This was Long Wumi manipulating the array energy of the royal palace. The royal palace of any empire had always been the strongest place. It was filled with powerful array energy that could allow a person's strength to skyrocket. Long Wumi was naturally in control of the array energy since he resided in the royal palace, allowing his strength to soar. In the royal capital, Long Wumi was the undisputed #1 expert. He could control the array energy and was unparalleled. Sir, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use the array energy to deal with you. Long Wumi was extremely confident in controlling the array energy. He was unparalleled in the royal capital. My good brother, you really sent a good gift. Unfortunately, it's useless. When Dragon Wuhan saw the heavenly lightning crashing down, his mind went blank. How could he have forgotten about this? The power of the Imperial Palace's array formation. This is bad. Being a prince of the Thousand Victories Empire, nobody understood how frightening the array formation of the royal palace was. It had the power of a cosmos god. Long Wuhan was worried that the people that Lin Fei had brought with him might not be able to hold them off. His face was also filled with worry. If something were to happen, he did not know how to explain himself. Who was Black Yuan? He was a cosmos god. Even if his realm had fallen, he was still a genuine cosmos god. He Yuan's battle primordial spirit soared into the sky as a bolt of purple lightning struck down. He raised his hand and slammed it heavily against the purple lightning. The clouds in the sky were destroyed by the explosive power of the lightning, and a black hole appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. Just an empty shell. He Yuan wasn't going to play anymore. He raised his hand again and struck out with his palm, striking the formation of the palace. The rainbow-colored light illuminated the entire imperial capital. Long Wumi, who was above the royal palace, shook. That palm of the other party had caused many slight changes to the array formation of the royal palace. He actually withstood it. Long Wumi had never treated Dragon Wuhan as a big deal. But the other party smacked away the heavenly lightning formed by the array formation with a single palm, shocking Long Wumi. Before Long Wumi could regain his senses, the other party had sent a second palm over. Long Wumi shook again, causing many structures within the royal palace to crack. His strength has actually penetrated through the array formation. The third palm. The huge royal palace was emitting cracking sounds. The outermost structures were collapsing one after another, turning into ruins with dust flying all over the place. The array formation has been damaged. I can no longer utilize all of the array formation's energy. Long Wumi was dumbfounded. The array formation, which had always shocked everyone, had lost its effect in his hands. A hand stretched out. Long Wumi was greatly startled. He immediately activated the remaining array formation energy to form many barriers. But the other party's hand was still approaching him. I'm doomed. Long Wumi's neck tightened, and he was dragged away like a dead dog. Save me! Long Wumi's face turned pale as he screamed. Victory Empire, in one of the palaces within the royal palace. A person opened his eyes. His gaze was pure and holy as his expression suddenly changed. He's actually outstanding. Half of the palace has been destroyed? That person was dressed in silver armor. He frowned slightly as he left the palace and appeared in the sky above the royal palace. A beam of light slashed over. Your Majesty, don't grab him. Just as the beam of light was about to land on He Yuan's body, a radiant giant appeared and slapped his head. He chanted in Sanskrit, Lotus Flower Battle, Radiant World. If He Yuan was an ordinary ultimate god, he would have been severely injured or even killed by that attack. Unfortunately, he had encountered He Yuan this time. Scram! With a roar, the radiant giant was shattered. So it's a birdman. He Yuan sneered as he sealed Long Wumi and casually threw him to the side. His battle primordial spirit activated and a huge world descended upon the silver-armored birdman. There was a loud bang. The world formed by the battle primordial spirit suppressed the silver-armored birdman. He could no longer withstand it and fell down on the spot, crushing a part of the royal palace. Birdman, you've got guts. He Yuan stepped on the body of the silver-armored birdman. With a tearing sound, his divine wings were ruthlessly torn off. If you want to kill me, you can wait another 100,000 years. The silver-armored birdman did not expect that he would be defeated so quickly. Who are you? I am an elder of the Light God Temple. He Yuan carried the silver-armored birdman and Long Wumi over to Lin Fei. Master, the mission is completed. He Yuan clapped his hands as if he had done a small matter. The silver-armored birdman and Long Wumi looked at this young man with a look of surprise. They were actually defeated, and it was by a subordinate of the other party. Sullen. Do you know who I am? I am an elder of the Light God Temple. We have a cosmos god protecting us. The silver-armored birdman coldly said, You better let us go and hand over Long Wumi. Lin Fei kicked the body of the silver-armored birdman. What is the Light God Temple? Long Wumi widened his eyes. He was startled and furious. You are actually working together with the Light God Temple? How dare you? The Thousand Victories Empire and the Light God Temple had always been enemies. Who would have thought that a prince would work together with an enemy? He could not help but be furious. Chapter 33:20. The Thousand Victories Empire changed its master once again. Now that the victorious army had been suppressed and Long Wumi had been taken down, the empire naturally had a new master. Long Wuhan became the new emperor. Lin Fei did not act from the start to the end. The power of the array in the imperial capital royal palace was merely used to frighten ordinary deities. If he met a cosmos god expert, he could easily break through it. Long Wuhan took over the position and immediately took control of Thousand Victories' army. He repaired the array of the imperial capital royal palace. It took a total of half a month. During this half a month, Lin Fei stayed in a palace. Senior Lin, the matter has been investigated clearly. Long Wuhan was wearing a dragon robe. He sat in front of Lin Fei and said respectfully. From that day onwards, Long Wuhan treated Lin Fei as a true senior, not daring to treat him as an equal. What a joke! Even the power of the imperial capital's array formation could not withstand the power of that subordinate's 3 palm strikes. Long Wuhan still had this bit of foresight. What was wrong with lowering his head? Furthermore, knowing a senior like Lin Fei made Long Wuhan smile even in his dreams. It could be said that without Lin Fei, there would not be the current him. This was something he was very clear about. Lin Fei was not interested in this. He did not say anything and let Long Wuhan speak. The current situation was as if Long Wuhan was reporting to Lin Fei. It seems that the Light Temple is very ambitious. They want to intervene in the Thousand Victories' great continent and plan ahead. Lin Fei heard the word ambitious. If not for Senior Lin's help, I'm afraid the Thousand Victories Empire would be controlled by the Light Temple. Long Wuhan sighed. Other than that, they want to build temples in the Thousand Victories' great continent to collect faith energy. This did not surprise Lin Fei at all. The Myriad Gods' great continent was a place to play with faith energy. If not for Lin Fei knowing about faith energy and allowing the system to convert it, he might also be staring at the Thousand Victories' great continent, comparable to the Light Temple. Thus, I am willing to attach the entire empire to Senior Lin Fei, and thus obtain Senior's protection. Long Wuhan stood up and extended a sincere invitation. Ever since Long Wuhan found out about the insider news, he had not been able to calm down. The neighboring Myriad Gods continent was not something the Thousand Victories continent could compare to. This neighbor was ridiculously strong. This time, he had the help of Senior Lin Fei. But what if Senior Lin Fei wasn't here? Long Wuhan was not confident that she could repel the enemy. He would be the strongest existence in this area of the Imperial Palace. Once the distance between them increased, there would be nothing he could do. Relying on Lin Fei was something that Long Wuhan had considered for a long time. Rely on me? Lin Fei laughed. Dragon Wuhan's approach was quite agreeable. Although faith power could be converted into prestige, Lin Fei still had some thoughts about the Thousand Victories Empire. Why would he give up on an empire that could generate prestige? Long Wuhan's method was very much to Lin Fei's liking. This was a talent. Long Wuhan was on tenterhooks. Although he was an emperor, he knew that if he didn't rely on a powerful master now, his future would definitely not be any better. You are quite open-minded. Don't you regret it? Long Wuhan replied, I don't regret it. Without Senior Lin Fei's help, I am nothing now. These words were very sincere. I have the Thousand Victories Empire under my protection. Lin Fei laughed. Lin Fei would be a fool if he didn't accept the prestige that was offered to him on his own initiative. The overall strength of the Thousand Victories Empire wasn't weak, and it could be used as a barrier. I won't care about the matters of the empire, Lin Fei said, but you have to help me do something. Lin Fei stayed in the Thousand Victories Empire for a total of 3 months. 3 months wasn't a long time. The royal family of the Thousand Victories Empire had a large collection of ancient books. Lin Fei wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He didn't go out for 3 months and spent all his time reading the ancient book collection left behind by the royal family. He learned more and more secrets, and his understanding of this broken world deepened. Back then, the Saint Spirit Great World was destroyed by the cosmos gods, forming the current broken world. The people in this broken world were like ants in the eyes of those from the great prefectures. People from that side rarely came to the broken world. As for this broken world, it was almost hard for them to pass through that region and enter the Star River Prefecture. Even if they could enter, they wouldn't have an easy time. Let's go! Lin Fei brought Black Yuan and left the Thousand Victories Empire. The stone steels for collecting prestige were all set up. What was left was to spread the news. Lin Fei believed that Long Wuhan wouldn't disappoint him. Thousand Victories' great continent, the southernmost part of an ice-sealed world. Lin Fei and Black Yuan arrived at the ice-sealed world. The temperature here was very low. If a hierarch came here without a treasure that could resist the cold, it would be hard for him to move an inch. This place is indeed filled with danger. This is the tomb of a hierarch. Lin Fei killed an ice attribute beast that came out of the ice with a palm. It specialized in spitting out cold fog that could freeze one's chi and blood. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Hierarchs who aren't 9 stars basically don't have to come here. Black Yuan nodded. Most people can't pass through even if they know the route. This ice-sealed world is 50,000 kilometers long, and it isn't that easy to pass through. Lin Fei and Black Yuan were not ordinary people. The 50,000 kilometers of the ice-sealed world could not stop their footsteps at all. It had to be said that the ice-sealed world was extremely dangerous. There were spatial fissures everywhere, and the Yuan destruction energy was erupting everywhere. A moment of carelessness would result in death. Lin Fei and Black Yuan spent 5 days to pass through the 50,000 kilometers of the ice-sealed world. When they reached the final 5,000 kilometers, the cold air could form frost on Lin Fei's body. This was something that could not be done previously. The passage is here. Black Yuan found the passage beneath an ice mountain. It was unknown who opened this passage. It was about the size of a human, and it traversed a huge mountain range. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to the myriad god great continent. There were more experts there than the Thousand Victories Empire. They cultivated the combat primordial spirit and were abnormally powerful. For this trip, Lin Fei had a very simple mission: to wreak havoc in the myriad god great continent and plunder large amounts of faith energy. The cosmos god weapons obtained from the forbidden soul region of the hopeless world mountain could not be sold for a good price in the broken world. Lin Fei naturally wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture. Without sufficient prestige, he would not dare to go there easily. After all, he had killed someone from the Li clan. Lin Fei was not worried about wreaking havoc in the broken world. He still had 1.3 trillion prestige in the system. Even if a peak cosmos god came, he would be killed with a single blade. In the broken world, it was still unknown if such a powerhouse existed. Lin Fei remained calm. He was not worried about any danger. For instance, he could go to the Light God Temple to collect a debt after going to the Myriad God Great Continent. They owed him a huge amount of faith energy. Lin Fei felt happy just thinking about it. Chapter 33:21. Myriad God Continent. The Myriad God Mountain Range was the most influential mountain range in the continent. It ran through the entire Myriad God Continent. This mountain range was removed from the list because there were countless primordial soul mystic realms on the Myriad God Mountain Range. As long as one was lucky, one would have a chance of obtaining an inheritance. Even though countless experts died on the Myriad God Mountain Range every year, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of everyone. Experts who did not go to the Myriad God Mountain Range were all labeled as cowards. We're finally here. In a swampy area full of moisture, Lin Fei and He Yuan arrived at this great continent world, their bodies covered in frost. That's right. I never expected the temperature in the passageway to be so low. Even I nearly failed miserably. He Yuan laughed bitterly. Who would have thought that the temperature in the passageway would be so low? Fortunately, we made it. Lin Fei stood on the damp ground as the frost on his body rapidly melted. I think we've arrived at a swamp. In front of them was a swamp. The stench of decay constantly wafted over. They could vaguely see corpses floating on the blackened surface of the swamp. Clearly, this was not a good place. Let's leave this swamp first. Lin Fei was the first to fly out. He Yuan followed closely behind. Just as he flew up into the sky, an illusory world appeared. The palace was like the clouds, and a huge hand stretched out, pressing down on the sky above Lin Fei. A terrifying force pressed down. Damn, there's such a thing. Lin Fei punched out, landing a heavy blow on the palm. Thick power surged. The second palm followed closely. This palm was even bigger and enveloped the entire region. Master, this is a restriction seal. You can't use force. He Yuan warned loudly. The stronger the resistance, the stronger the attack. Lin Fei could indeed sense that the second palm was more powerful. Damn it. Lin Fei cursed inwardly as he quickly retreated. The sky above the swamp had been reduced to ruins by the palm. Lin Fei and He Yuan appeared in another place. Don't tell me we've arrived at a forbidden area. Lin Fei raised his head. The illusionary world and the palace had all disappeared. However, Lin Fei had personally experienced the changes in the swamp below. That palm strike had practically turned the swamp into ruins, leaving behind only sludge filled with a rotten smell. Hard to say. He Yuan looked around. However, one thing is for sure. We won't be able to fly in the sky for the time being. We have to leave by land. Lin Fei experienced the power of his attack just now. He hadn't reached his limit yet. If he hadn't taken the initiative to withdraw his power just now, perhaps an even stronger wave of attacks would have befallen him. Lin Fei really did not dare to make a move to break the great restriction in the sky. He only had one. 3 trillion reputation points left, and that was his final trump card. It was best not to use it in a place like this. Let's go out from the ground and observe along the way. Let's see where we are. The swamp was huge. The previous attack had only destroyed a small part of it, not even the tip of the iceberg. Lin Fei and He Yuan carefully flew above the swamp at a low altitude. Here it comes again. A divine power struck the surface of the lake in front of them. Long, winding rivers surged violently. This was not the first time they had encountered an attack. He Yuan easily dispelled the river's attack. I might have guessed where we are. He Yuan said after defeating the river with a palm strike. Lin Fei had never seen such a place before and mistook it for an essence soul mystic realm. These divine power attacks could be seen everywhere and were impossible to guard against. Even he was starting to get annoyed. What place is this? The myriad god mountain range of yesteryear. He Yuan said in a deep voice. I was fortunate to have heard of this place before. The myriad god mountain range is a place where many experts perished. After their deaths, their thoughts did not dissipate. They either became divine powers or formed essence soul mystic realms. We have really entered the myriad god mountain range. Lin Fei really did not know about the myriad god mountain range. Thinking about the 1,000 Victories continent's icy world, even a top-notch ultimate god might not be able to withstand it. There was a natural barrier blocking the way, and no one could pass through it to reach the myriad god continent. It was only normal for the myriad god continent's entrance to be in the myriad god mountain range. Without a map or a guide, one might not be able to find the entrance even after walking for 1,000 years. It would be even more difficult to persevere for 1,000 years. We are going to be tired again. After finding out about the myriad god mountain range, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. A few days later, He Yuan captured a team and obtained the information he wanted. This was really the myriad god mountain range. It was vast and they seemed to be in the depths. After confirming that they were in the myriad god mountain range, Lin Fei subsequently obtained a detailed map. Even though Mo Wuhua had provided him with the route, Lin Fei still had to study it again. Fortunately, Mo Wuhua's route was correct and did not hide anything. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. After comparing the map, Lin Fei and He Yuan sped up and left the myriad god mountain range. As for the more dangerous regions of the myriad god mountain range, they used their reputation to exchange for the danger detection skill, which allowed them to easily avoid the dangerous regions. Lin Fei finally witnessed the power of the myriad god mountain range. It was a place that was completely like a special space. In addition to the divine powers and essence soul mystic realms, the ferocious beasts that lived in the mountain range were also augmented by divine powers. All of them had a great increase in strength and were incredibly powerful. Lin Fei and He Yuan encountered countless such ferocious beasts along the way. We're almost at the periphery. Standing on a high slope and looking down, they could vaguely see a huge city in the periphery of the mountain range. Above the city was a huge turtle that alternated between real and illusory. It was exceptionally eye-catching. This myriad god continent is different from what I imagined. Lin Fei looked at the big city. Let's not talk about anything else. Just that big city alone is much more difficult to break through than the Thousand Victories Empire. He Yuan nodded. That should be the totem protection. There was basically no danger in the periphery. They thought that they could leave at will. But when they reached the edge, a problem arose. What a trap! They had thought that they could enter and leave at will, but Lin Fei encountered a restriction that prevented him from doing so. There should be an exit nearby. He Yuan said. Lin Fei tried several times to no avail. He wanted to break through the restriction with brute force, but the restriction seemed more domineering than he had imagined. As such, he did not dare to break through it. It was not worth it. After searching for half a day, they finally found an exit. Stop right there. There was a building at the exit that looked like a small town. When Lin Fei and He Yuan walked into the town, they were immediately stopped. What are you doing? He Yuan asked expressionlessly. It could be considered a small town. A dozen ultimate gods rushed out from the entrance. When they appeared, Lin Fei frowned. Chapter 33:22. The divine venerable ones who rushed out were not very strong. Their abilities were between Tier 7 and Tier 8 divine venerable ones. They were more than enough to threaten ordinary people. However, it was not enough for Yi Xian and He Yuan. Many people in the town were standing far away. Another two rookies. They don't know that they have to pay a third of their loot after entering the 10,000 God Mountain range. There's a first time for everyone, hee. The people of Brightness Town were used to this. The 10,000 God Mountain range was the most special place in the 10,000 Gods continent. It had always been divided up by the major forces of the 10,000 Gods continent. They had all opened entrances and exits to the 10,000 God Mountain range. These entrances and exits were all controlled by them. It was easy to enter, but one had to pay a certain fee to leave. Were Lin Fei and He Yuan rookies? They were not rookies at all. Hand over a third of your belongings. Of course, you can choose not to. We'll have to do it ourselves. The divine venerable standing in front of them laughed. He did not seem to care about the two at all. Ha! They laughed out loud. Does this Brightness Town belong to the Temple of Light? Lin Fei suddenly asked them. The leader of the divine venerable ones said proudly, since you know about the Temple of Light, hand over your belongings. Here, even the Emperor of Heaven can't do anything unless you're willing to offend the Temple of Light. In the 10,000 Gods continent, the Temple of Light was extremely influential. No one was willing to offend them. Ha! Lin Fei laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? The divine venerable ones who spoke turned cold. They did not understand why he dared to laugh at the Temple of Light. Nothing, I just feel like I have some fate with the Temple of Light. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I can't believe we met in a place like this. Therefore, I officially announce that we're robbing you. The tables had turned too quickly. Just when everyone thought that the rookie was scared stiff, Lin Fei's words changed the nature of the situation. Robbery? Everyone present was collectively dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? He actually dared to rob the Radiance Temple? Was he still dreaming? The Radiance Temple was an overlord-class force. In the Myriad Gods continent, a power that could cause an earthquake with a stomp of their feet actually dared to look down on them. There's something wrong with their brains. That was what everyone thought. How dare you rob us? The ultimate gods from Guangming Town laughed and looked at the two as if they were idiots. How dare he say something like that? Do it. Lin Fei smiled. Encountering a faction under the Radiant Temple had indeed exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. His original intention for this trip was to plunder the power of faith in the myriad gods continent. The most direct target was the Light Temple. Since they had met, they might as well make a move. Once Black Yuan's combat primordial spirit was unleashed, the shadows of his fists were like mountains. With each mountain and punch, the godly venerable experts in front of him were all sent flying. When they landed on the ground, they created a huge crater and were completely dead. Using cosmos gods to deal with deities was like using an anti-aircraft cannon to kill a mosquito. The people of Brightness Town were all dumbfounded. They subconsciously rubbed their eyes, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Why would they dare to act? That is an existence representing the Light Temple. In the myriad gods continent, no one dared to offend an overlord. But now, there were actually 2 rookies who dared to act against the Light Temple. Just thinking about it was hard to believe. Black Yuan killed the ultimate god in front of him with a single move. After that, he killed his way into Brightness Town alone. Anyone with a light aura was killed along the way. A grade 9 ultimate god overseeing the place was beaten to death the moment he showed his head. For a moment, the Brightness Town was quiet. Black Yuan soon returned. Master, this is the faith energy we have collected, as well as some divine abilities and other items. Black Yuan faithfully completed his mission, bringing back faith energy and some valuable treasures. Yi Xian casually swept through the items. Yi Xian glanced at them casually. The power of faith that he liked the most was worth more than 50 million. As for those treasures, they were all magic techniques that could be sold at a high price. I'll have to trouble everyone present to inform the Light Temple that the debt collectors are here. Hurry up and prepare. Lin Fei brought Black Yuan and left Brightness Town. The news of what happened in Brightness Town spread quickly. It can't be. Who did this? How dare they? Good kill. I wonder which side is the hero of this battle. This is the way to deal with the Light Temple. What? They're here to collect debts? Aren't they afraid of being destroyed by the Light Temple? Within the Myriad Gods mountain range, all the Overlord forces knew about the news. Other than shock, there was more shock. This was a direct provocation. And it was the Light Temple, the Overlord force. Hearing that the 2 had stayed behind to collect debts, no one believed that they would succeed. The Light Temple's counterattack was terrifying. No matter what force the 2 had behind them, once they were targeted by the Light Temple, they were destined to meet a terrible end. Soon, everyone stopped paying attention to them. The city closest to Brightness Town was the first to receive the news. It was a city controlled by the Light Temple. Light Town has been robbed? This city was called Wanshan City, and it belonged to the Light Temple. Brightness Town was responsible for Wanshan City. After City Lord Wan Yen received the news, he immediately summoned his trusted subordinates. His good mood immediately turned sour. To think that someone would come to cause trouble. They must be tired of living. They just left Brightness Town and are still in this area. Let's immediately arrange for people to capture them. A black-armored divine venerable said, let's spread the news that whoever captures them will be heavily rewarded by the Light Temple. I think everyone will be happy to capture them. In this area, the Light Temple had a great influence. No one in the surrounding cities dared to not give them face. Then let's do it. Wan Yen agreed with this method. We must keep them alive. I want to know which force ordered them to do this. From City Lord Wan Yan's point of view, not everyone had the guts to attack Brightness Town of the Myriad Gods mountain range. There must be someone behind this matter who was behind it. City Lord Wan Yen did not want to lose any clues and cause the higher-ups to have a bad impression of him. If that happened, it would be difficult for him to maintain his position. Although he was a city lord, the internal competition was also very fierce. Wan Yen had no choice but to be careful. If he was not careful, it could lead to big trouble. News spread from Myriad Mountain City. The surrounding cities also received the news immediately. The capture of 2 rookies began with a bang. Yi Xian and He Yuan did not hide their appearances at all. Therefore, images of the 2 quickly spread. Everyone could recognize them at a glance. Not long after they left, Yi Xian and He Yuan were surrounded. The Myriad Gods mountain range was a special place. The Overlord forces all built large cities here. This area was very lively. News of any disturbance would immediately spread. City Lord Wang Lin of Wanshan City spread the news, and people were immediately tempted. Chapter 33:23. So fast. Not far away, they were surrounded by a group of godly venerables. The moment they arrived, they displayed their combat primordial spirit. With 3 heads and 6 arms, they attacked Black Yuan and Black Yuan mercilessly. He Yuan did not place these attacks in his eyes. He charged forward and started killing, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. At the same time, he left one alive and interrogated him for information. The influence of the Light God Temple is indeed huge. A single word from that city master made all these experts come. Lin Fei knew the reason. They were wanted by the Light God Temple. Their actions were so fast that they did not even require the Light God Temple to mobilize experts. Their influence in the myriad God Great Continent was indeed extraordinary. Master, should we kill our way over? He Yuan did not care about these ants. He would kill as many of them as they came. That city master Wang Lin has released the news. It would be a pity if we don't meet him. Lin Fei really wanted to thank that city master for helping him spread the news. This was a way to gain prestige. He could also earn some money at the same time. Let's go to Myriad Mountain City. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The moment He Yuan heard this, he knew that City Master Wang Lin of Myriad Mountain City was unlucky. Having followed this Lin Fei for a period, He Yuan was clear that this master of his was someone who meant what he said. His personal strength was so tyrannical that even 10 of him would not be his opponent. Even peak cosmos gods were killed. Even now, He Yuan could not figure out what was going on with that mysterious technique. Lin Fei and He Yuan did not hide their whereabouts. The news spread extremely fast. It's them. Ah, we're rich. 2 rookies dare to offend the Light God Temple. I wonder who gave you the guts. You can't escape. Just surrender. Groups of people surrounded them. Everyone wanted to capture these 2 so that they could leave a good impression on City Master Wang Lin. But they underestimated the strength of their opponents. Don't kill us. We're willing to hand over our faith energy. This is a misunderstanding. We'll give it to you. Here's our faith energy. We're only asking for our lives. We were lured by others. These people charged over excitedly, yet they were suppressed the moment they met. Lin Fei suggested using the power of faith to atone for his sins. None of the defeated ultimate gods dared to say anything. They obediently took out their power of faith. As for those who disobeyed, they were directly turned into ashes. After a while, no one dared to resist. Those ultimate gods who handed over the power of faith could finally rest assured. One by one, they turned around and ran away, too ashamed to stay any longer. The people who came later naturally did not know about this. Those godly venerables who were forced to hand over the power of faith did not dare to say anything. If they were unlucky, they could not wait for others to be unlucky too. These people were innocently tricked and followed in their footsteps. Along the way, Lin Fei's face was always brimming with smiles. This kind of robbery is really efficient. Ever since he left the Myriad God Mountain range, Lin Fei had obtained 70 million power of faith. If converted to reputation, it was a huge number. Keep it up. On the way to Wanshan City, Lin Fei had robbed countless people. At the beginning, there were waves and waves of people coming. There was almost no free time. However, the closer they got to Wanshan City, the fewer people who came to capture them. Among those who were robbed, there were always some good people. They spread the news. Those who were ready to take action were completely dumbfounded. After learning about it through their friends, they were all so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. City Lord Wang Lin is cheating us. That's the great demon king. So many people went, but they were all robbed. What's his background? I'm not going. I'm definitely not going. The ultimate gods who received the news could not stop wiping their sweat. It was a huge trap. Whoever went would be unlucky. Among those ultimate gods who went to capture those 2 rookies, there were some who were quite wealthy. However, they were all penniless overnight. It's them. They don't look that old. How can they be so terrifying? Who knows? I guess we'll have to send a top-level ultimate god. On the way to Wanshan City, a group of people followed behind Lin Fei and He Yuan. Those people were there to watch the show. They did not dare to get too close. There were more than 500 people whose assets had been plundered by these two fellows. All of them were teams of a few people, and there were even teams of dozens of people. However, they were all defeated by those two without exception. They've learned to be smart. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He was not willing to give up. Indirectly, he had also gained some prestige. Although it was not much at the moment, it was still better than nothing. More and more people came to watch. Behind them, there was a huge crowd. After knowing that those two did not do anything to them, they called their friends over to join in the fun. From the current route, these people could guess one thing, and that was that the destination of the two seemed to be Myriad Mountain City, a large city controlled by the Light Temple. Are they crazy? So direct? Are you courting death? City Lord Wan Yen is a top-level ultimate god who can also summon totem power. No one was optimistic about those two. Of all people, they had to fight Wanshan City and the Divine Light Temple. No one in the Myriad Gods continent had the guts to do that. At the same time, in the City Lord's residence of Wanshan City, they're really bold. Do they really think they can attack our Wanshan City just by dealing with a few small fries? City Lord Wan Yen could not help but laugh sarcastically when he heard the news. City Lord will take care of them when they come. Wanshan City can kill them in a matter of minutes. The higher-ups of Wanshan City did not care about that matter. Anyone who dared to challenge Wanshan City's status would have to pay a price. Lin Fei and He Yuan quickly approached Wanshan City with their speed. Behind them, there were more than a few thousand people who came to watch the show. Gradually, there were close to 10,000 people. As it was close to the Myriad God Mountain range, there was a large population. Everyone was excited when they heard that someone was going to provoke Wanshan City and did not want to miss such a good opportunity. That's Wanshan City. Wanshan City was located in another big mountain range. The mountains behind it were like a forest, grand and majestic. In the sky above Wanshan City, there was a faintly discernible angel. He was sacred and flawless, looking down on all living beings. Hee, Birdman Totem. Lin Fei chuckled. The Divine Light Temple is indeed unique. Just this arrangement alone is enough to prevent non-cosmos gods from breaking through Wanshan City. He Yuan was disdainful. Chapter 33-24. The Myriad God Continent's cities were much stronger than the Thousand Victories Continent cities. For example, Myriad Mountain City in front of him. Lin Fei knew what was going on at a glance. The cities of the Thousand Victories Continent could not be compared. They were not on the same level. I can definitely harvest a lot of faith power in such a big city. Looking at Myriad Mountain City, Lin Fei smiled in his heart. The stronger the cities of the Myriad God Continent were, the more Lin Fei liked them. He did not know who to attack, but the Divine Radiance Temple jumped out first. It could only be said that the Divine Radiance Temple was unlucky. If he did not bully them, who would he bully? Lin Fei had no qualms about making a move. Myriad Mountain City had long activated its array. That's them. Capture them. City Lord Wan Yen personally came out and stood on the city walls. A bounty could have settled the matter, but in the end, nothing was done. This made City Lord Wan Yen very uncomfortable. Just two fellows had caused such a ruckus. Myriad Mountain City had no place to put its face. For example, City Lord Wan Yen believed that many other city lords were watching this scene. If they could not stop the other party at their doorstep, they would really become a big joke. Knowing that the other party was heading for Myriad Mountain City, City Lord Wan Yen mobilized experts and waited. With a command, a team rushed out. A joint attack secret technique, raging waves, and several streams of light attacked. Their combat power instantly skyrocketed. The Myriad Mountain Battle team is indeed powerful. Who said it wasn't? Any one of them can suppress an expert. Those two fellows are going to be in trouble. It's best to capture them. I've been robbed of one. 7 million faith power. Tycoon. The godly venerable experts who followed behind were all eager for those two fellows to be in trouble. They were all victims. He Yuan made his move. Without needing Lin Fei to say anything, He Yuan knew what to do. He activated his combat primordial spirit. He raised his hand and a great world came crashing down. Thud thud thud. One by one, the godly venerable experts fell and smashed into the ground, turning into a pile of mud. If you want to deal with my master, you'll have to get past me first. He Yuan killed the Myriad Mountain City team with one palm and then slapped the sky above Myriad Mountain City. Impudent! City Lord Wan Yan's face darkened. The angelic shadow above Wanshan City automatically retaliated. Its wings were like blades as they sliced at He Yuan's palm. Who is that person? So powerful. How domineering. He actually dared to attack Wanshan City. He's very bold, but he forgot that Wanshan City has the angel totem. He's moving. He's moving. City Lord Wan Yan also thought that the other party was courting death. The angel totem, that was the reputation of the Temple of Light, and it always had an extremely high deterrent force. No matter who attacked Wanshan City, they would not be able to escape the counterattack of the angel totem. City Lord Wan Yan was very confident that no matter who it was, they would not be able to act presumptuously here. The attack from the angel totem was unable to blast He Yuan's palm away. There was a loud rumbling sound. A huge force seeped into Wanshan City. The ultimate gods standing on the city wall fell down one by one. Their faces were filled with horror. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Even the angel totem couldn't break his attack. At least 9 stars peak ultimate god. The ultimate gods in Wanshan City felt uneasy. He Yuan acted once again. This time, the force was stronger than before. A huge world pressed down on Wanshan City. The angel totem retaliated once again, slashing down on the world. How could the world of a cosmos god be broken so easily? A loud sound reverberated. The entire Myriad Mountain City shook. Many cracks appeared on the buildings. He Yuan took advantage of the moment a gap appeared in the array of Myriad Mountain City. With a "so," he charged into the city and sent another world crashing down. This time, City Lord Wan Yan and the others were dumbfounded. Pung ping pung! A world came crashing down. The huge Myriad Mountain City was instantly littered with corpses. A mere big city dares to act against my master? I shall give you the courage to do so. He Yuan was a cosmos god. With a sneer, he extended his hand and took out a cosmos god weapon before splitting the angel apart. Under the control of He Yuan's energy, the angel totem of Myriad Mountain City could not resist. The spectators outside were momentarily dumbfounded. Dumbfounded? I didn't see wrongly, right? That person has charged in. That's the Myriad Mountain City. In the past, more than a dozen apex gods and 7 or 8-star experts could not kill their way in. But now, am I seeing things? The Myriad Mountain City Lord was beaten to the point of vomiting blood in a single move. The angel totem could not even withstand a single blade from the other party. This is a peak expert. Too frightening. Seeing this scene, everyone present inhaled a breath of cold air. They wiped their sweat continuously. Those who had any ideas immediately gave up on it. Fortunately, they did not go. This was the common thought of everyone. The Myriad Mountain City is doomed. That's right, it's really doomed. He did not even place the light temple in his eyes. He Yuan was like an unparalleled war god as he descended into the Myriad Mountain City. His act of sending the angel totem flying with a single blade had undoubtedly shocked everyone. Nobody dared to act. Those who kneel will not be killed. The moment He Yuan said this, the huge Myriad Mountain City was filled with people kneeling down. At this moment, as long as one was not a fool, they would know one thing. The person in front of them could easily split the angel totem. What could the entire Myriad Mountain City use to fight against him? He Yuan rushed all the way into the city lord's residence and took control of the formation. How could that little bit of defense withstand He Yuan's attack? He was invincible. Lin Fei landed on the Myriad Mountain City with a smile. Something big has happened. Myriad Mountain City has been taken over. 2 ruthless people have taken over Myriad Mountain City. Something big, something big. Myriad Mountain City has changed owners. Those who were observing the situation immediately spread the news after coming back to their senses. In an instant, the news was everywhere. The large cities near the Myriad Mountain range were also the first to know. When they heard about it, they were all dumbfounded and did not know what to say. How could Myriad Mountain City be breached? It was guarded by the angel totem. Very soon, the recording stones of the scene fell into the eyes of many people. They would not have known if they had not seen it, but when they saw it, they were shocked. Myriad Mountain City had been activated, but someone had easily broken into it. What kind of situation was this? Who could so easily break into a large formation with a totem? The most unbelievable thing was that his angel totem could not even withstand a single blade strike from that person and had been sent flying. Just how powerful was that? When the city lords saw this, they realized one thing. Something big was going to happen. How terrifying was a person who could easily break through the defenses of a large city? What if he came to their large city? They shuddered. Everyone began to investigate the origins of these two people. Chapter 33-25. Wuxia City. The entire city was in a state of panic. Lin Fei had taken control of Wuxia City, but he had not opened the array formation. Therefore, the people in the city could not leave and could only stay there obediently. I'm rich. The first big city that he had conquered was more than Lin Fei had expected. In the city lord's treasure vault, Lin Fei saw many God of Faith cards, each of which contained 100 million power of faith. There were a total of 20 such cards, which was equivalent to 2 billion power of faith. He Yuan had turned the city lord's residence upside down and could not hide any hidden places. He was very dissatisfied with finding 2 billion power of faith. After City Lord Wang Yen had been severely injured, he had been tossed aside like a piece of trash. Without needing He Yuan to say anything, City Lord Wang Yen confessed that there was not much power of faith here. Once it reached a certain amount, it would be sent out immediately. These 2 billion power of faith had been accumulated for a long time. Obviously, Lin Fei was not satisfied with this explanation. After all, it was a big city. It was unreasonable to have only 2 billion power of faith. Seems like you're useless. There's no point in keeping you alive. Lin Fei was prepared to deal with City Lord Wang Yen. Wait, don't kill me. I can help you get more power of faith. City Lord Wang Yen gave up his dignity in the face of death. He just wanted to live. You can do it? Lin Fei glanced at City Lord Wang Yen. I can do it. City Lord Wang Yen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Although the City Lord's residence has no more power of faith, the forces in Wuxia City all have it. As long as I show up, they will not dare to refuse my request even if they have 100 guts. Not bad, not bad. You will be in charge of this matter. If you do it well, you can live. Lin Fei quite liked this kind of petty person. He did not need to do anything himself, and he could do it well. Just as City Lord Wang Yen had said, he personally went to visit each of them, accompanied by He Yuan. The first thing he asked for was 90% of the power of faith. If they didn't give them the power of faith, they would be annihilated. In order to survive, City Lord Wang Yen was ready to risk everything. Even if these forces had a very high status in the Light Temple, or even had a big backer, he chose to ignore them all. Extortion, more extortion. There were many factions in Myriad Mountain City. In the beginning, there were a few who were unwilling to hand over the power of faith. In the end, City Lord Wang Yen took action and suppressed them. After that, they were all convinced. In just one day, the entire Wuxia City was filled with wailing. Everywhere City Lord Wang Yen went, he collected a large amount of faith power. Anyone with some wealth would be found, and if they didn't hand over their faith power, they would be killed. No one dared to voice their anger. Not to mention City Lord Wang Yen, just that fellow with a dark face could casually send the angel totem flying. Who would dare to be his enemy? Senior, this is the power of faith that they voluntarily handed over. City Lord Wang Yen took out a God Faith card to flatter him. A total of 5 billion power of faith. Lin Fei smiled happily. He took the initiative to pat City Lord Wang Yan's shoulder. Good job. Collecting 5 billion power of faith. To be honest, Lin Fei was very happy. The City Lord Palace had only found 2 billion power of faith, but the factions in the city had collected 5 billion power of faith. This number made Lin Fei smile in his heart. 7 billion power of faith could be exchanged for a huge amount of prestige. This is what I should do. City Lord Wang Yen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he didn't need to die for the time being. This feeling of being alive was very good. Senior, if you want the power of faith, it's actually not that difficult. City Lord Wang Yen didn't know what the other party's personality was, but if he wanted to continue living, he had to show that he was working hard. For example, offering an idea. You have an idea? City Lord Wang Yen nodded. I know a few big cities nearby, and they have a lot of power of faith. If Senior personally goes there, you don't even need to go in. I believe they will take the initiative to hand it over. He had obtained 7 billion power of faith from Wanshan City. Such a huge number had already attracted the attention of the surrounding big cities. Since he was going to plunder a large amount of power of faith from Wanshan continent, Lin Fei had to ensure that his strength would not be affected. This also required a huge amount of prestige as a foundation. Without City Lord Wang Yan's reminder, Lin Fei had already planned to do so. He would make a big fuss. In the end, it would spread. When the time came, Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. He believed that those people would be very happy to give him a huge amount of power of faith. This matter is not urgent. Lin Fei smiled. Tell me, if Wanshan City is attacked, what do you think the Temple of Light will do? City Lord Wang Yen thought for a while and said, Wanshan City is not a very big city in the Temple of Light, and its influence is not significant. When they find out, they will probably send a few 9 stars peak ultimate gods. Lin Fei was not worried about who they would send, as the result would be the same anyway. He would deal with as many as they came. Ever since Wanshan City was attacked, the surrounding atmosphere had become oppressive. The 2 people who attacked Wanshan City had not come out of the city. The formation was still active and no one knew what they were up to. However, it was not a good thing for the big cities in the surrounding areas because until now, no one had figured out the origins of those 2 people. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Mysterious, very mysterious. Therefore, no one could rest assured that such people did not leave. In particular, there was news recently that Wanshan City had been looted. The City Lord's mansion was looted. The major forces in the city were also looted and suffered heavy losses. No one could remain calm when the news came out. Even though the other party did not want treasures and only wanted power of faith, 90% of their wealth would be lost if they were targeted. No one could sit still. In fact, there were even some powers who were pondering whether or not they should leave the big city. This place was too dangerous. If the heavenly killer were to come knocking on their doors, who could stop him? It seemed that no one could stop them. Until now, they had not figured out how the other party broke through the formation's defense. Senior, they are here. They have sent me a message. City Lord Wang Yen had been on tenterhooks these few days. He was afraid that he would be punched to death one day. When the other party sent the news, he immediately reported it. Not reporting? City Lord Wang Yen did not dare to do so. If the other party became angry, he would not know how he died. Such speed. Lin Fei chuckled. It had been 10 days since he occupied Wanshan City. During these 10 days, he had been understanding the situation of the myriad god great continent. After understanding it, he did not dare to underestimate the myriad god great continent. This great continent was more than 10 times stronger than the 1,000 victories great continent. It had cosmos god totems protecting it. As for whether there were any living cosmos gods protecting it, that was unknown. Chapter 33:26. In the direction of the myriad god mountain range, a group of people came from the Temple of Light. Their leader was a gray-robed elder. He was an elder of the Temple of Light, Shirpasan. When Shirpasan heard that Wanshan City had been taken over, especially by 2 people, Shirpasan cursed on the spot. How could City Lord Wang Yen be the City Lord? After that, the families and forces of Wanshan City were extorted by City Lord Wang Yen. Shirpasan had the intention to kill when he heard this. In Wanshan City, Shirpasan's family was in the city. When the news came back, as the head of the family, he hated City Lord Wang Yen and the other two guys. Pashan really wanted to ask City Lord Wang Yen, who gave him the courage to take the lead in extorting the clans in the city, and now the city was filled with complaints. Therefore, he personally came with his people. If this matter was not resolved, the Temple of Light would become a joke. Elder Shi, we are about to reach Wanshan City. There is news from inside that those two people are still in the City Lord's residence. City Lord Wang Yen has become their lackey and is constantly fawning on them. A confidant came to report. Pashan's killing intent was cold. When we take back Wanshan City, the first thing we will deal with is that bastard Wang Yen. As for those two guys, I will skin them alive. No matter who is behind them, they will not be able to withstand the anger of the Temple of Light. Is that so? A cold snort came from the sky. Immediately, a huge world came crashing down. Be careful. The voice suddenly stopped. A figure appeared. It was He Yuan, his eyes cold. Who do you think you are? You only brought a little more than 20 people. Do you really think you are something? A powerful elder from the Temple of Light came along with more than 100 subordinates. They were all elites of the Temple of Light. As soon as this force appeared, everyone knew. Everyone had been paying close attention. However, before this group of people could reach Wanshan City, they were suppressed by a huge world. More than 100 elites were directly annihilated. Gone. That Pashan is an elder. In the Temple of Light, he has the strength of a 9-stars top-level ultimate god, but he was killed in one move. Is there a peak ultimate god among those two guys? Peak ultimate god. What a terrifying method. Pashan is still an elder with quite a reputation, yet he has been utterly defeated. The City Lord level characters who were paying attention couldn't remain calm. This was not a good result. Wang Yen, you old thing, you dare betray the Light Temple? In the City Lord's mansion, Pashan's power was sealed, and he was thrown in front of Lin Fei. When this person saw City Lord Wang Yen, his eyes turned red. He glared at him and scolded him. Pashan didn't expect that he would become a prisoner before he even saw the person. This was different from what he had imagined. Governor Wang Yen had become thick-skinned in such a short period of time, further proving that he had foresight. That was a 9-stars peak ultimate god, yet he took him down without making any noise. This method was truly shocking. Pashan, don't mention the Temple of Light. They let me be the City Lord, but in this big city, who would take me seriously? It's all because of the will of your elders. City Lord Wang Yen also threw caution to the wind. At this point, there was no turning back. City Lord Wang Yen very honestly stood on Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei looked at Pashan with a smile. Wan, I'll leave this person to you. I still need him in a few days, don't kill him. If he dies, I'll kill you immediately. City Lord Wang Yen was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. A small elder, Lin Fei didn't care. I'll leave him to you, but there's something I need you to do. I hope you won't let me down. Lin Fei said. Sir, please instruct me. City Lord Wang Yen cupped his hands. The last time I was wanted by you, I remember being chased by a lot of people. I am a person who holds a grudge the most. Lin Fei looked at City Lord Wang Yen. I think you should know what to do. City Lord Wang Yen quivered and nodded. Sir, I understand. I promise to do it properly. However, I need Sir Black to accompany me. I'm a lowly person, I'm afraid they won't give me face. No problem. Lin Fei smiled. Blackrock City, the closest city to Myriad Mountain City. In the City Lord's mansion, the Blackrock City Lord was enjoying a song and dance. Recently, as a neighbor of Myriad Mountain City, the Blackrock City Lord was under a lot of pressure. He called someone to dance for him to relieve his worries. City Lord, something bad has happened. A subordinate hurriedly ran in, his forehead full of cold sweat. The Blackrock City Lord's face darkened. Who let you in? City Lord, Myriad Mountain City's City Lord Wang Yen has brought experts here. He said that he's here to collect a debt. He said that if you don't go out, he'll attack the city. The higher-ups who were enjoying the song and dance could no longer sit still. They were panicking. Why are they here? This doesn't make sense. The Blackrock City Lord was completely stunned. That was a killing machine. They're out. Outside Blackrock City, City Lord Wang Lin felt extremely domineering. This kind of thing was unimaginable in the past. Awe-inspiring, truly awe-inspiring. Brother Wan, what are you doing? The Blackrock City Lord hurriedly came out. Although there were only 2 people outside, the Blackrock City Lord did not have the slightest bit of confidence because the expressionless person standing next to him was the scariest. A peak hierarch expert. I didn't do anything. I just came with a password from Master. I hope Blackrock City Lord will listen to it. City Lord Evershine said in a businesslike manner. Password? The Blackrock City Lord's heart skipped a beat. The situation was not good. If it was possible, the Blackrock City Lord really did not want to see the other party. Brother Wan, speak, I'm listening. The Blackrock City Lord did not have any imposing manner of a City Lord at all. My lord was chased by your Blackrock City previously, which made him very angry. City Lord Wang Lin said indifferently, so he asked me to come and attack your Blackrock City. However, under my persuasion, Lord said that it's fine if you don't attack Blackrock City, but you have to hand over 6 billion faith energy within an hour. The Blackrock City Lord's heart sank. This was bad news falling from the sky. What to do? 6 billion faith energy in an hour. The higher-ups behind the Blackrock City Lord had a change of expression. The thing that they were most worried about had finally happened. Brother Wan, 6 billion faith energy is too much. The Blackrock City Lord cried, can it be a little less? Heck? The Blackrock City Lord did not have that thought. City Lord Wang Lin said, I don't have a choice. Who in your city wants to kill my lord? This is the best choice. If you don't hand it over in 2 hours, Lord He will personally take action. He Yuan's expressionless face instantly gave them a huge pressure. Brother Wan, let's discuss this first. The Blackrock City Lord called for the higher-ups to discuss. Either they give the faith energy, or the city will be attacked. Chapter 33:27. Myriad God Mountain Range. Recently, there was a huge matter spreading in this region. Have you heard? The Crimson Star City has been targeted too. They have handed over 5 billion faith energy. That Myriad Yen City Master is a good-for-nothing. That's right. Who said otherwise? According to what I know, the nearby cities have all been robbed. According to hearsay, the faith energy involved exceeds 60 billion. That is too crazy. Doesn't that fellow know the consequences of doing so? In many restaurants, everyone was talking about this matter. The dozen cities included various deity race superpowers. It was fine if they robbed the Light God Temple, but why did they include everyone? Furthermore, no one could find a reason to refute that excuse. During this period, 2 cities tried to resist, yet they were destroyed by that Lord Black alone. The city masters were killed too, and their corpses were hung in the sky above the cities. After that, no one dared to say anything. They could only swallow their anger. Wasn't it just faith energy? They could just hand it over. Compared to death, this loss was nothing. They could earn it back. Lin Fei was in a good mood during the recent few days. City Lord Wang Lin was very good at doing things. He extorted all of the surrounding 13 cities for the same reason. Adding on the city lords who were not convinced, after a round of beating, everyone gave up and obediently handed over their faith energy. 72 billion power of faith. This was the faith energy that he collected. As for what those superpowers behind him would think, Lin Fei did not care at all. I'll first convert 50 billion of the faith energy. The remaining 100 billion might seem quite a lot, but to Lin Fei, it was not something he could guarantee. After converting 50 billion faith energy, his reputation began exploding. 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 4 trillion. Every time his reputation broke through, Lin Fei would be grinning from ear to ear. 630 billion. The number of his reputation soon stopped. Faith energy is indeed better than just collecting the reputation. Lin Fei grinned. With this 600 billion, even if a peak cosmos god came, he would die within 3 blades. This is the source of my confidence. Originally, Lin Fei did not have much confidence in the bottom of his heart. But now, it was different. The myriad gods continent was the best place the heavens had given him. My reputation has increased greatly. It's time for me to leave this place. Lin Fei was prepared to leave Myriad Mountain City to see the true myriad god continent. Master, there are a lot of people outside. They should be from the forces behind us. He Yuan came in to report. Lin Fei had been immersed in his prestige and naturally did not notice the situation outside Wanshan City. With a sweep of his divine sense, there were indeed many people outside, all of them exuding a tyrannical aura. Among them, there was the aura of an old acquaintance of the Light Temple. You came just in time. Lin Fei was all smiles. Just now, with a glance, these people seemed to have great backgrounds. I just used up a large amount of power of faith. They really came at the right time. He Yuan observed a moment of silence for them. The people outside were going to be out of luck. Outside Wanshan City, wave after wave of people gathered together. These people were all celestial races from the myriad gods continent. Every celestial race had great influence, and at this moment, more than one celestial race had appeared. Wan Yen opened the array formation immediately. On top of the city wall, City Lord Wan Yen looked calm, ignoring the other party's words. I'm sorry, Lord won't open the array formation. If you want to come in, you can fight your way in. I believe you can do it. With such a powerful backer around, City Lord Wan Yen knew how to seize the opportunity. After extorting 13 cities, City Lord Wan Yen knew that once he lost his backer, he would definitely die. Moreover, it would be the kind of death that would result in him dying 100 times over. That was tens of billions of power of faith. City Lord Wan Yan's entire fortune had barely exceeded 100 million power of faith, and he had used all sorts of methods to obtain it. Outside the city wall, the three elders of the Light Temple were furious. Wan Yen, you traitor! One of the white-browed elders shouted. You should know the consequences of being a traitor. Open the array formation immediately, and I can spare your life. Everyone was very surprised to hear City Lord Wan Yen ignore the three elders of the Light Temple. Was that mysterious guy really that powerful? Was it worth it for City Lord Wan Yen to fall out with the Light Temple? This seemed too unwise. They can do whatever they want, we just want that guy to return our power of faith. That's right, our power of faith is not that easy to take. Do they really think we're fat sheep? Groups of 3 to 5 people stared at Myriad Mountain City. They're here, it's that guy. I heard that he's teaching Lord He. Right, that mysterious young man is their leader. City Lord Wan Yen really has a problem with his head. No matter how strong they are, how can they be a match for the Light Temple? Watch carefully, they're going to be in trouble soon. Once the elders of the Light Temple attack, not everyone can stop them. Lin Fei landed on top of the city wall with He Yuan. Young man, you're the one who occupied Myriad Mountain City and captured an elder of the Light Temple. Who gave you the courage to do this? The white-browed elder's eyes were cold, as if he was judging a dead man. He quickly searched his mind, but could not find any information about this person. Yes, it's me. Lin Fei smiled. It's your Light Temple's fault for offending me. Right? And you celestial clans, are you all here to cause trouble for me? Kid, you talk big. Hand over the power of faith you stole and break one of your arms, and we can pretend that nothing happened. No one can get away with robbing our celestial wolf celestial clan. We're from the three-eyed celestial clan. Hand over the power of faith and come with us. Tell us the force behind you. It's not that simple to kill our city lord. The force behind you must pay the price in blood. One by one, the great celestial clan spoke. Their goal was simple. Either hand over the power of faith or accept punishment. If they did not do something after their power of faith was stolen by someone alone, they would become a complete joke. They had to hand over an explanation today. As for that Lord he was very strong. They had also brought experts with them, peak ultimate god experts. As a great celestial clan, it was not difficult for them to bring out 1 or 2 of them. Lin Fei said to City Lord Wan Yen. Are they very famous? City Lord Wan Yen immediately said, the great celestial clans here are all very influential. Those who came today are all reputable people. There are also 13 peak ultimate god experts. No, it's 16. The 3 from the Light Temple are also peak ultimate gods. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled into a smile. They're all big fish. I can probably exchange them for a lot of power of faith. He did not hide his words from everyone, so they heard him clearly. How dare you capture us? Kid, come out. Let me see what makes you think you can capture me. Chapter 33-28. Myriad Mountain City. A total of 13 major clans had come, and every single one of them had great influence. The famous Divine Light Temple was not one of them. When they saw the young man standing on the wall, the major clans present all had different expressions. Some were angry, some were curious, and some were in disbelief. The person who came seemed too young. Such a person had caused such a huge commotion near the Myriad God Mountain range of the Myriad God continent, extorting tens of billions of prestige points from 13 major cities. No matter what, they could not take it lying down. When they heard what the other party said, they felt even more uncomfortable. He was completely looking down on them. The 13 major clans outside, together with the experts from the Divine Light Temple, numbered more than 100 people. Thick auras shot into the sky, and they looked menacing. You want to fight with me? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not care about the people outside. City Lord Wan Yen knew that Lord Lin was very powerful, but none of the 13 major clans outside were easy to deal with. His heart skipped a beat. Only He Yuan looked indifferent, as though he was looking at a bunch of trash. Did he really come out? They were just saying it. With the protection of the city's array formation, no fool would rush out to fight with them. Even a peak godly venerable would not be able to stop 100 people. He's really bold. He'll regret it later. No one has ever looked down on us. The people outside were already eager to try. As long as the other party came out, he would not be able to return to Myriad Mountain City. They all knew that the young man was the leader. Once they took him down, no matter what background he had, he would be in trouble. No one could steal something from them and still get away with it. Lin Fei passed through the array formation and arrived outside Myriad Mountain City. Kid, you're finally willing to come out. The moment Lin Fei left the array formation, a huge hand came down from the sky, not giving him a chance to escape. Ha! Lin Fei shot into the sky. With a pft, his hand was pierced, and blood gushed out. In that charge just now, Lin Fei had turned into a nail. The person who attacked was unlucky, and one of his hands was crippled. Let's continue. I'm pretty free these days anyway. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The one who attacked was an elder of the Heavenly Spirit God clan. At this moment, this elder of the Heavenly Spirit God race had a pained look on his face. His palms were filled with cracks, as though they were on the verge of shattering. The scariest thing was that the cracks had spread up, covering a third of his body. Was it scary? Of course it was terrifying. Lin Fei easily broke apart the attack of the Heavenly Spirit God clan elder. The fleshy body of a cosmos god was not something anyone could grasp. It was no different from smashing an egg against a rock. The Heavenly Spirit God race actually failed. Peak Ultimate God. He's definitely a peak Ultimate God. Take him down. We'll definitely be able to find out who's behind this. The elder of the Heavenly Spirit God clan gave up. The other party's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If they were to go all out, who would be able to block a single punch from that brat? No wonder he had the confidence to come out of Wanshan City. He really did not care about them. Many people? It was useless. The conjecture of the Heavenly Spirit God clan elder was indeed correct. Not enough. Not enough. I've just punched out once. Didn't you all want to fight me one-on-one? The 13 great god clans, wrong, it was the 12 great god clans. The other party was simple. From start to end, it was just a single punch. A punch to the left, a punch to the right, breaking apart their attacks. The remaining elders of the 12 great god clans were all injured. The power of a single punch from Lin Fei had not only broken apart their attacks, it had also injured them. How could the strength of a cosmos god be so easily defended against? This was even with Lin Fei showing mercy. He was afraid that if he used too much strength, he might accidentally kill them. That would be a huge loss. It was not worth it. You all have really disappointed me. Lin Fei shook his head. He pointed at the Light Temple elder not far away. They can't do it. What about you all? Do you want to come up and give it a try? The 13 great god clans no longer had any thoughts. The power of a single punch caused them to feel unbearable pain. Their fleshy bodies, which they were usually proud of, were currently filled with many cracks as if they were about to shatter. Such control of strength was not something anyone could achieve. The current them could not do it. In other words, that person disdained from killing them. Otherwise, it would not be a problem for him to kill one of them with a single punch. They felt bitter in their hearts. They came with an overbearing aura, yet they were smashed by a single punch from the other party. There was no need to use any treasures or secret techniques. The other party's strength was unyielding. The expressions of the 3 elder experts of the Light Temple were no longer as calm. They were not fools. They had seen clearly what happened previously. The 13 experts from the 13 great god clans could not do anything to the other party. The other party dealt with them with a single punch every single time. That tyrannical strength made even them feel a lingering fear in their hearts. Right? They felt a lingering fear in their hearts. A junior had reached such a tyrannical degree of strength. It had completely changed their way of thinking. Their Light Temple was strong, but they did not have any chance of winning when fighting with the person in front of them. But you don't dare anymore. Lin Fei chuckled. Then take a punch from me. His punch was the best in the world. The 3 elders of the Light Temple were already wary of the other party. When the other party's punch came, their battle primordial spirits rushed out from behind them. However, they had underestimated the power of Lin Fei's punch. The power of the punch swept over with the weight of Mount Tai. The battle primordial spirits of the 3 elders of the Light Temple, the Birdman Angel, instantly exploded. As for the 3 elders themselves, they swayed and struggled to hold on, as though they would fall from the sky if they were the slightest bit careless. Just one punch had shattered all their thoughts. That young man was ridiculously strong. When did the myriad god continent have such a great expert? How could they not know of him? They suddenly felt like they had gone blind. Hundreds of people could not fight against one person. If this was spread out, they would be laughed at. Which one of the people present was not famous? You've already fought, but unfortunately, you're all useless. Lin Fei said, do you know why I didn't kill you? It's because you still have some value. If you want to live, obediently hand over everything on you, and then obediently go to Myriad Mountain City. Lin Fei looked like he had them in the bag. The 13 great divine clans, including the Light Temple, all had ugly expressions. They were being held captive. Your Excellency is indeed very strong, but if we want to leave, you can't stop us. The 3 divine venerable experts through these words, turned into shadows and left. Handing over everything on them? What kind of joke was that? They had a group of people. Even if they could not win, couldn't they run away? This was also the thought of the majority of the people present. Lin Fei snorted. Did I allow you to leave? Bang bang bang. The divine venerable experts who fled in 3 directions exploded like fireworks. Chapter 33:29. Without any warning, the 3 divine masters had all fled tens of thousands of miles away and were easily killed by this young man. More importantly, they did not even see the other party make a move. His means were terrifying. The 13 great divine clans were actually watching. Once the 3 divine masters could escape, it proved that the young man had the ability to hunt them down. Captives? At that time, it would actually be a joke. But the scene at this time scared them out of their wits. Several guys kept wiping their sweat. The 3 who boasted shamelessly about leaving were from this divine clan. Senior, it has nothing to do with us if they want to leave. Don't kill us. We will immediately hand over everything. Yes, we will immediately hand over everything. With the previous example, who would dare to leave? Lin Fei smiled faintly. If anyone wants to try, feel free to go. I promise to fulfill your wish. His gaze swept across the 13 great divine clans. All the great divine clans that Lin Fei's gaze swept across lowered their noble heads and did not dare to breathe loudly. The pressure was immense. Finally, it was the Light Temple's turn. Your Excellency, you are very strong. The Light Temple will not interfere in this matter, the white-browed elder said. As long as you let us leave, we can give up Wanshan City and give it to you. To make them make a choice in such a short period of time, it could be said that they had to swallow their anger. The 13 great divine clans were all shocked. It was really incredible and quite unexpected for such words to come out of the mouth of the Light Temple. To make the Light Temple lower its head was something that they did not even dare to think about. However, on second thought, they understood the intentions of the Light Temple elders. They were going to ask for reinforcements. Once they left, the Light Temple would definitely have more powerful experts in the future. No one had ever made the Light Temple suffer losses. Revenge was necessary. Lin Fei originally came to the Light Temple. The bigger the disturbance, the better. He could also gain prestige and give face to the 3 Light Temple elders. In his opinion, what was the use of that little bit of face? Who cared? Face? Does the Light Temple have a lot of face? I took Wanshan City, so it is mine. Now hand over your things and be obedient captives, and you can live. Lin Fei said. The 3 elders of the Temple of Light were furious. Bastard, the Temple of Light won't let you off. The white-browed elder said with resentment in his eyes. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. A shadow flashed by, and the white-browed elder turned into a bloody mist, dyeing the sky red. Lin Fei acted as if he had not moved at all. However, everyone had seen him move just now. It was just that his speed was too fast. By the time they caught sight of him, he had already returned to his original position. Those who were weaker were basically unable to tell. One punch to death. Domineering, very domineering. The 13 Protoss wiped off their sweat again. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it either. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The faces of the 2 elders of the Waimei Godly Temple and the people behind them instantly turned pale. You, Lin Fei said with a smile, I don't want to say it again, unless you want to die. Of course, if you want to die, I'll just waste some energy at most. There's no difference. We'll do it. The elder of the Light Temple gritted his teeth. They couldn't withstand the power of that punch at all. At that moment, they really smelled the aura of death. Usually, they were very strong, and even if they encountered a powerful master, they wouldn't necessarily lose very badly. But today they saw what an invincible expert was. One punch to kill an elder. This required extremely tyrannical strength, which could not be killed by ordinary strength. Without saying anything, they immediately chose to admit defeat and bow their heads. It was more important to save their lives. As for what would happen next, they could only take it one step at a time. The forces of the Light Temple of Wanshan City were all heartbroken at this moment. They originally thought that they could count on the Light Temple to take down that guy, and at the same time get back their losses, but the scene outside really shocked them. For a moment, they didn't have this idea anymore. That person was really a great demon king. The Light Temple's elder couldn't withstand the power of one punch. If they didn't know his strength, they would really think that he was going easy on them. My lord mighty. City Lord Wan Yen was even more of a lackey. Thick thighs, really thick thighs. The 3 Light Temple elders that came, any one of them was stronger than City Lord Wan Yen, and they could deal with him with a flick of their fingers. But in front of Lord Lin, they were done with one punch. Domineering, really domineering. I'll leave them to you. Look after them first, I believe they won't do anything rash. Lin Fei said to City Lord Wan Yen. Everyone present took the initiative to offer their treasures. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to run. That method was really unimaginable. Even if they were experienced and knowledgeable, they still couldn't think of what it was. Even if they thought for a lifetime, they probably wouldn't be able to think of it. That was the system's auxiliary killing technique. It really killed people without a trace. Lin Fei wasn't interested in ordinary things. Except for the power of faith. He had collected a large pile of treasures. Just the power of faith alone was 1.2 billion, and this was secondary. The important thing was that they had people in their hands, which meant that it was all power of faith. My lord, this is their identity and status in the 10,000 god continent. City Lord Wang Lin sent over a document. The document listed the status and influence of the 13 major god clans. It was very detailed, and one wouldn't know if one didn't look at it. Lin Fei was really satisfied with this City Lord Wang Lin. He was really good at handling matters. Well done. Lin Fei smiled. Take the document back and list out a ransom. You should be familiar with this, right? City Lord Wang Lin was really impressed. Capturing people and asking for a ransom, this was like flying into the sky. If it was someone else, City Lord Wang Lin wouldn't dare to do it even if he had 100 guts. He wouldn't even know how he died. But this time, he was full of confidence. My lord, don't worry. I will definitely make them pay a satisfactory ransom. City Lord Wang Lin patted his chest and guaranteed. Go! City Lord Wang Lin went to work happily. Master, actually, it's better for us to go to them directly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Hey Yuan-sit. There's no rush. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't say that this was to gain some prestige. Since he had nothing to do, why not do it? At the very least, Lin Fei could give it a try. 60 billion power of faith wasn't something to be trifled with. If that old monster jumped out, he would have to be prepared to be stabbed. It would definitely feel good. Lin Fei was really looking forward to this. The 10,000 god continent was quite mysterious. Perhaps this day wouldn't be too far away. Now, Lin Fei wanted to make a big fuss and let those people know about this. When the matter slowly developed, it would be easy. Chapter 33:30. What happened in the Myriad God Mountain range quickly spread. The 13 great god clans and the Light Temple were all defeated by a mysterious young man from Myriad Mountain City. What was most shocking was that the 13 captive elders of the Light Temple and the great god clans had all been ransomed, or they would be executed within a certain period of time. When the news came out, there was another uproar. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and it spread at an extremely fast speed. Anyone who heard the news did not know what to say for a moment. Ransom? His guts were boundlessly big. This was the Myriad God continent, where experts were as common as the clouds. Who would dare to do such a thing? Even if they had a powerful background, they might not be any better. That guy is courting death. It could be said that everyone was thinking the same thing. Outside Myriad Mountain City. As the news spread, many experts came to join in the fun. It was the first time they had seen such a major event. They wanted to know who was so audacious as to demand a ransom above the 10 great god clans and the Light Temple. In just half a month's time, it was bustling outside Myriad Mountain City. There were tens of thousands of people gathered here, and the majority of them were onlookers. No one could guarantee that there was no one among them who was planning to fish in troubled waters. Awesome, gaining hundreds of millions of reputation every day. In the city lord's residence, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, his expression relaxed, completely unaffected by the people outside. "Milord, someone has come to pay the ransom again." City Lord Wang Lin reported like a lackey. "That one." Lin Fei at. "The heavenly spirit god race." City Lord Wang Lin reported. "They are the most timid. They have already reported what happened that day. As long as they are smart, they will know how to choose." Lin Fei did not kill them, but spared their lives, in fact, because of this. Only by spreading the news himself would it be the most reliable. Outsiders? Forget it, they would lack a sense of identity. Send out the news that if they do not pay the ransom within 10 days, they will all be killed. Lin Fei closed his eyes, meditating. The heavenly spirit god race has paid the ransom. They're coming out. The people of the heavenly spirit god race came out of the Myriad Mountain City, and without saying a word, they boarded the battleship and left immediately. They had lost all their face. Why didn't they take revenge? Why didn't they attack Wanshan City and force the other party to hand over the man? In fact, it was because they didn't dare. He didn't have the confidence. According to the information that was sent back, the young man's strength was tyrannical and unfathomable. He could defeat his opponent with a single punch, and similarly, he could kill with a single punch. His methods were even more strange and mysterious. After learning the situation, the Heavenly Spirit God clan chose to pay the ransom. The Heavenly Spirit God race couldn't afford to offend a fellow whose background they couldn't see through. Didn't they see that he even dared to kill people from the Radiant Temple? That was a truly ruthless person. In the Myriad Gods continent, the Radiant Temple was one of the top 10 factions. After the Heavenly Spirit God race, the Celestial race came one after another to pay the ransom and leave. None of them dared to say anything, at least not now. My lord, this is the ransom paid by the 13 major godly clans. It's a total of 30 billion power of faith. Now, only the Temple of Light is left. City Lord Wang Lin brought over the power of faith. 30 billion power of faith was divided among the 13 clans. It wasn't a lot, with each clan only having about 2 billion power of faith. It wasn't considered high, but it was still within an acceptable range. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Back then, he had left the matter to Wang Lin because he didn't want to do it himself. He didn't expect this fellow to be so capable. Well done. Lin Fei smiled and casually took out a weapon of faith. This is for you. There were good and bad faith weapons. What Lin Fei took out was naturally a good one. It made Wang Lin so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He couldn't help but feel grateful. My lord, I believe that the Radiant Temple will definitely not be satisfied. They might send a true expert or even summon the power of the totem. Wang Lin voiced out his conjecture. It's fine. Lin Fei smiled. If the Radiant Temple dares to make a move, the ransom will be increased fivefold. If they don't pay, we'll kill them. We'll make the Radiant Temple a laughingstock. If they don't redeem their own people, let's see who will be willing to risk their lives for them. Summon the power of the totem? Lin Fei was disdainful. The current Lin Fei was truly rich and overbearing. Outside Myriad Mountain City, many people were watching the show. The 13 great god clans brought the ransom and brought the person away. Nobody was surprised. Everyone basically knew what happened in Myriad Mountain City. The battle that day had also been spread out. That person in Myriad Mountain City had an unfathomable strength. Some even suspected that he was an ultra-expert who was half a step into the cosmos god realm. It became normal for these god clans to pay the ransom. The main event is about to begin. Who says it isn't? The Radiant Temple will definitely not take this lying down. Who knows, there might be a formidable fellow coming this time. That's true. Why don't you see how influential the Radiant Temple is in the Myriad God Great Continent? Everyone was looking forward to the Radiant Temple exploding. They also hoped that the person in Myriad Mountain City would teach the Radiant Temple a deep lesson. He's here. He's finally here. I wonder who will come. On the last day of the limited time, an enormous illusory figure appeared by the horizon. As soon as the phantom appeared, it stretched across the sky and was incomparably huge. When it got closer, everyone could see clearly that it was an angel, a great 12-winged angel. It was an illusory shadow, but it gave everyone a huge shock. His breathing quickened, and his pupils constricted. The divine Son of Light is here. The illusory 12-winged angel can only be summoned by the divine Son of Light from the Temple of Light. Don't think that the great 12-winged angel is just an illusion. That is an attack from a cosmos god. Wanshan City is going to be destroyed. No matter how strong that person is, how can he be a match for a great 12-winged angel? I bet that the person inside won't be able to withstand 10 moves. The phantom of the great 12-winged angel arrived quickly. The divine Son of Light stood on the shoulder of the great angel of 12 wings like an emperor overlooking the world. I'll give you 10 breaths to come out. Bang, bang, bang. The huge impact crashed into the sky above 10,000 Mountain City, startling the formation of 10,000 Mountain City. The formation kept changing shape and ripples flashed. The divine Son of Light is so fierce. It's not just a normal kind of mighty and domineering. I'm really worried for that person. In the Myriad God Great Continent, the reputation of the divine Son of Light was not small. He belonged to the top of the younger generation, and was in the same batch as the Son of Darkness and the Son of Myriad God. Actually, the divine Son of Light did not want to come. It was just a small matter. No matter how strong the other party was, he just had to summon the great angel totem over, and he could easily take down the other party. Chapter 33-31. The appearance of the 12-winged angel was enough to shock everyone, even if it was just a phantom. It was the divine Prince of Light. Everyone could tell that the Temple of Light took this matter very seriously. They had even arranged for the divine Prince of Light to come here. In theory, this matter should not have been handled by the divine Prince of Light. Of course, no one would have thought that the divine Prince of Light had actually come here to kill people and vent his anger. In the boundless world mountain, his anger had not been vented. The divine Prince of Light had been killed. Fortunately, no one knew about it. If this news were to spread in the great continent of 10,000 gods, it would be a joke. Fortunately, this news did not spread. The divine Prince of Light saw Wanshan City. It was not much different from what he had imagined. The phantom of the 12-winged angel landed thousands of miles away. The divine Prince of Light looked down at Wanshan City from high above. Any smart person would know what to do within 10 breaths. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard the voice in the city lord's mansion of Wanshan City. Good heavens, what a coincidence to bump into him again. Lin Fei had a deep impression of this scheming divine Prince of Light. He had not expected to meet him again here. Divine Prince of Light, this is a big fat piece of meat. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. 10 breaths passed quickly. The divine Prince of Light did not attack immediately. He gave the other party 10 breaths to consider whether or not to surrender. In fact, he wanted to intimidate the other party, subduing the enemy without a fight. This would undoubtedly increase his influence. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The divine Prince of Light had come to vent his anger, but it would be best if he could increase his influence. Unfortunately, the other party did not know how to cherish it. It seems that you don't take the Temple of Light seriously. The divine Prince of Light said loudly. Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you hide in Wanshan City. It's a piece of cake to deal with you. The array of Wanshan City was quite powerful. At the same time, it was protected by angels. Anyone who wanted to break through the array of Wanshan City would need a lot of time and effort. It was not something that could be done easily. There was still no sound from Wanshan City. This made the divine Prince of Light very unhappy. Lead! The divine Son of Light shouted again. However, this time, the voice that he shouted was one that no one recognized. There was a mysterious tone to it. At the divine Light Son's voice, the illusory angel that had been hiding in the array formation in Wanshan City was magically summoned. As soon as the angel was summoned, it knelt in the direction of the divine Son of Light. Charge into the city lord's mansion and capture him. The divine Son of Light ordered. They had never taken a mere 10,000 mountain city seriously. Even if they relied on the formation of the 10,000 mountain city, the result would be the same. No one could defend it. Divine Prince of Light, good move. Summon the angel inside the formation. The person inside is going to have a headache. Look, the angel has charged into the city lord's mansion. With the support of the powerful formation, that angel's battle prowess can be maintained at its peak. It's not something that those two can easily resist. Didn't they defeat City Lord Wan Yen because they controlled the formation last time? They won't be so lucky this time. The Divine Prince of Light's move shocked countless people. They all knew that the Divine Prince of Light was very powerful. They rarely saw him in action, but when he did, it was definitely a thunderous blow. He was famous for that. That day, they had learned something new. The Divine Prince of Light didn't need to do anything himself. He had attracted the attack of the angel in the formation, which was 100 times more powerful than if he were to attack himself. He was reaping the fruits of others' labor. The angel's shadow rushed into the city lord's mansion. Everyone thought that a huge battle was about to break out. However, at that moment, a hand reached out. The hand looked ordinary, but it was filled with domineering power. The hand grabbed the neck of the angel's shadow. How is that possible? It's been caught. That's an existence whose strength is comparable to that of a peak ultimate god. It might even be stronger. The people outside were dumbfounded. They knew that the two people in Wanshan City were very powerful, but not everyone could be so powerful that they could catch the angel's shadow with one hand. He's indeed very powerful. The Divine Prince of Light was only testing them by using the angel's shadow to deal with them. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. No matter how powerful you are, how can you be stronger than a great 12-winged angel? The Divine Prince of Light sneered in his heart. There was a loud bang. The angel's shadow was caught by that hand and completely collapsed. A loud sound echoed. Divine Prince of Light, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come back after I killed you last time. I really admire you. A voice came from the City Lord's mansion. Immediately, a black figure walked out of the City Lord's mansion. The Divine Prince of Light's expression suddenly changed, and his face became ferocious. He would never forget that voice for the rest of his life. It's you. The Divine Prince of Light's eyes instantly turned scarlet. He wanted to kill someone. The guy who had killed his original body was actually here. That face, that voice. Who else could it be other than him? You remember me very well, loser. Lin Fei stood on the wall of Wanshan City and looked at the Divine Prince of Light with a smile. Are you very surprised? Very surprised. However, you seem to be very angry. Did you not go to see the goddess recently? That won't do. When you are angry, you will be very impulsive. As the saying goes, impulsiveness is the devil. Shut up. Boom, boom. The Divine Prince of Light roared. That be asterisk starred, how could he let the news out? I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. Those people were all dumbfounded when they heard that. This was big news. The Divine Prince of Light had been killed once. It was too shocking. It was so shocking that no one could believe it was true. A top genius had actually been killed. If the other party had not said it, no one would have known about it. They secretly observed the Divine Prince of Light's expression. It was completely true. You really are angry. Lin Fei checked the support system. Indeed, his prestige was increasing. Do you want me to help you calm down? The Divine Prince of Light was, after all, a popular figure. With the words, loser, and the fact that he had been killed once, it would be strange if his prestige did not increase. Go to hell. The great 12-winged angel made a move. He raised one hand and landed on the array with a loud bang. Bush, bush. Powerful forces instantly crushed over. The huge formation of Wanshan City rippled like waves under this palm strike. Wave after wave, the huge formation completely disappeared with a cracking sound. More than half of the entire Wanshan City was instantly turned into ruins. Chapter 33-32. The Divine Son of Light was determined to capture him. This time, he had summoned a great 12-winged angel. That angel had the combat power of a cosmos god. Even though it could not last for long, its combat power could not be ignored. He could suppress whoever he wanted. The Divine Prince of Light would not be able to take this lying down until that kid was dead. Die, he must die. The great 12-winged angel's palm had almost destroyed half of Myriad Mountain City. Under the Divine Son of Light's control, he arrived above the ruins, his body emitting a cold intent. Come out, come out. The Divine Son of Light did not think that the other party would die just like that. With the existence of this phantom, the Divine Son of Light believed that he would definitely be able to defeat the other party. In front of him, there was absolutely no chance for the other party to resist. You took advantage of me last time. This time, let's see who is more powerful with real swords and spears. The Divine Son of Light said, Don't let me down. A figure dashed out from the ruins. Who do you think you are to attack my lord? He Yuan's expressionless face was filled with disdain. His palm was like a saber, the saber light crisscrossing. He Yuan's palm strike wasn't very imposing, but his palm was like a saber, sharp and fierce. The saber light was as thin as paper, flashing past. The great 12-winged angel beneath the Divine Prince of Light spread its wings in front of him, blocking all the attacks. Rip. Saber light flashed, slicing apart the wings and sending the man flying. Humph! How dare you fight with my master with this level of strength? You really overestimate yourself. He Yuan said indifferently. No way. That's the divine son of light. That man's subordinate sent the divine prince of light flying. No matter how I look at it, it's like a dream. I can't see through it, I really can't see through it. Everyone's expression changed. The result was too unexpected. The mighty divine prince of light couldn't even withstand a single palm strike from his opponent. The gap between them seemed to be too big. For that person to have such subordinates, didn't that mean that he was stronger, or that the other party had a greater background? Could it be someone from the Star River Prefecture? For a moment, everyone's breathing quickened. If it was true, then who would dare to offend this person? Even the Temple of Light would have to avoid the sharp edge and could only silently lick their wounds. Who could afford to offend a noble from the Star River Prefecture? No one dared to offend him. The divine son of light rushed out of the ruins. The great 12-winged angel had blocked most of the force from that saber strike, but the remaining force had still dealt him a heavy blow. It was hard for him to accept such a result. Losing to that brat was pardonable, but now that he had lost to the other party's subordinate, what the hell was this? You're stronger than I thought. However, you can't defeat me. The divine son of light wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Totem fusion!" The illusory figure of the great 12-winged angel landed on the divine son of light. The two figures quickly overlapped, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The experts who were watching from afar. In front of this aura, all of them fell from the sky, their heads bleeding. Cosmos God. Those two are in trouble this time. I can't believe the divine son of light has mastered the totem fusion. That is the top secret art of the Temple of Light. Once he merges with the totem, his power will increase tremendously. Once a cosmos god appears, who can fight against him? That person is quite powerful. He forced the divine son of light out with a single move and used his trump card. Cosmos gods were legendary existences that could only be heard of but not seen. In the myriad god great continent, very few cosmos gods would appear, even if they fused with totems. It wasn't something that just anyone could use. One could imagine how much determination was required for the divine son of light to display it so quickly. After all, this secret technique had quite a significant side effect. You are very strong. Truly very strong. It's a pity that you shouldn't have forced me to fuse with totems. The eyes of the divine son of light were cold. Now, I'll let you experience what despair is. After fusing, the body of the divine son of light became much bigger. The 12 wings behind him danced. Divine light fist. The 12 wings immediately turned into 12 hands. 12 fist shadows also appeared in front of He Yuan. After fusing, the divine son of light had stepped into a whole new level in terms of speed and strength. That was an unparalleled power that could look down on the world. In this region of the myriad god mountain range, the divine son of light was the undisputed #1 expert. The 12 fist shadows could easily smash anyone into pieces. This attack of the divine son of light was too superficial in the eyes of He Yuan. This was a fighting style that only those who had just stepped into the cosmos god realm would use. It was also the most lacking in technique. Are cosmos gods very strong? He Yuan indifferently said. He waved his hand, causing a barrier to appear in front of him. The 12 fist shadows landed on the barrier, causing it to slightly cave in. Nevertheless, it could not be broken. The first time the cosmos god from the divine son of light acted, it was blocked by the other party just like that. The arrogant divine son of light felt unnatural. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him. He felt cold from head to toe. Treasure. It must be a treasure. The divine son of light cheered himself up. As long as he could break this treasure, he would win. There was a time limit after fusing the totems. I've really underestimated you all. The divine son of light did not associate it with the strength of a cosmos god. All cosmos gods would belong to a cosmos god. At the same time, it was not easy to break through to the cosmos god realm. It was too difficult. Being the divine son of light, he did not dare guarantee that he could definitely become a cosmos god. The divine son of light acted once again. It was still the divine light fist from the light god temple. A flurry of attacks engulfed He Yuan. Those watching from afar felt their scalps turning numb. The strength of a cosmos god was too thick. It was as if he was attacking the root of the problem. Looking behind that person, it had already become a land of despair after being attacked by the strength of a cosmos god. The previous ruins had also turned into dust. If not for the destruction left behind in the surroundings, who would dare believe that this was the myriad mountain city? Why isn't it broken yet? The divine Son of Light had executed his fist technique a few times, yet he could not break through that thin layer of defensive barrier. It was as if he was punching on cotton every time. This feeling was not good. You are too weak. He Yuan shook his head. Divine Light Fist. He Yuan remained calm. The moment he acted, it was the exact same divine light fist. A lump of pure and holy light appeared. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. The divine Son of Light flew backwards. As he flew, he spurted out blood. The fusion state of his totems had also lost its effect. A single fist had forced the divine Son of Light back to his original form. The divine Son of Light has been captured. It can't be. That's impossible. Look carefully. Who else could it be other than the divine Son of Light? Chapter 33:33. The light god's son had been captured. All the big cities near the myriad god mountain range obediently shut their mouths. They did not dare to boast. They were originally counting on the light temple to display their might, but it seemed that the strength of the two was much more terrifying than they imagined. The light god's son, who had fused with his totem, had been captured by the other party. Those who wanted to see Lin Fei suffer no longer had any expectations. Fortunately, they did not go to cheer. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. They might even have to spend a lot of money. Who could endure that? The light temple is going to have a headache. What a strong enemy. Those who had witnessed this scene were now well behaved. Divine Son of Light, look at you. You've come all the way here. What's the point? The light god's son had woken up. His strength had disappeared without a trace. He had actually been sealed by someone. The light god's son was startled. His entire face turned pale. Without his strength, he was nothing. I still underestimated you. The light god's son recovered. But you should not have captured me. Being the light god's son, my influence is not as simple as you think. Lin Fei sat in front of the light god's son. I know. It is simply the light temple sending a stronger opponent to capture me. Lin Fei laughed. But the strongest one is just a cosmos god. Who knows, he might even fuse with his totem. One of my subordinates can defeat you. You said that the experts in your temple are. He ignored him. The light god's son opened his mouth. He originally wanted to say that the light temple had many experts, and it was easy for them to deal with him. But thinking about himself, he had been defeated so thoroughly even after fusing with his totem. If you capture me, you will not have a good ending. The light god's son gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. No, no. Lin Fei smiled as he shook his head. In my opinion, you are very valuable, very valuable. I believe that the Temple of Light will be very happy to take out a large amount of power of faith to redeem you. Do you know, from the moment you appeared, you were a high-quality hostage in my eyes? Do you feel very honored? The light god's son felt that this was the most inconceivable thing he had ever heard. Hostage. What a novel title. And the light god's son had nothing to refute. I don't think that's a good title. The divine Son of Light tried his best to remain calm, but for some reason he really wanted to kill this guy. The divine Son of Light was being used as a hostage. Even if he survived, he would become a big joke. Since you're awake, let's go. Lin Fei smiled as he took out a white warship from his interspatial ring. This battleship belonged to the Divine Prince of Light. Now, it had become Lin Fei's trophy. Where to? Of course it's to leave this place. Lin Fei said. The myriad god continent is so huge. I have to experience it and promote it. The Divine Prince of Light did not want to leave with them. Once he left this place, he would become a huge joke. Everyone knew how shameful it was for one of the top geniuses of the younger generation to be kidnapped for ransom. After boarding the warship, Yi Xian stood on the battleship. He Yuan steered the battleship in a certain direction, leaving only the silhouette of the battleship behind. He's gone, he's finally gone. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, I can harm others, ha! The city lords of the big cities all felt relieved. It was great that Wanshan City had been destroyed. Otherwise, who wouldn't be nervous about such a neighbor? They had all been blackmailed for billions of power of faith. It was great that he was gone. They hoped he would not come back. On the battleship, Lin Fei was enjoying the beautiful scenery. However, for the Divine Prince of Light, everything had become a mess along the way. He had become a captive. He was a hostage. On both sides of the battleship hung the elders of the Temple of Light, which made the Divine Prince of Light feel even more embarrassed. No, absolutely not. I represent the Temple of Light, and I'm the Divine Prince of Light. Once I become a hostage, it will be a permanent stain on my reputation. The Divine Prince of Light kept thinking. He had to deal with this. Your Excellency, if you plan to take me to the Temple of Light to ask for a ransom, I think there is one thing that I believe you will be interested in, and you will be very interested in it. The Divine Prince of Light thought to himself. I'm unlucky, and so are you. When everyone becomes a hostage, my stain naturally won't be considered a stain, because everyone will be the same. Lin Fei laughed. You're not being honest. Are you plotting something again? Do you think it's possible? The Divine Prince of Light shook his head. I just think that this matter is very suitable for you to hear. Could it be that you don't even have the guts? Tell me about it. Lin Fei was not worried that the Divine Prince of Light would play any tricks. As for the Masters of the Temple of Light coming for revenge, it was even more impossible. The Divine Prince of Light was not that kind of stupid. Your Excellency, you are not a native of the great continent of myriad gods. In another month, a grand event will begin in the great continent of myriad gods. At that time, all the geniuses of the great continent of myriad gods will gather together. Your Excellency, don't you think this is a great thing? The Divine Prince of Light said. We call this grand event the Convention of Geniuses. Convention of Geniuses? Lin Fei understood. From the Divine Prince of Light's words, Lin Fei knew what he was planning. He wanted Lin Fei to capture the hostages himself. Only the Divine Prince of Light could come up with such an idea. However, it had to be said that this matter was really in line with Lin Fei. He needed a large amount of power of faith. If the geniuses were present, they would all be huge hostages. As for becoming public enemies, Lin Fei was even less worried. Lin Fei glanced at the Divine Prince of Light and smiled. The Divine Prince of Light felt a chill in his heart when Lin Fei glanced at him. He said without hesitation, Actually, I'm quite useful. For example, I can help you filter out the most valuable hostages. These words resonated with Lin Fei's heart. Lin Fei did not know the geniuses of the great continent of myriad gods, nor did He Yuan, who was beside him. It would be best if the Divine Prince of Light led the way. He would be able to figure out who was a genius and what was valuable. Anyway, to Lin Fei, as long as they were valuable, it was fine. You're still useful. Then lead the way. Lin Fei smiled. If you do well, perhaps I can reduce your ransom. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now that things had come to this, the Divine Prince of Light could only take it one step at a time. Of course, he also hoped that this guy would become a public enemy. Whether or not he would pay the ransom was another matter. However, he still had to be honest for now. The Divine Prince of Light could not afford to offend this person. Chapter 33-34. Myriad God Continent. Recently, a piece of big news had broken out. The Divine Light Son of the Divine Light Temple had been captured alive by a mysterious expert who had emerged from the Myriad God Mountain Range. He had also demanded a ransom from the Divine Light Temple. At first, no one took the news seriously. Who was the Divine Light Son? He was the pride of the Divine Light Temple and not someone anyone could capture. But as the news came out from the big city of the Myriad God Mountain Range, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. A mysterious man's subordinate had defeated the Divine Light Son, and he had even fused with the Divine Light Son's totem. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem very realistic. After that, The two mysterious men disappeared without a trace. The matter of the Divine Light Sun being captured became confusing. The Divine Light Temple even released news that this matter was a rumor. The dignified Divine Light Sun would not become a captive, and everything was malicious. As the face of the Divine Light Temple, no one was willing to accept such slander. Moreover, the Divine Light Temple had not received any news so far. For a moment, it was hard to tell the truth from the lies. Myriad God Continent. Somewhere in the sky. The black warship was advancing at a steady pace. Master, we are reaching our destination. Ever since they left the ruined Myriad Mountain City, Yi Xiaolong had not come out of the cabin. Everything was under Black Yuan's control. As for the Divine Light Sun, he had been well behaved from beginning to end. With his strength sealed, he would be smashed into a meat patty if he fell off the warship. This was the huge impact of the seal on his strength. The Divine Light Sun had to behave pretty fast. Lin Fei came out of the cabin and came to the deck, enjoying the scenery of the Myriad God Continent. The Divine Light Sun also came to the deck of the warship. In the sky, Lin Fei's warship was not the only one. Not far away, 7 or 8 other warships appeared, and the decks of each warship were filled with young people. They are all going to participate in the Convention of Geniuses. It can be considered an eye-opener. The Divine Light Sun stood behind Lin Fei and said in a low voice. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It seems that this Convention of Geniuses is very interesting. The youths on those warships were all quite strong. If they were outside, they would all be considered experts. City Lord Wan Yen followed. My lord, I heard that the Genius Convention is very interesting. Every time there is a Genius Convention, geniuses gather together. For this reason, they even created a 10,000 God Genius list to record geniuses with a certain level of strength. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. Radiant Divine Sun, may I know your ranking on the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Divine Son of Light could have replied proudly, but when he thought about the person in front of him, he immediately lost his temper and said honestly, I'm ranked 10th. Lin Fei blinked. No way. You're only ranked 10th. You really disappoint me. The Radiant God's Son cursed inwardly. The Myriad God Continent is so huge. I'm already very impressive to be ranked 10th, alright? The Myriad God Continent is very big. They are indeed stronger than me. Light God's Son said. Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. That means that the top 9 geniuses will all come here? The Radiant God's Son nodded vigorously. Definitely. Anyone in the top 10 of the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list can enter the 10,000 God Grand Hall and receive the blessings of the 10,000 gods. No one is willing to miss this opportunity. City Lord Wan Yan's little brother had always been paying attention to his lord. When he heard that his lord was interested, he immediately explained. My lord, the 10,000 God Grand Hall is rumored to be left behind by the number 1 expert of this continent. City Lord Wan Yen explained. Later on, the 10,000 God Grand Hall was taken over by the factions of the Myriad God Continent. Later on, the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list was created to motivate the younger generation. Then I really have to go and take a look. Radiant Divine Sun, you bastard. Weren't you captured? Why are you here? At this moment, a golden warship appeared in the sky. An unfriendly voice could be heard. The Radiant Divine Sun was obedient towards Lin Fei, but the others could not suppress him at all. Even though his strength was sealed, his ferocious aura did not change. You're not happy that I'm not captured, are you? The Radiant Divine Sun sneered. You will never be qualified to be in the top 10 of the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list. You can only obediently eat dirt behind me. On the golden warship was a big fatty. He did not look old, but he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. When he squinted his small eyes, they shone brightly. He did not look easy to get along with. That might not be the case. The big fatty said proudly. This time, my name will definitely be on the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list. You are just relying on your totem fusion. City Lord Wan Yen recognized the other party. My lord, That person is the young master of the third chamber of commerce in the myriad god continent, Fang Qian. The third chamber of commerce? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was a good hostage. The radiant divine son rolled his eyes. He turned to Lin Fei and said, "My lord, that damn fatty is the young master of the Fang Chamber of Commerce in the myriad god continent. He is also the only young master. He is extremely wealthy." The radiant divine son had been captured as a captive. Naturally, he could not bear to see others doing well. He wanted to drag them all down with him. Lin Fei looked at the fatty Fang Qian. With a simple glance, he could tell that every treasure the fatty had was extremely valuable. It was not something that just anyone could have. "Fatty, is your family rich?" Lin Fei asked with a smile. Fang Qian's talent was average, but he had a large chamber of commerce backing him. He was rolling in money and had all sorts of treasures on him. His strength had skyrocketed. In the myriad god continent, there was a saying. It did not matter if you did not have strength as long as you had money. You could buy large amounts of treasures to increase your strength. Fang Qian was one of the representatives. The Fang Chamber of Commerce backing him was the third chamber of commerce in the myriad god continent. He could have whatever he wanted. Master Fang's family is rolling in money. Are you tempted? Fang Qian said proudly. Don't think that you are awesome just because you are with the radiant divine son. Let me tell you a secret. Anyway, it will be announced soon. My family has prepared a one-time totem fusion for me. This time, my name will definitely be on the chosen list. Fang Qian was clearly flaunting his wealth. Lin Fei's eyes brightened. A totem fusion might be nothing in the eyes of a cosmos god, but in the eyes of a hierarch expert, it was a supreme treasure. Captured. Lin Fei chuckled. Coming to the myriad god continent, Lin Fei did so to accumulate his prestige. Since he had captured the radiant divine son, what could a young master from the third chamber of commerce amount to? He would still capture him. After all, he was just a hostage. This was something that could not be changed. Fang Qian, who was on the golden warship, heard everything clearly. His face could not help but flash with astonishment. "Capture me? Brat, do you know who I am?" Fang Qian's face flashed with anger. "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are with the radiant divine son." Lin Fei chuckled. "Is that so? I'm afraid you won't have the chance anymore." Because Black Yuan had acted. His thick palm stretched out. It became so huge that it covered the sky. It enveloped the golden warship. With a clap of his fingers, ka-cha, the golden warship's defenses collapsed. The experts within the warship exploded one after another. The smell of blood filled the air. Fang Qian did not even have the time to resist. That hand grabbed his neck. With a lift, he was thrown in front of Lin Fei. "How is it? Am I right?" "You? Who are you?" Fang Qian's expression became flustered. The radiant divine son chuckled. "Let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. You are the same as me. Both of us have become hostages. We are brothers in hardship. How is it? Are you happy?" Chapter 33-35. We have reached the place. Myriad God City. It was the most unique place. Within the Myriad God Great Continent, there were several unique places. One was the Myriad God Mountain Range, where the flowers, grass, and trees could be formed from divine abilities. If one was careless, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Other than that, the Myriad God City was similarly a unique place. This huge city could be said to be the most ancient existence. From the moment the Myriad God Great Continent came into existence, the Myriad God City had existed. If it was just a huge city, it might not be worth much attention. But beneath this huge city was the entrance to the Myriad God Palace, and the significance of its existence was different. Currently, the Myriad God City was controlled by the 10 great superpowers. It was precisely because there were many superpowers in the Myriad God Great Continent that even they did not dare to claim that they had a share of the resources. Hence, after some hesitation, they created a Myriad God Heaven's Chosen list to shut everyone's mouths. The Myriad God City was huge. Outside the Myriad God City, there were many battleships docked. There were many young people entering the Myriad God City to participate in the Heaven's Chosen List contest. Even though only the top 10 could become famous in the Myriad God Great Continent, in reality, the bottom 10 were similarly qualified to enter the Myriad God Peak. Otherwise, how could the 10 spots shut everyone's mouths? There are quite a few experts protecting the Myriad God City. Standing on the battleship, Lin Fei swept his gaze across the place before activating the scanning system. What a fellow! It is indeed a place controlled by the 10 great superpowers. Even an expert would do such a thing. This should be the power of totems. There are actually 10 cosmos gods here, and deep underground, there is another existence stronger than 10 cosmos gods. After scanning through the entire place, Lin Fei felt startled inwardly. It was impossible for the 10 great superpowers to control such a place without some capabilities. In the Myriad God Great Continent, there were more than just these 10 superpowers that left behind Cosmos God corpses. As a trade association, they could obtain a one-time fusion totem, much less others. If the 10 great superpowers did not have any experts protecting the place, this unique place would have long been occupied by others. My current prestige has broken through to 6 trillion. With the 10 superpowers working together, and even if that existence underground appears, there is no need for me to fear anything. Lin Fei squinted. This is a truly good place. Hei Yuan stood beside Lin Fei. Master, are we going to arrest them now, or? The divine son of light and Fang Qian were no longer angry, especially Fang Qian. After being taught a lesson for a while, he became well-behaved. The two of them glanced at each other, their thoughts almost the same. These two fellows are too crazy. They even dared to capture people in a place controlled by the top 10 forces. Why don't they take a look at themselves first? In Myriad God City, no one dared to be insolent. Lin Fei shook his head and said, "No hurry. Let's go in and have a look first. We'll take action when all the top 10 sovereigns are here. By the way, it should be the 9 sovereigns. I believe the divine son of light will be happy to point them out." Crazy. Absolute madness. The divine prince of light really hoped that this guy would suffer a huge setback in the city of 10,000 gods. Others might not know the true details of the city of Wuxia, but the divine son of light was well aware of it. Furthermore, he knew it very well. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this place was a dragon's lair and tiger's den. After paying 40,000 power of faith, Lin Fei and company entered Myriad God City. In Myriad God City, no matter who it was, they had to abide by the rules. When they entered Myriad God City, there were tall statues in the distance. They were abnormally eye-catching. The statues were lined up on both sides. There were 5 statues on each side, making a total of 10 statues. The 10 statues all looked different. Some were glaring angrily, some were chatting happily, some were expressionless, and some were filled with cold, killing intent. There were all kinds of expressions. Those are the top 10 leaders of Myriad God City. The Divine Prince of Light said. He looked especially pleased when he looked at one of the statues. Lin Fei had long noticed the statues. Because these statues were different from the others. They had dense power of faith on them and could release a terrifying attack. After so many years, no one dared to underestimate the power of the 10 statues. No one dared to underestimate these statues. Not bad statues. Lin Fei didn't care at all. The power of faith was so strong that it might be a huge threat to others, and could even cause them to perish. But to him, the 10 statues were nothing more than chunks of juicy meat. That's right, in Lin Fei's eyes, these statues were fat meat. Fat meat with oil dripping down his mouth. Lin Fei was extremely happy. The Divine Prince of Light had really introduced a good place to him. Therefore, Lin Fei specially went to where the statues were and quietly looked around. When he left, his smile was exceptionally bright. Divine Prince, you are really fine. The news outside is indeed a rumor. How could Lord Divine Prince be captured? I wonder who is so despicable as to spread such news. Just as Lin Fei left the statue, a surprised voice came from behind him. A black-robed man walked up to the Divine Prince of Light with a happy expression. The corner of the Divine Prince's eyes twitched and his face turned cold. Oof, this Divine Prince is fine. The man did not notice the change in the Divine Prince's expression and continued, Lord Divine Prince is right. How could those guys know how powerful Lord Divine Prince is? The Divine Prince really wanted to hack this guy into pieces. What a blind guy. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about. If he was strong, his strength would not have been sealed. Scram. The Divine Prince of Light's face was burning. Scram as far as you can. Don't disturb my good mood. The black-robed man did not understand for a moment. Lord Divine Prince was fine just a moment ago. Why did he ask him to scram in the next second? Lord Divine Prince, the elder wants you to go back. Go back and tell them that this Divine Prince is busy. Don't bother me. The Divine Prince's voice was cold. Scram. Lord, this is my residence. At this time, the inns outside are all full. I can stay here and no one will disturb me. The Divine Prince of Light said carefully. Lin Fei swaggered into the residence. The area was not very big and the surrounding environment was quiet. It was a nice place to stay. This place is not bad. I like it. Lin Fei smiled. Get someone to ask if the 9 geniuses have arrived. By the way, Fatty, you can send a message to your father. 5 billion power of faith will let you go. 5 billion power of faith? The Chamber of Commerce that Fang Qian belonged to was very rich. However, 5 billion power of faith was also a huge number. 6 billion? Lin Fei smiled. I'll contact him right away. Right away. Fang Qian's expression changed and he quickly agreed. He was afraid that if he said another word, it would become 7 billion. There was nothing better than being alive. Remember, it's 3 days. After 3 days, you'll get an additional 100 million power of faith every day, Lin Fei added with a smile. Chapter 33-36. Myriad God City. As the Myriad God Genius Tournament was about to begin, the inns in Myriad God City became overcrowded. Almost all the elites of the Myriad God continent had come. This was especially so for the geniuses ranked in the top 30 of the 10,000 deities Heaven's chosen list. The arrival of every genius would cause a great commotion. These geniuses would improve every year, which meant that there would be changes in every Heaven's chosen convention. Perhaps a genius ranked in the top 30 last time could charge into the top 20 this time, or even the top 10. Such a situation was very normal. There would always be a few dark horses at the genius tournament. The tournament of geniuses momentarily suppressed everything that happened in the Myriad God continent. Everyone's attention was focused on it. Not only was the younger generation looking forward to it, but the older generation was also paying attention. In the Myriad God continent, almost everything had to be pushed aside. Is this the place? A group of people arrived in front of the Radiant God's residence. One of them was burly like a large ball. This is the place. We've confirmed it. I don't understand why the Radiant God would be involved in such a matter. A confidant beside him said softly. Thankfully, this place was not very conspicuous, so no one cared. If this matter really has something to do with the Radiant God, I want him to give me an explanation. The person was Fang Qian's father, Fang Datong, a very ordinary name. The Fang family Chamber of Commerce is not so easily bullied. Hearing that his son had been kidnapped and demanded 5 billion power of faith, Fang Datong was infuriated. He had wanted to charge over with experts, but after learning that the location was the Radiant God's residence, Fang Datong changed his mind and decided to come over to understand the situation. In the Myriad God continent, the Radiant Temple had a great influence. As the third largest chamber of commerce in the continent, the Fang family Chamber of Commerce was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Radiant God, I want you to give me an explanation for this matter. Fang Datong was brought into the hall. He immediately saw his son, Fang Qian. Thankfully, he was not injured. At the same time, he looked at the Radiant God and asked in an unfriendly tone. Fang Datong did not need to give the younger generation any face. The Radiant God knew that. The person you're looking for is not me, the Radiant God said indifferently. Who else should I look for if not you? Fang Datong was relentless. At this moment, Fang Qian hurriedly said, Father, you are mistaken. This matter has nothing to do with the Radiant God. This has nothing to do with the Radiant God. Empathize with each other? How smart was Fang Datong? He immediately thought of something that happened recently. Could it be that it was true? If that was the case, then he was far too bold. I am the one you are looking for. Lin Fei smiled as he walked out. He Yuan followed behind him expressionlessly. Fang Datong originally thought that it would be someone he knew, but it turned out to be a young man. He was so young that Fang Datong found it unbelievable. How dare you kidnap my son? Fang Datong's eyes were fixed on him. Lin Fei sat down unhurriedly. Who asked me to be short of money recently? Your son just happened to bump into me. This person's luck is bad, and all kinds of troubles come his way. What do you think? Fang Datong had a bad feeling. The fellow in front of him was not just an ordinary person's guts, he even dared to talk to him like this. As for fighting face to face, Fang Datong wasn't that kind of person. If someone dared to come see him, it meant that they weren't afraid of him. Fang Datong was very clear about this point. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not afraid. I don't even care about the Radiance Temple, let alone you. Hand over the 5 billion power of faith. I'm very busy. Fang Datong wasn't confident here. Even the Radiance God's son was sitting obediently. It was obvious that this matter was more serious than he had imagined. This person wasn't someone easy to deal with. I'll give it to you. Fang Datong gritted his teeth. However, it's not that easy to take my money. Many people have said that, but none of them have come true. Lin Fei smiled. All right, if you want to take revenge on me personally, you must bring enough money. You're worth more than your son, don't you think so? Fang Datong had dealt with many people before. However, this was the first time Fang Datong had met such a person. He was like a stone in a latrine pit, extremely difficult to deal with. He handed over the 6 billion power of faith. Fang Datong took his son away, and the seal on his body was also released. After leaving the Radiance God's son's residence, Fang Datong brought his son back to the Chamber of Commerce branch. There was a Chamber of Commerce branch in Myriad God City. Father, I feel that it's best if you don't take revenge. You should even treat this matter as if it never happened. Branch, within the study room. Fang Qian directly said. But Fang Datong knew of his son's character. After suffering such a huge loss, he would definitely take revenge. Yet now, he was asked to give up. Sir, father should not know how I was captured. From the start to the end, that young man did not act at all. Instead, it was that subordinate at the back who acted. With just a single move, I was defeated. Fang Qian recalled that scene. Even now, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Terrifying. That was truly too frightening. Fang Datong turned silent. A subordinate defeated his son with a single move, and even under the protection of the battleship? Did that mean that the other party had the strength of a cosmos god? How could this be possible? Father, there's still something you don't know. Fang Qian said, you should not know that that person came to Myriad God City not to participate in the Heaven's Chosen Convention. Instead, he captured all the top 10 geniuses in one fell swoop, using them as meat hostages. That was why he obtained a huge amount of power of faith. Fang Dong felt his heart trembling. He must be crazy. This is the Myriad God City. Even he was shocked by the news. If this news was spread by others, Fang Datong would not care. But since it came from his son, it was different. That person was a madman. Who gave him the guts to create trouble in the Myriad God City? From ancient times until now, nobody dared to create trouble here. Just those 10 sculptures alone had the strength of a cosmos god. Who could stop them? Fang Datong finally understood why they could not take revenge. Daring to act against the top 10 geniuses was disregarding everyone and all superpowers. That was audacious. Their Fang Clan Merchant Guild was rich and overbearing. If they were to send themselves to their doorstep, they would suffer a huge blow to their foundation. But I can't swallow this anger. Fang Datong could not swallow the anger of losing 6 billion power of faith. Father, actually, this matter isn't a bad thing to us. You have to think about it, what would happen if that person succeeded? Fang Qian's eyes flashed. Succeeded? Why, Fang Datong stopped. His face revealed a look of horror. There is an unimaginable business opportunity in this. Fang Qian chuckled. Chapter 33-37. The first hostage had brought him 6 billion power of faith. Lin Fei was in a very good mood. There was indeed a reason why the Fang Chamber of Commerce could become the third largest chamber of commerce. He was not worried that Fang Datong would seek revenge. As a qualified businessman, he would not be so stupid as to do such a thing. Arrange for people to keep an eye on the other 9 elites. Once they arrive, inform me immediately. Lin Fei said to the Radiant God. At this moment, the Radiant God did not dare to do anything. Fang Datong had taken the initiative to send over the power of faith. He did not even dare to say anything harsh after the incident. From this point, it was clear that this fellow had them in his grasp. Don't worry, Lord. I will arrange it immediately. The day before the Convention of Geniuses approached. The Radiant God had arranged for people to keep an eye on them, and the information was sent back one by one. In order to make Lin Fei's matter even bigger, the Radiant God specially took out a set of information. This information was all about the origins of the powerful elites of the Myriad God continent, including the factions behind them. The Radiant God was truly evil. Even though he was now a captive, it did not mean that he could not do something. Lin Fei did not care about the Radiant God's little scheme at all. With this information, Lin Fei had a detailed understanding of the young elites of the Myriad God continent. In his opinion, these people were all hostages. Just this trip to the Myriad God continent alone was enough for Lin Fei to gain a lot of prestige. This was truly a blessed land for him. Lord, the elites on the list are all here. The Radiant God came to report. The Convention of Geniuses will officially begin tomorrow. I heard that elites in the top 10 like you do not need to go through the preliminaries and can directly enter the finals to accept the challenges of the people below? Lin Fei asked. The Radiant God nodded. Yes, the Convention of Geniuses is different from others. The top 30 are allowed to challenge the top 20, the top 20 to challenge the top 10, and so on. As long as they win, they can continue to challenge and replace their previous positions. Therefore, the top 10 only need to wait for others to challenge them. Lin Fei really did not want to fight so quickly. He had his eyes on this Myriad God city. On the day of the Convention of Geniuses, the sun was shining brightly and the weather was very good. Lin Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, stood next to the Divine Son of Light. He did not stand out at all. To everyone else, he was just a follower. As a genius like the God's Son, it was normal for him to have a few followers. For some reason, the radiant Son of God felt a tinge of excitement in his heart. This fellow was probably the only one who dared to cause trouble in Myriad God City. He was eager to see how this fellow would die. No one who acted presumptuously in Myriad God City had a good ending. The Divine Prince of Light was really looking forward to this moment. It was not a good thing to become a captive in the hands of others. They're all here. Lin Fei, the Divine Son of Light, and the others arrived at the city of 10,000 gods, which was where the 10 statues were. At this time, the center of the square had been cleared, and several large arenas had been built. There were spirit arrays around the arenas, and on the periphery of the square, there were youths of similar ages. In any Heaven's Chosen convention, most of the people who came were young people. The top 10 geniuses were their idols. There were also some who amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. It could be said that the Genius Convention was full of highlights. Divine Son, this way please. When the Divine Son of Light arrived at the square, someone immediately came to greet him. The Divine Son of Light was used to it, but it was different from the past. This time, there was a powerful expert with him, and he had come as a captive. This was not a good feeling, a very bad feeling. If he could, he would not have been very happy to come, but the other party was stronger than him. The strength that he was so proud of had been directly sealed by the other party. The Divine Son of Light snorted a few times. In the center of the square, there was a grandstand, and there were many young people standing there. Each of them had a powerful aura, as if they were looking down on the world. Brother Light, you're finally here. I thought you were captured. As soon as the Divine Son of Light arrived, an untimely voice followed. Lin Fei looked over and recognized the person. It was the divine dark sun of the divine darkness temple. The divine dark sun was dressed in a black robe, and almost half of his face was covered by the black robe, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. His body was surrounded by a black mist. Brother Dark, you must be joking. Who do you think I am? I am the divine dark son of light. Who do you think can capture me? I don't know which bastard deliberately spread the news. Could it be the divine darkness temple? The divine dark sun said fiercely. The divine dark sun and the divine light sun actually had similar status in their respective temples. The divine dark sun and the divine light sun, these two divine dark suns, had always been fighting nonstop. Either one was on top of the other, or the other was on top of the other. Until now, everyone was about the same. That's a pity, the divine dark sun said. Ever since the news spread that the divine light sun had been captured, he was undoubtedly the happiest. It would be even better if he could kill him. He even wanted to pay a visit to the person who did it. Unfortunately, the divine light sun was still fine. When the divine dark sun and the divine light sun were fighting, the surrounding geniuses looked as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Darkness, you're really something. How can you believe rumors? At this time, another elite cultivator tried to mediate the situation. Although the top 10 geniuses were all outstanding geniuses, they also knew how to form cliques and small groups. The internal conflicts were also very fierce. Another genius said, "It's rare that everyone is here. Why fight over such a small matter? Don't you think so?" The divine light sun was not in the mood to quarrel with them. I'll give face to everyone and let this matter go," the divine light sun snorted. Without batting an eyelid, Lin Fei recognized all the prodigies present. "Sir, that is the divine dark sun. He is ranked 9th, the divine light sun said. The divine son of light said, "The two mediators are divine supremacy Tianman and divine supremacy Lu Xing." The divine light sun introduced them one by one. At the same time, he looked at them one by one. Anyway, he did not plan to perform anything today. After all, whether the convention of geniuses could be successfully held was still unknown. The young geniuses on the high platform felt strange when the divine light sun glanced at them. This kind of behavior did not seem very good no matter how they looked at it. He was very different from the usual divine light sun. They instinctively felt that the way he looked at them was like looking at goods. Goods? When this thought popped up, even they themselves felt that it was unbelievable. What was the divine light sun doing today? Chapter 33-38. Son of Light God did not care what they were thinking. He introduced them one by one. That is the first-ranked son of myriad gods. Son of Light God looked at the son of myriad gods. His tone became much lower. He is a quasi-cosmos god. The words quasi-cosmos god proved how strong the other party was. That was a position that Son of Light God could only dream of. He did not know how long it would take for him to reach that position. This step was too difficult. The son of myriad gods is also the only son of the myriad god city master. Son of Light God added. That son of myriad gods had more than a dozen auras surrounding him. Every aura was tyrannical and terrifying, giving others an intense, suffocating feeling. Lin Fei had long noticed the other party. The aura on this person was different. With more than a dozen auras fused together, it was not something anyone could withstand. This son of myriad gods was quite famous. To Lin Fei, he was just famous. That means everyone is here. The edge of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly. Son of Light God felt an inexplicable chill. Everyone is here. Lin Fei chuckled. Then we can begin. Lin Fei was not interested in the Heaven's Favorites convention. What he cared about was the backing behind these hostages. That was a huge amount of faith energy. As long as he could complete this deal, just thinking about it would make him excited. If not for such a good thing like the Heaven's Favorites convention, Lin Fei would have wasted quite a lot of time in the myriad god great continent. His goal this time was to head to the Star River Prefecture. Who is that person? Why did he land on the arena? Unless it has begun. That doesn't seem right. That person looks unfamiliar. Suddenly, a figure landed on the arena at the center of the public square, causing quite a commotion. The majority of people on the arena were unfamiliar. But not far away, a young man's expression changed slightly. He revealed a look of disbelief. This person, isn't he that Lin Fei? The person who recognized Lin Fei was none other than Mo Wuhua. Being a genius from the Black God Temple, his ranking was slightly lacking. He was not qualified to enter the top 10 and could only wait outside. When Lin Fei got on the stage, Mo Wuhua immediately recognized him. His expression could not help changing. "Brother Mo, do you know that person?" A genius by the side asked curiously. "I've made a mistake." Mo Wuhua casually brushed it off, but his heart was not calm. However, he had seen Lin Fei's means. What exactly does he want to do? On the high platform, as Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, the top 10 geniuses all recognized him as the follower of the Divine Son of Light. "Divine Son of Light, what are you doing? Tell your men to come down immediately. Look at this. That's not a place where your followers can mess around." The geniuses who didn't like the Divine Prince of Light were all making things difficult, especially the Divine Prince of Dark Light. He was in a hurry and looked like he would take action himself if the Divine Prince of Light didn't agree. The Son of God of Light laughed. "Everyone has misunderstood. Actually, that person is not my follower. As for who he is, I think you will soon find out." Not a follower. The geniuses present were slightly dumbfounded. Looking at the person on the stage once again, their eyes were filled with doubt. Since he was not a follower, what exactly was he trying to do? Lin Fei stood on the stage. "Hello everyone. The weather today is not bad. I really like such days." Lin Fei laughed. "To everyone, today might not be a good day. Now, I will announce that all the geniuses present here will become my hostage. I hope that you all can behave obediently and not force me to kill someone." The moment he said that, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Hostage? Only this fellow could say that. Is that fellow stupid? Does he think he is a cosmos god? He even wants to kidnap us? Why don't he look at where he is? That's right. His brain must be a paste. Who wants to go and deal with that fellow with me? These words sounded ridiculous to everyone. Not mentioning the top 10 geniuses present, just the geniuses at the bottom would be a force that would frighten others if they worked together. Now that the other party dared to say such arrogant words, it meant that he did not place them in his eyes. "Little brat, who gave you such courage?" A figure arrived above the stage. With a savage grin, he slapped down with his palm, causing black fog to gush out. "Venerable Poison has acted. That fellow will definitely not be able to hold on." The one who acted was Venerable Poison, who was ranked 230. His poison technique made others feel fearful. What? Lin Fei raised his hand and sent out a fist wind. The fist wind turned into a sword that cleaved apart Venerable Poison, who was above. With this strength, he is simply courting death. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. "Those who wish to die, feel free to come up. I don't mind sending you all to hell." "Too arrogant. Let me do it. Count me in." How can you behave so atrociously in the genius convention? The death of Venerable Poison did not frighten the geniuses present. Many figures rushed out. They brought out their combat primordial spirits and started fighting. They did not care about the rules. Those who dared to ignore them were killed. They believed that nobody had any objections. Pung ping pung. Lin Fei stood unmoving. His fists were like swords that slashed down on their bodies. An attack formed from the fleshy body of a cosmos god contained the power of a cosmos god. If one did not experience it, one would never know how terrifying this fist was. 8 geniuses were killed once again. Their corpses fell to the ground. Every single one of them had their throats slit by a sword, destroying all the life energy in their bodies. Dead. All of them are dead. So strong, so strong. Where did that person come from? He killed a genius with a single punch. The 8 hierarch geniuses who acted were all extremely powerful. When the 8 of them worked together, they could even fight against 8 9-stars apex gods. But now, they could not fight against a single punch from the other party. For a moment, None of the hierarch geniuses present dared to act recklessly. The other party did not reveal any information about his identity from the start to the end. The punch he used to kill was simple and ordinary, but it contained an extremely tyrannical and terrifying energy. Is there no one else coming up? Lin Fei chuckled. If there's no one else, I'm prepared to capture all of you in one fell swoop. No matter how strong the geniuses here were, in front of Lin Fei who had unleashed his strength, they were all trash that could be killed with a single punch. There was not much difference. Sir, there are so many of us here. What makes you think you can capture us? Be careful of your bragging. If you want to capture all of us, have you asked the 10 great geniuses? Have you asked the son of myriad gods? The surrounding geniuses reacted quickly. They could not do it, but it did not mean that the 10 great geniuses could not. If the 10 of them acted together, even that fellow could not resist. Chapter 33-39. The geniuses present were all very smart. Seeing that the other party was not ordinary, they did not have the guts to attack. As long as they were not fools, they could tell that this guy's strength was unfathomable. This guy is crazy. Mo Wuhua secretly wiped his sweat. Luckily, he did not say that he knew Lin Fei. The last time they parted, he didn't expect that they would meet again in such a situation. Mo Wuhua really admired Lin Fei for daring to disregard everyone. Did he not know that there were tens of thousands of geniuses gathered here and hundreds of thousands of young elites watching from the periphery? Moreover, this was Myriad God City, the most special place in the Myriad God continent. I'd better not say anything, lest I become a public enemy. Mo Wuhua thought. Divine Radiant Sun, tell me what is going on? Divine Dark Sun's gaze was aggressive. This person was brought in by the Divine Radiant Sun. Divine Dark Sun had to make the Divine Radiant Sun uncomfortable no matter what. It would be even better if they could get together. At that time, even the Radiance Temple would not be able to say anything. The Divine Radiance Sun spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Everyone should have heard the news outside. In fact, I was also captured by the other party. He said I was a hostage. One word from him can decide my life or death. Do you think I would dare to disobey him? At this time, the Divine Radiance Sun cleverly chose to disassociate himself. Disassociate himself? Once this matter was blown up, it would not be good for a Divine Radiance Sun. Dark Sun, you are stronger than me. That person is only slightly stronger than me. Why don't you take action and suppress that guy? That way, you can set an example for the geniuses present. The Divine Radiance Sun said modestly, as long as you suppress that kid, I will be convinced by you. The Divine Radiance Sun's self-revelation that he was a hostage had greatly provoked the 9 geniuses present. They had indeed heard the news outside, but after seeing the Divine Radiance Sun, they did not take it seriously. Divine Dark Sun's punch against the Divine Radiance Sun was like hitting cotton. It was completely useless. Brother Light, I'm not even a match for that person. I'd better forget it and not embarrass myself. Divine Dark Child shook his head and said with a serious expression. What a joke. Divine Dark Sun was not that stupid. This guy is too bad, but I'm not stupid either. Divine Dark Sun thought. Brother Light, is that person really that strong? You're the Divine Child. The other prodigies were all unnatural. Light God Sun was ranked 10th. His true strength was not any weaker than them. He could even fuse with totems and temporarily possess the strength of a cosmos god. Even with such strength, he had become a captive. If it were them, wouldn't it be the same? Brother Myriad God, you are the #1 elite. How can you let that fellow strut around? That's right. As long as Brother Myriad God takes action, we will also take action and suppress him together. Everyone's gaze fell on the son of 10,000 gods. Of all the sky prides present, the strongest was none other than Wan Shen. In the 10,000 gods continent, the 2 words 10,000 gods represented a special meaning. To be able to use the word 10,000 gods was not something that just anyone could possess. It was a supreme honor. The son of all gods slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of black and white eyes. The left eye was black and the right eye was white. One black and one white, it looked very strange. However, to the chosen present, As soon as the eyes opened, they felt as if their minds were being swept away, and their faces flickered. Brother Myriad God, you have become even stronger. That kid is courting death. Isn't he disrespecting Brother Myriad God? The chosen present began to flatter him. The strength of the Son of all gods had always been unfathomable. No one knew the true strength of the Son of all gods. Those who knew had all turned into corpses without exception, forever unable to speak. Lin Fei stood in the arena. 10 top sky prides, are you going to take action? He looked at the 10 top sky prides. Don't be arrogant. If our number 1 elite makes a move, you will definitely be finished. You are the first to act impudently in 10,000 God City and disrupt the genius meet. You better surrender immediately. Once Brother Myriad God makes a move, you won't even have the right to resist. They had no confidence against a mysterious fellow. Things were different with the Son of all gods around. This Son of all gods had always been the number 1 elite and had never been defeated. His strength was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. The Son of all gods stood up. Your physical strength is so strong. I wonder if you can withstand my body of all gods. Boom. The Son of all gods made his move. In everyone's eyes, a figure instantly appeared on the arena. Hundreds and thousands of fist shadows blasted over. They were extremely domineering, and the void behind the arena was immediately penetrated. The number 1 elite is indeed the number 1 elite. What terrifying strength. I didn't even see how he made his move. It's too fast. This strength is terrifying. All that was left of the Son of all gods was a shadow. No, it wasn't even a shadow. The geniuses present could barely see any traces of him. All that was left were fist shadows. The remaining 9 geniuses inhaled deeply as they sensed the ferocious force. They all realized that the Son of all gods was much stronger than before. He was so strong that no one could exchange blows with him. How many people could withstand his bare-handed strength? I wonder if that guy is dead or not. I think he's definitely going to die. Who can withstand the attack of the Son of all gods? This kind of battle rhythm was not something that just anyone could resist. At the same time, in a mansion in 10,000 God City, the scene on the square appeared before their eyes. The Son of all gods has improved again. He doesn't need to bring out any treasures. Just his fleshy body alone can break through everything. It seems the step of cultivating the body of all gods was correct. Who doesn't agree? Perhaps not too long later, the Son of all gods might become a true cosmos god, unifying the myriad god great continent and becoming the king of all gods. Many people were actually paying attention to the scene on the square. The moment the Son of all gods acted, the matter would be resolved. Because nobody could withstand the attack of the Son of all gods, not even apex experts. This was publicly acknowledged by everyone. The body of all gods has truly broadened my horizons. But you are still lacking by an entire level if you want to suppress me with your strength. On the arena, Lin Fei remained standing with his hands behind his back. There was not a single injury on his body. Not far away in the sky, the Son of all gods appeared. His expression was the same as before. You are indeed more formidable than I imagined. You are the first to withstand the attack of my body of all gods. The Son of all gods said. Chapter 3340. The fact that the Son of myriad gods could not injure this mysterious person made all the geniuses present feel disbelief. That person was the number 1 genius from the myriad god great continent. His speed and strength previously had far surpassed their strength. With such strength, it should not be hard for him to take down that mysterious person. But now, everyone could not accept it. The Son of myriad gods had the strength of a quasi-cosmos god. Unless that person is a cosmos god. How could that be? If it were so easy to become a cosmos god, our myriad god great continent would have produced a cosmos god expert. The Son of myriad gods could not see through the strength of this person. He acted, yet the other party could evade in advance. His strength could not even get close to the other party before being blocked by the mysterious energy. That was something unfathomable. Very strong. He was not any weaker than himself. Quasi-cosmos god. This was the evaluation of the son of myriad gods. Sir, this is the myriad god city. Do you think you can take us down? The son of myriad gods did not act again. Of course. Lin Fei chuckled. My target is the top 50 rankers on the Heaven's Chosen list because you all are more valuable. As for the others, forget it. Those who were ranked outside the top 50 all felt embarrassed. Was he abandoning them? Disgraceful. This was too disgraceful. The top 100 rankers on the Heaven's Chosen list were all top-notch experts. Sometimes, those ranked 50 might not be the opponent of those ranked 60. This Heaven's Chosen list had a certain degree of luck involved. I advise you not to act. The son of myriad gods said, you'll regret it if you act here. If not for his prestige, Lin Fei would not dare to be so unbridled here. Even if he had the fleshy body of a cosmos god, he could not gain any advantage here. The myriad god city was much stronger than he imagined. 15 sculptures with the strength of a cosmos god could beat a cosmos god to the point of vomiting blood. 1 against 15. The outcome had long been determined. Nobody could change it. The son of myriad gods felt relieved. Even though the other party was strong, this was the myriad god city. He did not wish to offend such a formidable expert. The moment they fought, the myriad god city would suffer heavy losses. Being the number 1 genius of the myriad god great continent, the son of myriad gods was not a foolish person. If the other party had been unable to stop him earlier, it would have been fine if he had died. However, the fact that the other party had managed to stop him so easily meant that he had no choice but to take him seriously. However, I've decided to give it a try. After all, I'm short on money, and all of you chosen come from rich families. Even if you don't have any money, the clans and sects behind you are rich. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to give you money. Lin Fei smiled. I'm going to start now. Absolute space. Lin Fei laughed out loud, and a jingguang shot out from between his brows. A giant space appeared and enveloped the entire square. Not good, we can't get out. A space has trapped us. Damn it. Damn it. We can't open the space. Who is that person? Does he carry a space with him? The absolute space was activated. He was isolated from the outside world. The 10 heavens favorites were the first to react. Once the absolute space was activated, they would lose their connection with heaven and earth. That was the scariest thing. The son of myriad gods' expression changed. Are you really going to fight the myriad gods city to the end? This space made the son of myriad gods attach importance to it. At the moment when the space appeared, he could not break through it. He was trapped by it. This was completely out of his expectations. He could not find any memories of this space or even the name of this move. The other party became even more mysterious. Lin Fei shook his head. You are mistaken. I'm only here to earn some money. As long as you all listen to me, and they are willing to pay the ransom, I can guarantee that you all will be absolutely safe. The son of myriad gods knew the other party would not listen to his words. Everyone, let's attack together. Even a quasi-cosmos god can't resist against us. The son of myriad gods was the first to act. He punched out and arrived before the other party. His powerful speed and quasi-cosmos god strength erupted once again. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed. He punched out with his cosmos god fleshy body strength. With his ping, the son of myriad gods suffered from an even more ferocious force. His entire body flew out like a meteor, clashing against the boundary of the absolute space. Too weak. Lin Fei moved. He was even faster and more domineering than the children of all gods, and he unleashed even greater power. 9 of the 10 great geniuses had just brought out their killing treasures when they felt their vision turning blurry. Their bodies suffered from a heavy punch and they were forced back. Too fast. I can't hold on any longer. My armor. At the boundary of space, the remaining 9 geniuses had become brothers in hardship. Their entire bodies were almost falling apart, and they could not muster up any strength at all. There were many geniuses present. All sorts of treasures were blasted over. Their attacks were densely packed, causing space to turn into a black hole. Yet they could not cause space to collapse. As for that mysterious person, all their attacks were bounced off. With a loud roar, a terrifying sound wave swept over. Those geniuses who attacked screamed in pain before falling onto the ground. This was an attack from a cosmos god. It would be weird if those present could resist against it. In the blink of an eye, a pile of people were lying on the ground. They were all geniuses from the myriad god great continent. At this moment they were like dead dogs. Those who could remain standing did not number more than a few dozen. Nevertheless, they were tottering and could fall at any moment. Not bad, not bad. You can withstand a roar from me. Lin Fei chuckled. If you don't wish to fight, then sit by the side obediently and think about how much faith energy you are worth. Needless to say, those who could remain standing no longer had the mood to continue fighting. The gap between them and the other party was like a huge mountain. We admit defeat. They wobbled to the side. Since things had reached this stage, they could only rely on that son of myriad god and those experts outside. The son of myriad god flew up once again. You are indeed very powerful, but you shouldn't be so unbridled here because this is the myriad god city. Summon the seniors. The son of myriad god suddenly became holy. He began chanting with a mystical voice. Ah, the son of myriad god has acted. The seniors here are about to act. Any one of the 10 seniors can exert the strength of a true cosmos god. That person can't resist against them. Under the absolute space, the 10 sculptures were enveloped within. This was the capital of the son of myriad god. Being the son of the city master of the myriad god city, the son of myriad god knew how to summon the energy of the heroic sculptures. There were 10 sculptures here, which was equivalent to 10 cosmos gods. This was also where the confidence of the son of myriad god came from. Even if the other party was stronger, the son of myriad god believed that he would not be his opponent. This was a huge deterrent force from the myriad god city. The 10 sculptures did not move at all. The son of myriad god could not help but reveal a strand of awkwardness. What is happening? These sculptures had accumulated a huge amount of faith energy that could support them in battle. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not summon them. But at this moment, the summoned sculptures did not move. What was going on? Chapter 3341. Myriad God City. This unforeseen event infuriated the higher-ups of Myriad God City. A great convention of geniuses had been disrupted by someone. Who knows who that person is? Go and investigate. The higher-ups of Myriad God City were paying attention. They did not act. They would not act unless absolutely necessary. There were more than 10,000 children of God present in the public square, and the strength of a quasi-cosmos god was sufficient to suppress the other party. But as the scenes unfolded, they could no longer remain calm. The children of Myriad God whom they were proud of could not gain any advantage against the other party. Instead, it seemed as if the other party was at a disadvantage. As for the battle between the two, they could barely catch traces of movement, but they could not see clearly what happened. The higher-ups of Myriad God City were dumbfounded. This situation was not good. The children of Myriad God cultivated the Myriad God body, allowing their fleshy body to reach the strength of a cosmos god. For this, they had spent a lot of resources, and one could imagine how great of a blow it was. As the scenes unfolded, the situation developed in a different direction. That fellow has the strength of a quasi-cosmos god. He is even stronger than the children of Myriad God by a level. What the hell? Where did such an expert come from? The other party defeated the geniuses and suppressed them all the way. Only when the children of Myriad God summoned the hero sculpture did they let out a sigh of relief. Even if that person was stronger, he could not resist against a true cosmos god. That's great. He has begun summoning. As long as one is summoned with the two of them working together, that person will definitely lose. The higher-ups of Myriad God City felt relieved. But the next scene left them at a loss. The cosmos god who should have appeared did not appear. The atmosphere of the scene became terrible. This shouldn't be. What happened? Within the absolute space, Lin Fei was grinning. Before he arrived, he had absorbed all the faith energy. This must be a joke. He did not act preemptively and wanted to wait for the other party to summon the Cosmos God expert. He was not foolish enough to waste his prestige. Lin Fei naturally took the initiative to strike first. Thankfully, the Myriad God City did not pay too much attention to the matter. No one would dare to act recklessly under the watchful eyes of the Myriad God City. Yet, he met someone like Lin Fei who managed to sneak him away without anyone knowing. Again, the children of Myriad God was startled. He was unwilling to continue summoning the Cosmos God sculpture. Still no. Not again. After summoning for 10 times, the Cosmos God he imagined did not appear at all. The strong mental state of the Myriad God's child was about to crumble. What? You have no chance? Lin Fei laughed. It seems that you can't do anything to me. Another Jingguang shot out from between Lin Fei's brows. Absolute suppression. It was also a powerful skill. There was a loud bang. The son of all gods trembled as a strange power appeared in the area, crushing down on him. The surrounding geniuses were all crushed to the ground, unable to move. In just a short moment, only the son of all gods was still bitterly holding on. His body continuously gave off cracking sounds, and in the end, the son of all gods was suppressed to the ground. I was actually suppressed by someone. A look of sorrow flashed in the eyes of the son of 10,000 gods. The number 1 genius had been suppressed without any ability to resist. This power seemed to be boundless. Lin Fei clapped his hands. Divine Son of Light, come here. With a wave of his hand, the Divine Prince of Light broke free from the absolute suppression. Go and find the top 50, no, the top 100. The Divine Prince of Light was in a sorry state. He originally thought that he could regain his freedom, but he had underestimated the strength of this person, especially when he could control space with one hand and suppress with the other. I will do it immediately. The previous time he lost to this person, the Divine Prince of Light was indignant. But this time, he was utterly defeated. He finally knew how terrifying the other party was. The Divine Prince of Light seriously executed Lin Fei's words. Very soon, the top 100 geniuses were all found. Get out. Hua hua hua. The geniuses within the absolute space were all teleported out, leaving behind only the top 100 geniuses. And at this moment, the higher-ups of the Myriad God City rushed over. Break open space. The first to act was the City Lord of the Myriad God City, defeating Army's City Lord. His sword tore through the sky like a meteor, striking on the absolute space. But this sword did not cause any changes to the absolute space. It was just like before. With defeating Army's City Lord being the first to act, the higher-ups released their absolute combat primordial spirits. One by one, their combat primordial spirits flew out. They took out their treasures and attacked the absolute space continuously. The Myriad God City's foundation is really impressive. Every attack costs me tens of billions of reputation points. If the absolute space wanted to be impressive, it needed a large amount of reputation to support it. Lin Fei was now considered a wealthy man. He could still bear the expenditure for the time being. He was even more convinced that this transaction was correct. As long as he could earn a fortune here, he would not have to worry about the reputation he had accumulated for a long time. The Myriad God City's upper echelons attacked the absolute space the entire time, but there was no change. There was not even a ripple. This made them feel uneasy. City Lord, we can't break it. What the hell is this thing? Even if we join forces, we won't be able to break it. An hour later, the space was as stable as Mount Tai. But the Myriad God City's upper echelons were exhausted. This was the most aggrieved they had ever been. Everyone, don't waste your energy, Lin Fei said with a smile. This space of mine is famous for its powerful defense. You might not be able to break it even if you attack for a month. I think it's better for us to sit down and have a chat. Defeating Army's City Lord had seen all kinds of powerful array spaces, but he had never seen such a space. Furthermore, this person was very unfamiliar. He had a bad feeling. Everyone, you can stop now. Defeating Army's City Lord knew that continuing was a waste of time. Sir, what are you trying to do? Defeating Armies City Lord stared at the people inside and said, "It's very simple. The top 100 geniuses must send me the power of faith within a limited time. I will redeem the geniuses. It's that simple." Lin Fei said with a smile. Defeating Armies City Lord's voice was cold. "Do you think that's possible?" "Nothing's impossible," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Now that all the geniuses are in my hands, I will immediately kill anyone who dares to attack. When the time comes when people outside ask, I will say that you forced me. I believe they will believe me." Shameless. The top 100 geniuses here involved 100 factions of the massive myriad god continent. Even Defeating Armies City Lord did not dare to act recklessly. The slightest mistake would definitely lead to great trouble. "Now you can go and announce this matter. Within a month, every genius must bring at least 5 billion power of faith." "Wait a minute, those ranked from 50 to 100 must bring 5 billion power of faith. Those ranked from 50 to 30 must bring 8 billion power of faith. Those ranked from 30 to 10 must bring 12 billion power of faith. Finally, those ranked in the top 10 must bring 20 billion power of faith. As for the son of myriad gods who is ranked first, he will bring around 50 billion power of faith." The upper echelons of Myriad God City were in an uproar. Chapter 3342. The elites of the Myriad God Continent. All of them had been captured at the Myriad God City elites meet and demanded power of faith from various factions. The moment the news spread, all the factions of the Myriad God Continent were shaken. Especially the factions that the elites were from, they were all enraged. They wanted nothing more than to kill this arrogant fellow. Instantly, Myriad God City became the center of the storm. Myriad God City. This was a place that was only noticed during the Myriad God elites meet. As the news spread, in less than 3 days, people from various factions arrived. The Myriad God Square was packed with people. City Lord Defeating Armies had no choice but to arrange for martial law to prevent ordinary people from entering. City Lord Defeating Armies, this is not right. Our elites have been trapped. Your Myriad God City is too disappointing. Have you found out who that person is? To dare capture an elite ranked in the top 100 of the elite's role, he must be looking down on us. City Lord Defeating Armies was having a headache. That unknown fellow was truly mysterious. He had searched the entire Myriad God continent but could not find any information on him. City Lord Defeating Armies could not help but suspect that the other party was from an outsider continent. Others might not know, but City Lord Defeating Armies was well aware. The passageways seemed to be fraught with danger, but that was only for ordinary people. However, if it was the fellow in the square, everything would be fine. If it was someone from an outsider continent, then it was someone from the Star River Prefecture. If it was the former, then everything would be fine. But if it was the latter, then everything would be troublesome. No matter how bold City Lord Defeating Armies was, he would not dare to offend a faction from the Star River Prefecture. Extorting a top 100 elite made City Lord Defeating Armies even more suspicious of the latter. He would become the public enemy of the Myriad God Continent. Public enemy? City Lord Defeating Armies found it unbelievable. With the arrival of the various sect masters, City Lord Defeating Armies' face was gloomy. He had a belly full of pent-up anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. The space in the square was maintained. City Lord Defeating Armies did not dare to attack. If one of the elites died, he would be the unlucky one. The wrath of a top faction from the Myriad God Continent was not something he could easily handle. In the square, 100 geniuses stood obediently in one area. The invisible pressure had long since disappeared. After being suppressed by Lin Fei, the prodigies had learned their lesson. This enemy's strength was unfathomable, and he was definitely not someone they could deal with. Even the son of 10,000 deities was obedient, so no matter how stubborn they would only be courting death. Aren't you afraid of becoming a public enemy? The son of 10,000 gods had been very calm. As an elite, the number 1 elite of the Myriad Gods continent, the son of myriad gods, it was normal for him to win and lose. As long as he didn't die, everything was fine. If you can't even get over this, then there's no need for you to walk the path of supremacy. That's because you don't have the intention to become a powerhouse. Lin Fei said lightly, "What's there to worry about becoming a public enemy? In my opinion, as long as you're strong enough, becoming a public enemy or not is just a matter of a word." "I really admire your courage." The son of all gods felt that these words were very reasonable. "However, I don't think you have the ability to do so. Even if you can obtain the power of faith, you won't be able to take it away." Lin Fei smiled. "Then let's wait and see." Days passed one after another. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Nearly all the major factions of the Myriad Gods continent had come to the Myriad God City. In a short period of time, the massive Myriad God City had gathered more than 100 million people. Among them were factions with more than 100 elites. The rest were just there to join in the fun. After all, extorting 100 elites was almost unheard of in the Myriad Gods continent. Everyone could not help but come to see what was going on. In half a month's time, most of the major factions had arrived. After they arrived, they did not hand over the ransom. Instead, they secretly studied how to crack the array. If possible, they did not wish to hand over the ransom. It would be embarrassing. People would say that the celestial race was powerful and impressive, but in the end, they still had to kneel to a young man. Those words were too harsh on the ears. Everyone decided to wait for the factions to arrive before taking action. "That guy looks so young. He's quite bold. I can guarantee that this kid will not have a good ending, and that includes the factions behind him. Suppressing an elite single-handedly. Just the thought of it is terrifying. I really don't know where this guy came from. So what if he's ferocious?" No one thought highly of Lin Fei. To cause such an earth-shattering incident in the Myriad Gods continent, not only would the person die, even the factions behind him, as well as any faction that participated in it, would be in trouble. In the eyes of the outside factions, anyone who did not give face to the factions of the Myriad Gods continent had to have a faction backing him. This was a public slap in the face. It was a resounding slap in the face. They're here, they're here. They're here. The top 10 factions are finally here. In the sky, 10 warships of different colors appeared almost at the same time. A major character could be seen on every warship. Their gazes landed on Lin Fei, who was in the plaza. Bush, bush, bush. 10 pairs of eyes landed on the square. 10 different attacks were unleashed instantly. This time, the top 10 factions attacked together, a rare sight. They wanted to teach this outsider a lesson, or even force out the hidden experts. To arrange for such experts to slap them in the face, there was definitely a protector behind them. Anyone would feel the pinch if they lost such a person. It was just a space. By attacking when the other party was unguarded, the chances of breaking the space were high. The moment the other party lost the elites, they could deal with the other party however they wanted. 10 different attacks were unleashed. Everyone felt a huge shock. Cosmos God attacks. What a fellow, a total of 10 Cosmos God attacks. They are even bringing out their special treasures. That space will definitely be broken. 10 Cosmos God palaces descended above the square. All sorts of primordial spirit secret realms formed by Cosmos God attacks were condensed into a single point and came crashing down. This scene shocked everyone who saw it. The top 10 factions controlled the region of Cosmos God attacks to a specific location. The experts present felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If this energy were to spread out slightly, many people would die. A booming sound reverberated across the entire Myriad God continent. Everyone was shivering under this aura. Everyone held their breaths as they looked towards that location in the square. Chapter 33:43. Wave after wave of energy exploded outwards. The Myriad God Square had turned into a sea of flames and mountains of blades. Nobody believed that there was any treasure that could withstand against 10 Cosmos God attacks. Every single attack was different, and their power was condensed into a single piece. One could imagine how frightening it would be. You all are really capable. Do you all not want the geniuses anymore? Just as everyone was waiting in anticipation, a laughter reverberated from the center of the square. He is fine. How could this be? That is an attack from a cosmos god. It is an attack from 10 cosmos gods. Hearing this voice, everyone felt unnatural. On the square, the energy dissipated. The huge square remained undamaged. One could not tell that this place had just suffered from a powerful attack. The young man on the square was standing with his hands behind his back. He had a calm expression on his face that made others feel like beating him up. Shameless. Truly shameless. Do you really think you can eat me alive? Lin Fei thought, I have to add this reputation consumption to them. It is a total of 150 billion reputation points. That attack just now had instantly depleted Lin Fei's reputation by 150 billion. It could be considered a huge number. That time when he killed a peak cosmos god, he used up 800 billion reputation points. That was a horrifying consumption. But compared to this, the consumption was not huge at all. But this action made him feel uncomfortable. They were eating him alive. Nevertheless, the continuous increase in reputation made Lin Fei feel delighted. The experts on the 10 battleships above the myriad god city felt unnatural, especially those 10 who acted. They were looking at each other and were about to curse out loud. Don't think that it was easy to bring out a cosmos god to attack. To them, this was something that consumed a huge amount of reputation points. It was fine if they succeeded, but the moment they failed, the consumption would be huge. The strength of a cosmos god was actually a deterrent to everyone in the myriad god great continent. Those who dared to act against them had to consider whether they could defend against the attack of a cosmos god. Even the strongest martial power could not break through that layer of spatial protection. This was a heavy blow to those present. Those who were filled with confidence had a bucket of cold water poured on them. Come down, Lin Fei roared out. He extended his hand and grabbed towards the sky. Boom! A massive force enveloped the 10 warships in the sky, and after swaying for a moment, the warships crashed down like meteors, causing 10 consecutive loud sounds to ring out. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The warships smashed down, killing many people on the spot. At the same time, ruins appeared. Your geniuses are all in my hands. It seems like you didn't take my words seriously at all. Just for what you did just now, I'll pay a ransom of 1 billion power of faith for each genius. Lin Fei announced loudly. Pejuan City Lord and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy is ridiculously strong. What kind of attack was that just now? Even I couldn't tell what it was. It was like a power that fell from the sky. This wasn't just Pejuan City Lord's reaction. In fact, it was the same thought shared by all the major powers. The geniuses in the square had thought that they would be able to leave, and their faces were filled with joy. But in the blink of an eye, their smiles froze. This was especially true of the 10 geniuses, who were filled with confidence in their sects and clans. How could that guy be so strong? This scene, even after 100,000 years, would not be forgotten. Everyone would remember this name. With the strength of a single person, he had stopped the 10 major powers. The warships that crashed down became tattered. The people who came out were all battered and exhausted. Even the experts who had attacked just now had a look of horror on their faces. Under that kind of power, they couldn't put up any resistance. Young man, the Temple of Light is willing to pay the ransom. The Temple of Light sent a grand elder this time. He looked like a very amiable old man, but if anyone took it seriously, they would definitely vomit blood in regret. We're also willing to pay. The ransom is here. After the 10 major powers came out of the warships, they said something that shocked everyone, as if they were cracking a big joke. Directly giving? Wasn't there going to be a big battle? This was different from what they had imagined. In fact, the 10 major powers were also deeply shocked at this time. From the information of the geniuses, they more or less knew how powerful this person was. They determined that he was from a foreign continent, and that he had collected so much power of faith, which was very puzzling. They had discussed it on the way. They were going to break in by force first, and if that didn't work, they would choose to pay the ransom. When the geniuses returned, they would no longer have to hold back, and they could go all out. Privately, they hoped to succeed in one go. If they really had to pay the ransom, it would be very embarrassing. How could Lin Fei not guess what they were thinking? He secretly felt proud. Prestige is a good thing. Without prestige, I really don't have that much confidence. That's right. Lin Fei smiled. Now, come one by one. First, the 100th rank genius. Come in and pay the ransom. Lin Fei waved at the divine son of light. You come in and call the others. The identities of the 100 geniuses were all sorted out. The divine son of light came over expressionlessly and began to call the names one by one. In that impenetrable space, a door the size of a person appeared. The experts of the 10 major powers were all moved, but in the end, they all shook their heads. So what if they rushed in? In the end, they would still suffer a great loss. What was a great gain? This was a great gain. For the geniuses ranked 50th to 100th, each ransom required 6 billion power of faith. Just this alone was a total of 300 billion power of faith for Lin Fei. God faith cards containing the power of faith appeared in Lin Fei's hands. Convert all of them. Lin Fei knew very well that the power of faith was not that easy to obtain. Once the geniuses were released, there would no longer be any fear of harming the innocent. He believed that the 10 major powers would go all out. It was certain that the prestige cost would be huge. It might even cost 1 trillion prestige. The myriad god continent didn't have a killer move? How could that be possible? If Lin Fei dared to extort these factions, he must have been prepared. This time, he had caused such a huge commotion. It was impossible for a continent with a deep heritage like the myriad god continent to not have something up their sleeves. Lin Fei was not worried about these people, but he was worried about those in the dark. Once they made their move, it would be a thunderous strike. That wave of attacks had to be resisted. Even Lin Fei wasn't sure how much prestige he would need to expend. Anyway, it wasn't a single amount. Fortunately, with the power of faith in his hands, he was in an invincible position. He wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture. He also wanted to become the Prefecture Lord. He didn't have enough prestige, nor did he have the confidence. It was necessary to fish for the myriad god continent. Those ranked 50th to 100th were quickly released, followed by those ranked 30th and 20th. Chapter 3344. Myriad God Continent. The top experts of the top 10 factions had attacked, but they had not been able to break the mysterious space immediately. It was beyond everyone's expectations. That mysterious fellow had become even more mysterious. The expressions of the experts who went in to pay the ransom changed greatly after they entered the space. Not many of them could sit still. The suppressed geniuses came out of the space one by one. That mysterious person still had his credibility. Anyone who paid the ransom would definitely be released. For a moment, no one could guess how that fellow would be able to withstand the revenge of the top 10 factions, including the top factions, without the geniuses as hostages. That's right, revenge was inevitable. No one would not be tempted by hundreds of billions of power of faith. Even the top factions could not fork out such a huge sum. A few billion power of faith for a genius was an astronomical sum. If one wasn't a genius, they would not be willing to fork it out. The last one. That fellow is in for it. Even the number 1 genius, the son of myriad gods, has been released. In the sky outside Myriad God City, everyone's eyes were focused on the square. Activate the array formation. Defeating Army's city lord instructed his subordinates. Do not let him leave Myriad God City. Without the pressure of holding back, defeating Army's city lord would not let him leave Myriad God City. That was hundreds of billions of power of faith. Defeating Army's city lord had every reason to believe that those old fogies in the dark were tempted. Lin Fei let the son of myriad gods out. I hope you don't get beaten to death. The son of myriad gods said before leaving. My life is tough. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Lin Fei said with a smile. When the son of myriad gods left, he was filled with doubts. What gave him the guts to say such a thing? Myriad God City was completely surrounded. Experts gathered inside and outside, and while the Myriad God City looked the same, it was actually filled with array formations that interweaved together to form an inescapable net. The son of myriad gods left the square. The feeling of being free of restrictions was truly comfortable. That's right, it was a long-lost feeling. For this feeling, the faction behind him had paid more than 50 billion power of faith, equivalent to the total of the bottom 10 geniuses. Do you think that fellow is going to escape? Of course. If we don't run now, we won't have another chance. Now that everyone has nothing to fear, they will definitely go all out. Isn't he just relying on a treasure? After breaking through this spatial treasure, he won't have a tortoise shell anymore. He can deal with him however he wants. It's just a matter of a word. After the last child of 10,000 gods came out, the experts of the top 10 forces took out their treasures and began to attack. First, a noble figure soared into the sky. It was the angel of the Temple of Light, the phantom of the great 12-winged angel. It held a clean holy book in its hands. As soon as the pages of the book were flipped open, a series of tyrannical attacks fell on the space. In the distance, a giant appeared. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, 6 weapons in each of its 6 hands. Every single weapon was different, displaying the attacks of the 6 weapons. The attacks were domineering and fierce, surging like dark clouds. In the sky, a rain of fire came crashing down. Each rain of fire was the size of an acre, and each strike seemed to cause the world to collapse. Then, a massive black tornado landed in the space, tearing it apart with tremendous force. This space was actually formed by an expert, and its blade was constantly slicing through space. This time, it could be said that the experts of the 10 major forces had used all their strength. They had to break through it. That was everyone's thought. Too powerful. They're going to completely destroy this mysterious space. Yeah, right. I wonder how long they can last. They definitely won't last long. Under such attacks, how many people can withstand it, even if it's a spatial treasure? Under such attacks, the people in the periphery were all shocked. It was very rare for the experts of the top 10 forces to attack together, but today, everyone had witnessed it. The scene was truly terrifying and domineering. The celestial experts of the top 10 forces secretly gasped. The difference was still too great. Under such means, no matter how strong a mysterious space was, it would still be limited. No matter who it was, they all believed it. And at this moment, the square's space rapidly shrank without any warning until it was only about 10 feet wide. Therefore, Myriad God City's square was in trouble. After a loud rumble, the square was reduced to ruins. Craters of all sizes were everywhere. City Lord Pajuan's face immediately darkened. My Myriad God City. The absolute space that had shrunk the area could invisibly reduce the expenditure of reputation. I knew they would attack. Lin Fei chuckled inwardly. Convert all of them. The conversion of power of faith to reputation required a certain amount of time. Lin Fei was in no hurry. Nice, to spend hundreds of millions of reputation in one go. As expected of the top 10 forces. The moment they make a move, their reputation is flowing away like water. Lin Fei finally experienced it. It really wouldn't do without reputation. Now that Lin Fei was rich, he didn't care about the expenditure at all. Instead, he looked at them with a smile. Use more strength, continue. Lin Fei looked at them with a smile. A throne appeared behind him, and Lin Fei sat boldly on it. He smiled at the experts who attacked him. The moment he said that, those people's expressions turned ugly. Continue attacking. We don't believe it. The experts on the scene continued to attack. Soon, the space that Lin Fei was in was shrouded by all sorts of attacks, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. It's already been 3 days. That's right. It's too ferocious. What kind of spatial treasure is that? I've never seen it before. In Myriad God City Square. It was almost smashed. Above the massive Myriad God City, everyone was making their move. Every single faction behind the 100 elites attacked the person in the square. For a full 3 days, that person was like an undefeatable god of war. Awesome, it's really awesome. The besieged Lin Fei felt exhilarated. My reputation can continue to increase if I take the hits. Compared to the reputation I expend, the loss isn't that great. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In 3 days, The entire myriad god continent knew of it. This naturally brought about great reputation gains. The moment the news spread that a person who could force the combined attacks of the 10 factions to remain unscathed for several days, even more people came to watch the show. He's invincible. What kind of spatial treasure is that? Wait, don't tell me he's using the power of faith to support the treasure? How is that possible? Many people began to suspect. The power of faith was very useful, but if there really was a powerful treasure, it was easy to imagine what the situation would be like. But such a treasure was too powerful. The power of faith was not that easy to use. You're all old and can't take it anymore. It's already been 3 days. Lin Fei stood up and chuckled. I'm not playing with you anymore. His influence spread throughout the myriad god continent. Lin Fei was satisfied that he had achieved his goal. Before I leave, I still have a gift for all of you. Lin Fei soared into the sky and raised his hand. All the attacks in the sky were dispersed. Suppress. Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand and a huge mountain appeared. When the huge mountain appeared, everyone drew a cold gasp. The mountains were connected to each other without end. There was a loud boom. Chapter 33:45. Ka 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 ka. A seemingly endless mountain came crashing down. One mountain after another slammed into the myriad god city, piercing through the array formations both inside and outside, destroying them like they were nothing more than dried twigs. Hurry up and retreat. Hurry up and leave. We can't hold on any longer. Cosmos god attack. The myriad mountains were like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, all the arrays constructed by the myriad god city were destroyed in a tyrannical manner. Experts of all sizes felt an endless pressure pressing down on them. Pung ping pung. Just as they moved, the mountains came crashing down. They felt as if they were struck by someone and fell to the ground. Their usually arrogant faces had an intimate contact with the ground. This scene repeated continuously on everyone in the myriad god city. No one would be able to withstand the suppression of this move. Impudent. After all, the experts in the myriad god city suffered an unprecedented attack. As the experts from the 10 superpowers were being crushed on the ground, a sharp voice came from beneath the myriad god city. A hand extended out from beneath the ground. This hand was not big, but it seemed pale and powerless as if it had never seen sunlight all year round. Forefather has acted. That's great. Forefather is still alive. The first to rejoice was defeating Army City Master. His entire body was suppressed to the point that he could not move at all. The moment this hand appeared, everyone felt the pressure on them lighten. The other party extended his hand upwards, blocking the endless mountains that came crashing down. Wave after wave of suppressive force crashed onto the other party's palm. Furthermore, this palm was as firm as a mountain. No matter how much force was smashed down, it remained stable. He is finally willing to act. Lin Fei knew from the start that there was an ancient existence hidden deep below. If not for the system, others would not be able to perceive it. With a single palm, he blocked against the myriad mountains technique that came from the system. This move was called Myriad Mountains. As the name suggested, it was an attack from a myriad of mountains. Each layer was stronger than the previous, and even cosmos gods could forget about resisting against the waves of impact. Myriad God Palace. Another hand appeared and opened its palm. A huge palace appeared in the palm. This palace grew larger and larger as it pressed down on Lin Fei. It's the Myriad God Palace. According to rumors, this is the place where cosmos gods fell. Just who is that person? He forced the ancestor to use the Pantheon Palace to suppress him. Once the Pantheon Palace appears, no one can match it. The moment the Pantheon Temple appeared, a mighty pressure suffocated everyone on the spot. This was the rumored Holy Land. Aside from the designated time, it rarely appeared. But today they saw it again. Once the Pantheon Temple appeared, the pressure made it hard for everyone present to breathe. Fortunately, it wasn't targeted at them. If it was, who could withstand this kind of crushing pressure? Lin Fei, who was in the whirlpool, was attacked wave after wave. There was even a powerful suction force trying to suck him into the Pantheon Temple. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed heartily. He was not affected by the aura at all. He soared into the sky and charged towards the Pantheon Palace. In the eyes of others, this rush and inhalation seemed to be seeking death. The Pantheon Temple was a universal treasure. Its power was far more terrifying than one could imagine. There was a rumor in the myriad gods continent that once the Pantheon Temple appeared, no one could compete with it. This naturally described the power of the Pantheon Temple. In the eyes of everyone, the Pantheon Temple was incomparably sacred. It was an existence that could not be contended against. This fellow who suppressed them with a single move actually dared to take the initiative to face the Pantheon Temple? His guts were too big. This person was exceptionally crazy too. Unless he wanted to fight against this universal treasure, the Pantheon Temple? Open! Lin Fei followed the suction force and approached the Pantheon Temple. Raising his hand, he punched out. This punch looked ordinary, yet it formed a light dot in the eyes of everyone. This light dot wasn't big, but it was dazzling. Pooh! The light dot in the eyes of everyone seemed to be filled with endless power. At that moment, it pierced through the Pantheon Temple, leaving behind a fist-sized hole. After this fist-sized hole appeared, it kept expanding. It was so fast that everyone looked at each other in dismay. He pierced through the Pantheon Temple. That is a universal treasure. Is that fellow a Cosmos God expert? This is impossible. How old is he? Cosmos God is a threshold. The experts from the 10 superpowers had a look of horror on their faces. Most of them felt disbelief. Cosmos God. This conjecture appeared in the minds of almost everyone. It is impossible for him to be a Cosmos God. None of the geniuses on the chosen ranking could believe this outcome. But after a hole was pierced through the Pantheon Temple, and it kept expanding, they finally understood why they lost. That fellow was too powerful. He was so powerful that they, as geniuses, were no longer on the same level as him. We've kicked a huge problem. If he is a Cosmos God expert, then we can only swallow our anger. That might not be the case. That fellow has taken a few 100 billion faith energy from us. That is a few 100 billion, not a few billion, but a few tens of billions. He is acting wantonly in the myriad god great continent. If those people acted, even Cosmos gods might not be able to survive. Them? How could that be possible? A group of undying old fellows. Who knows when they might die? Why would they act at this moment? After all, this person isn't that easy to deal with. The Pantheon Temple was pierced through with a single punch. The voices underground became increasingly furious. You dare to destroy the Pantheon Temple. The Pantheon Temple disappeared. Lin Fei looked down from above. He chuckled, I'm truly sorry, but the quality of your Pantheon isn't too good. Who would have thought that I could pierce through it with a single punch? I'm truly sorry. I suggest you to change to a more formidable treasure the next time. At least, the quality must be up to standard. Don't be like this treasure which isn't good at all. This old man will kill you. A cold light slashed in front of Lin Fei. A white-haired old man appeared. He was expressionless. In both his hands, there was a thin blade that was emitting a cold aura. Many blade lights came pouncing on him. Ding ding ding. A protective barrier automatically appeared in front of Lin Fei. I'm old and it's normal for me to be hot-tempered. Lin Fei allowed the blade intent to cut on his body. If you want to vent, then do it. I have no objections. How is it? I'm not a bad person, right? The white-haired old man's blade technique was sharp and tyrannical. Every blade seemed to be able to split apart the protective barrier. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a lot of prestige, allowing him to make up for it at all times. The situation had changed. In the sky, the white-haired old man slashed repeatedly with his blade. His fearsome blade technique slashed at the other party's body, but he was unable to split apart the tough protective barrier. Everyone saw an even more shocking scene. It was inconceivable that the old ancestor was unable to split apart a protective barrier. Every slash made their hearts palpitate. If they were in his shoes, they wouldn't be able to block it at all. But that person managed to block it. The faint layer of protective barrier on his body blocked the white-haired old man's blade technique every single time. Chapter 3346. In the sky above Myriad God City. All the experts of the Myriad God continent were staring at this place. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by the mysterious man. He had single-handedly withstood the attack of the Patriarch from Myriad God City and appeared unscathed. Anyone who saw him would jump in fright. The white-haired elder wielded his sabers with both hands, and each saber strike contained a special power. However, it was unable to penetrate the thin layer of defense. You are from the Star River Prefecture. The white-haired elder did not stop moving. His sabers continued to slash at the other party, one strike after another. Lin Fei smiled without saying a word. He just looked at the other party with a smile. Forget it, forget it. Take the power of faith if you want. I don't care anymore. The white-haired old man let out a long sigh. He shook his head and stopped attacking. His figure also slowly dissipated, disappearing without a trace in an instant. It's just a 1-minute tiger. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling rather disappointed. The other party was indeed very strong. Any peak godly venerable expert would be helpless against him. Unfortunately, the white-haired elder could not last long because his lifespan was running out. Such a person would not attack again if he failed in the first wave. It was not worth it if he expended too much energy. It looks like there's nothing you can do. Then, I'll be taking my leave. Thank you for your gifts. I'm very satisfied. Lin Fei smiled, waved his hand and swaggered off. He Yuan followed behind him. No one in Myriad God City dared to stop the other party. Even the Patriarch from Myriad God City did not have the ability to kill the other party. If it were them, it would be useless. They could only watch helplessly as the other party left. Many of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If that person had gone on a killing spree, who would be able to stop him? Just the thought of it gave them a lingering fear. Everyone heard the ancestors' last words. That person was definitely from the Star River Prefecture. I was worrying too much. Lin Fei swaggered off, feeling slightly disappointed. It was truly surprising that those old fogies from the Myriad God continent did not take action. If possible, he really hoped that they would take action. Why not just extort a huge amount of power of faith from them? The more of these things, the better. These old fools are all like old foxes. Perhaps they're all like that white-haired old man who doesn't have much lifespan left. If they don't have to make a move, they'll try their best not to make a move. They probably saw my battle with that person, and with my tacit approval, they won't dare to make a move. Lin Fei kept analyzing. Soon, he came up with a conclusion. The faith energy I collected here is almost finished. My original reputation of 6 trillion has easily broken through to more than 100 trillion. Even if a peak cosmos god comes, I can kill him as I wish. In a mysterious space in the Myriad God continent, there were 6 people sitting cross-legged. These 6 people were all very old, and they looked like they were doddering. Their eyes were also extremely turbid, and they were truly old and dim-sighted. They weren't far from death. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Fortunately, we didn't make a move. Even if we did, we probably wouldn't be able to break that thin layer of shield. Since when did the Star River Prefecture have such a powerful expert? There isn't any cosmos god aura on his body, yet every single one of his movements and the power he unleashes isn't any weaker than a cosmos god. He might even be stronger. The eyes of these 6 people weren't calm. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tempted by several 100 billion faith energy. If it was possible, they wanted to capture the other party. But even that person failed. Wouldn't it be the same if they went up? Are we just going to let him leave? One of the old men said. How could that be possible? The 5 old men turned to a short white-robed old man. You are the best at scheming. Unless you are willing to swallow this grievance? The reputation of our Myriad God continent has been utterly lost. We can't do anything to that brat. But we can disgust him. The white-robed old man laughed sinisterly. We should immediately release the news. A person who has a supreme treasure and several 100 billion faith energy, I believe many people will act upon hearing it. That fellow will have a headache. This is a good idea. It isn't that easy to obtain the faith energy of our Myriad God continent. We can even contact those people. Lin Fei left the myriad god continent. During this period, not a single expert acted to obstruct him. He successfully found the passageway that led to the Sky Martial continent. Compared to his previous trip, Lin Fei had learned his lesson. He used absolute defense to protect himself and entered an uninhabited land. It took him half a year. Lin Fei took half a year to travel from the myriad god continent to the Sky Martial continent. I'm finally out. Lin Fei stood on the land of another continent. On an island surrounded by seawater, a humid sea breeze constantly blew. Standing on the island, Lin Fei could see a massive figure emerging from the depths of the sea. It blotted out the sky and was at least a few thousand feet long. It exuded a terrifying and dangerous aura. Is this the Sky Martial continent? This was different from what Lin Fei had imagined. Master, I sense an aura that makes me apprehensive in this region of the sea. It's a continent more dangerous than the myriad god continent, He Yuan said carefully. Lin Fei agreed with He Yuan's words. This region of the sea was indeed dangerous. If anyone were to recklessly barge into the Sky Martial continent, it would be extraordinarily difficult for them to leave this region of the sea. They might even stay here forever. In a short period of time, Lin Fei saw many sea beasts emerging from the surface of the sea. Let's leave this place first. This region of the sea was huge. One could not see the end of it. Not long after Lin Fei and He Yuan left the island, they encountered danger. The first time was from beneath the sea. Many black water arrows were shot out. Each water arrow was extremely powerful and had the power of a deity venerable. These water arrows were densely packed and covered half the sky. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their heart palpitate. And this was just the beginning. Next, there were venom-spewing sea snakes that spread their venom and corroded their fleshly bodies. Finally, there were gigantic sea beasts that could control seawater. All of them were terrifying existences. It was a pity that they met Lin Fei and He Yuan this time. One had the body of a cosmos god, and the other was a cosmos god. But along the way, they were tossed around endlessly. The sea region was too big, and there were traces of sea beasts everywhere. Even though they could not cause any harm to them, dealing with them was an extremely troublesome matter. 3 years. Lin Fei and He Yuan were still on this vast sea region. Master, this sea region is too big. It has been 3 years, yet we have not seen a single continent. He Yuan complained. With a casual slap of his palm, the surface of the sea collapsed. More than 10 sea beasts were killed. He Yuan did not know how many similar sea beasts he had killed. But the number of sea beasts he killed could not even be counted as a single hair from 9 oxen in this sea region. Being a cosmos god, He Yuan could not help but have some thoughts about the Sky Martial continent. Clearly, this sea region, and even this great continent, was completely different from what he imagined. A place more dangerous than the myriad god great continent. Lin Fei was actually interested in the Sky Martial continent. He understood why the experts from the Sky Martial sect were most proud of their fleshly bodies. As for the Sky Martial continent, Lin Fei did not understand much. But during these 3 years, Lin Fei had some vague conjectures. Perhaps the Sky Martial continent was not like other great continents that were dominated by continents. Instead, this was a world dominated by the sea. If not for this explanation, it was impossible for them to not fly out of a great continent in 3 years. One had to know that Lin Fei was currently a cosmos god, and it was not difficult for him to cross a sea region. Even if the sea region was bigger, it would not take him that long. Our luck is not bad. We discovered a ship that seems different. Let's go down and ask around. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. A black ship appeared in front of them where the sky and earth intersected. It was unquestionably the most suitable to ask them about the situation in the Sky Martial continent. Boss, there are people in front. Both the top and bottom of the ship were all brawny men with ferocious gazes. At the center of the deck, there was a bald man wearing a pirate hat. He was currently wiping a huge black blade. Our luck is not bad. We have finally seen people. Prepare yourselves and capture them. The bald man guffawed. We have been out for a few months, and there are fewer and fewer unaffiliated cultivators. We are going to starve. I hope that those two fellows will not disappoint us. Little ones, get ready. Load the cannons. Capture them, and we will have a good life. This group of people were the most commonly seen slave traders in the Sky Martial continent. They were constantly capturing unaffiliated cultivators. As long as they did not pose a threat, they would act against them. Due to the recent incidents in the Sky Martial continent, there were very few unaffiliated cultivators appearing on the sea. It had been a few months since they had any harvest. Now that they finally met two, they would not let this opportunity slip by. Open fire. As they were about to reach them, the bald man gave the order to attack. A huge net was unfurled, covering the sky and earth. Hee, another two rookies. They have fallen into our inescapable net. Don't think of escaping. That's right. It is too easy. This net was huge. Once it was unfurled, it locked onto Lin Fei and He Yuan. This part of the world was sealed. Master, it seems that we have become their targets. He Yuan said. Lin Fei shook his head. This is interesting. This net is also very interesting. It is actually two-layered, and the entire space is covered by the net. It really makes it difficult for people to escape. This kind of treasure was really rare. Unfortunately, those fellows have chosen the wrong target. He Yuan sneered. That's right. He Yuan stretched out his hand and tore a huge hole in the net. You dare to attack us? You have some guts. He Yuan tore the net apart with his claw and arrived above the ship, releasing his powerful aura. All the experts on the ship collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The bald man rolled down from his seat and faced the sky, his vision turning black. Oh no, we have kicked an iron plate. They are too strong. We are doomed. Just the aura he released was enough to make them unable to move. In the Sky Martial continent, he was an overlord. Master, it is done. Chapter 3347. On the Boundless Sea. A black ship was sailing on the sea. At first glance, it didn't seem fast, but when you observed it closely, you would realize that the ship was moving very fast. Riding the wind. The owner of the ship had changed. Lin Fei had become the sole owner of the ship. That bald man had become the errand boy, and he was obediently standing below. Lin Fei had figured out the situation of the Sky Martial continent. Just as he had guessed, the Sky Martial continent was not dominated by the continent, but by the sea. In the Sky Martial continent, the human race was not the true overlord. In the Sky Martial continent, other than the human race, there was another powerful group, the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan occupied most of the sea's resources. Other than a few large islands, there was no other place in the Sky Martial continent for the human race to live. Fortunately, the Sea Clan was in turmoil, and they were not unified. The few large islands in the Sky Martial continent could be passed down, and they were not attacked by the Sea Clan. The human race had also reached an agreement with some of the Sea Clan. For example, this Yu who was working under one of the Sea Kings, and he was working for them. In the sea, he was capturing lone humans. In the sea, there were a total of 13 Sea Kings, and they controlled the vast sea. Above the 13 Sea Kings, there was a sea god, who was nominally in charge of the entire sea. Unfortunately, this sea god was not powerful enough, so the 13 Sea Kings were independent, and they listened to orders but did not listen to orders, and formed 13 Sea Clan forces. Among them, there were those who were enemies of the human race, and those who were cooperating with the human race. So, the Sea Clan is going to attack the Sky Martial Island? Lin Fei said lazily. You who did not have the prestige he had in the past. Even one of his subordinates was so powerful, not to mention this young man, who could kill him with a word. The 5 Sea Kings will attack the Sky Martial Island, and it should be soon. Yu who said in a low voice, the Sky Martial sect on the Sky Martial Island is the strongest sect, and they are the strongest. After breaking through the Sky Martial Island, the remaining islands can be split up and attacked. Lin Fei looked at Yu who, can we make it in time? In the Heavenly Martial sect, he only remembered one person, Heaven Thunder Split. As a human, no matter what, they would not stand by and watch the invasion of the sea race. If they could help the Heavenly Martial sect and increase their prestige, Lin Fei would be a fool if he did not do it. There should be enough time. Yu Hu's ship was still useful. There was the symbol of the Sea King on the ship, and the rest of the journey was smooth. The sea beasts seemed to have disappeared, and they did not appear again. Master, we did the right thing. He Yuan said. The densely packed sea beasts along the way are enough to give us a headache. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of trouble. Who would feel comfortable being attacked by sea beasts along the way? The sea tribe is quite interesting. Lin Fei saw a group of black figures in front of him. They were all sea beasts. They rode the wind and broke through the waves, advancing in a single direction, creating huge waves. These are the subordinates of the Sea King. They are going to attack Sky Marshal Island. What we see now is only one of the Sea King's forces. Lin Fei smirked. Interesting. On a boundless sea, a huge island rose from the ground, and it was very eye-catching. Around this huge island, there were 4 other islands, each guarding one direction, surrounding and protecting this huge island. At this moment, this huge island was surrounded by a dense mass of sea beasts. They surrounded the island in 3 circles, and not even a drop of water could pass through. This island was the largest island in the Sky Marshal continent, Sky Marshal Island. At the same time, the Sky Marshal sect was also on this island. Those traitors! Without our Sky Marshal Island, they will be the first to die. At the center of the island was a tall mountain that reached the clouds. On the mountain, there were rows upon rows of palaces, with no end in sight. This was the location of the Sky Marshal sect. At this moment, in one of the palaces of the Sky Marshal sect, the upper echelons of the Sky Marshal sect had gathered, and they were discussing the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings. Ever since the establishment of the Sky Marshal Island, it had been attacked by the Sea Kings multiple times. Every time, the island had survived. However, this time, the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings was different. The pressure on the Sky Marshal sect was immense. It was not a simple matter for the 5 Sea Kings to work together. If it were just humans, it would be different if the Sea Kings worked together. They could control a large number of sea beasts to attack, and this consumption was something they could not withstand. When the news of the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings came out, the Sky Marshal sect immediately contacted the other large islands to prepare for a joint attack. Unfortunately, bad news came one after another. Those large islands chose to give up. Everyone knew that under the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings, none of the large islands could reach the island. For the sake of attacking the Sky Marshal Island, the 5 Sea Kings brought their strongest killing move, the #1 warring sea beasts in the sea region. Every warring sea beast was born at the cosmos god level. The only difference was that the warring sea beasts had low intelligence. They did not even have the intelligence of a child, and they were muddle-headed. Precisely because of their low intelligence and muddle-headedness, the warring sea beasts had always been controlled by humans, and they were treated as the #1 offensive weapon. The fall of the islands in the Sky Marshal continent was basically done by the warring sea beasts. Once they sent out 5 warring sea beasts, any island could not withstand the attack. This was also the main reason why those large islands rejected the attack. Who could resist the warring sea beasts? In the meeting hall, everyone was silent. Island Master, let's fight it out with them. If the 5 Sea Kings want to attack our island, they will have to pay a huge price. We would rather die than submit. Island Master, don't the 5 Sea Kings want us to hand over that item? I think we should just hand it over. That's right, that's right. Since the great continents are going to merge, we can't keep that item. Very soon, different voices could be heard. Some felt that they should fight it out with the Sea Kings. Others felt that they should hand over that item. For a moment, the meeting hall was filled with intense arguments. It was no different from a market. Hong hong hong. They are attacking. Their attack is too fierce. The 5 Sea Kings soon launched their first attack. And outside the Sky Marshal Island, 5 colossal creatures floated up like islands. Break the Sky Marshal Island for me. The #1 superpower of the human race will become a thing of the past from now on. On top of the 5 colossal creatures, there was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes standing. Behind each of them was a large group of people. They were the 5 sea kings of the sea. At this moment, the 5 sea kings were all smiling. Large batches of sea beasts were attacking the islands one after another, and the huge island was almost covered by a black energy. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their heart palpitate. The Sea Clan had always been the strongest race in the Sky Martial Continent. Chapter 3348. Tianwu Continent, Tianwu Island. It had been half a month since the 5 Sea Kings attacked Tianwu Island. As the largest island in the Tianwu continent, Tianwu Island's defense was quite terrifying. It was covered with arrays that blocked the attacks of the Sea Clan time and time again. However, this kind of resistance was not enough to stop them. The Sea Clan attacked without any regard for energy consumption, advancing bit by bit. Today, the last guarded island was breached. Now, there was only one big island left. Tianwu sect leader, if you don't want to see the entire island slaughtered, immediately give up resisting, open the array, and surrender. A Sea King's voice echoed in the sky above Tianwu Island. On the sea that led to Tianwu Island, Lin Fei followed the crowd and saw the power of the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan was more terrifying than he had imagined. They had a huge number of reinforcements. From the beginning until now, Lin Fei could not remember how many waves of reinforcements he had received. It was definitely an astronomical number. Even Lin Fei was shocked by this. Lord, I just received news that Tianwu Island has been breached, and all the higher-ups have been killed. You who came to report. Recently, you who would report everything that happened on Tianwu Island as soon as possible. This lord was not someone to be offended. So fast. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I remember that it has only been half a month since the start of the attack. Is the strength of Tianwu Island that weak? According to Yu Hu, the overall strength of Tianwu Island was very strong. It had been attacked by the Sea Kings more than once or twice. This time, it collapsed in half a month. This was too fast. It is said that there is a spy in Tianwu Island. At the critical moment, the array was opened, and the sea beasts of war rushed in. Yu Hu explained. Now, he is chasing after the fish that escaped the net. Lin Fei originally wanted to go to Tianwu Island to broaden his horizons and meet Tian Lei Lai. However, since the island had been breached, he naturally had no interest in going. I'm not going to Tianwu Island anymore. Lin Fei believed that Yu Hu would not dare to lie to him. Tianwu Island had been breached, and the number 1 island had been eliminated. The news spread quickly. The entire Martial Heaven continent was in an uproar, especially those islands. Even though they had known this would happen, hearing it for themselves made them feel uncomfortable. That was the number 1 island of the human race. Now, it had completely disappeared. Chase. That young master can't escape. On the sea, a black mass of sea race warriors rode on sea beasts and held weapons in their hands, riding the wind and breaking the waves as they chased after a warship in front of them. Young master, they're following us too closely. We can't shake them off. This was not a big warship. It was very inconspicuous in the sea. Tian Lei Lai looked at his pursuers and gritted his teeth. If it weren't for them, Heavenly Martial Island wouldn't have fallen so quickly. As long as I leave this place alive, I will make them pay in blood. This young master was the young master of the Heavenly Martial sect. Tian Lei Lai frowned. Their pursuers had never stopped chasing after them. Ever since Xiao Chen had escaped from Heavenly Martial Island, Heavenly Thunder Split had suffered countless attacks. Every time he managed to shake off the sea race warriors, they would catch up very quickly. Young master, not good. They also have sea tribe warriors. A group of shark warriors appeared on the sea in front of them. Change direction immediately. Tian Lei Lai didn't want to be entangled with them. There were too many sea tribe warriors. If he killed one wave, another wave would come immediately. Not good, there are sea tribe warriors here too. They're catching up. Not good, we're surrounded. Sea tribe warriors appeared from all directions. They were riding on sea beasts and surrounded this small area of the sea. Young master of Heavenly Martial sect, don't run anymore. This time, you won't be able to escape. A huge shark appeared in front of them. A shark rider was sitting on it. Come with us obediently. It will only be good for you. On the deck of the warship, Tian Lei Lai held a long saber. You want that thing? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not hand it over. Tian Lei Lai clenched his teeth. Kill them. There are no cowards in the heavenly martial sect. Tian Lei Lai was the first to attack. With a slash of his long saber, a huge wave soared to the sky and killed more than 10 Sea Tribe warriors. Capture the young master of heavenly martial sect alive. Leave no one alive. Kill. On the sea. For a moment, Lin Fei didn't know where to go. Now that heavenly martial island was gone, there was nothing left for him to do. However, Lin Fei was unwilling to leave heavenly martial island just like that. Therefore, he ordered Yu Hu to steer the ship. Lord, there seems to be a battle ahead. Yu Hu came to report. Lin Fei raised his eyelids. He wasn't a nosy person. Maybe it was another internal fight between Sea Tribe warriors. Change direction. Lin Fei lazily closed his eyes again. A bunch of trash. Chase after them. Above the sea, a figure flew in the air. On the sea behind him, a group of Sea Tribe warriors chased after him. At the same time, water arrows were constantly shot up from the sea, forming an obstacle. That person waved his saber to cut off the water arrows. However, there were too many water arrows, and some of them still landed on the surface. Young master of heavenly martial sect, you can't escape. The Shark Knight sneered and followed behind. Let's see how long you can last. In the sea, it would always be their world. A mere human would never be able to escape from their palms. Capturing him was only a matter of time. If it wasn't for capturing him alive, the Shark Knight would have killed him long ago. How could he let him escape? Am I really going to die here? Tian Lei Lai's body was covered with wounds. Blood dyed his armor red. He didn't have time to heal his injuries. Ever since he broke out of the encirclement, Tian Lei Lai's injuries had never healed. Just now, when he broke out of the encirclement, he was heavily injured again. He didn't know how long he could last. If this was a flat continent, Tian Lei Lai was confident that he could get rid of them. However, this was the sea, the world of Sea Tribe warriors. Although the world was big, there was no place for him. As for the human race, he didn't even need to think about it. This time, they could betray the heavenly martial sect. The other islands would do the same. They wouldn't be so kind to him and might even capture him. Tian Lei Lai was in despair. He couldn't see any hope. There was no other outcome other than death. Come down. Monstrous waves soared into the sky. A huge shadow appeared. At the same time, dozens of tentacles stretched out. Tian Lei Lai was distracted for a moment and was entangled by the tentacles. Not good, it's the octopus warrior. Those tentacles entangled Tian Lei Lai tightly. He felt a sharp pain as the poison invaded his body. He dropped his weapon and couldn't use his power anymore. I didn't expect them to arrange for the octopus warrior. It's the most troublesome existence. The Shark Knight smiled and walked over. Young master of heavenly martial sect, you won't have the chance to escape this time. I spent a lot of effort to capture you. Fortunately, everything is under control. Take him away. To the Shark Knight, capturing Tian Lei Lai was a great achievement. Sorry, you won't have the chance to take him away. Chapter 3349. This voice sounds familiar. Tian Lei Lai did not know why, but he found the voice familiar. He could not recall whose voice it belonged to. Instinctively, he felt that he knew this person. Who is it? The Shark Knight's eyes turned cold as he started to search. Sir, there is a ship coming from that direction. Some subordinates noticed the ship coming from afar. Kill it. Immediately, a group of marine species warriors rushed toward the ship. After being poisoned, Tian Lei Lai became weak and could not see clearly. He could barely see a person standing on the ship with his hands clasped behind his back, looking like a hero. Those marine species warriors who rushed forward exploded into a pile of mud before they could even get close. Blood dyed the sea red. Again! The Shark Knight's face turned ugly. Someone dared to kill his subordinates at this time. It was too arrogant. He had the Sea King behind him. In the sea, who dared to disrespect the Sea King? The second group of marine species warriors could not stop the person either and followed the footsteps of the first group. The ship approached unhurriedly. "Who are you?" Two groups of subordinates were killed. More importantly, the other party did not move from beginning to end. To be able to kill the marine species warriors, he must be very powerful. After all, the marine species warriors were famous for their thick skin and flesh. It was difficult to kill a marine species warrior. To be able to kill a dozen marine species warriors so easily, he must be powerful. The Shark Knight had to suppress his anger and figure out the person's background first. "I want him," Lin Fei said with a smile. The Shark Knight saw a young man and did not have any impression of him. However, the other party was too arrogant to ask for someone. He was working for the Sea King. He is wanted by the Sea King. No one can take him away. The Shark Knight said coldly, "You better tell us who you are. It will not be good if you are accidentally injured." "Sorry, I want this person," Lin Fei said with a smile. "No one can refuse me." "Presumptuous." The Shark Knight's face darkened. "There is nothing presumptuous about it. Little Black, show them what you're made of." Lin Fei shook his head. If someone did not listen, then they should be prepared to die. Black Yuan's eyes were cold. He walked out from behind and raised his palm. The palm covered the sky. The expressions of the Shark Knight and the others changed drastically. A huge palm print slammed down ruthlessly. The huge sea region was slammed down by the palm. The seawater flowed backward, forming a huge palm print. The Shark Rider and the other oceanic race warriors were instantly annihilated. Not a single one of them survived. "Old friend, I trust you've been well since we last met." Lin Fei turned around and looked at Thunder Split, who had been captured and brought to the ship. "It's you." Even in his dreams, Lei Lai would never have imagined that Lin Fei, whom he had only met once, would come to his rescue. "What? Can't I?" Lin Fei was not surprised by Tian Lei's expression at all. "It wasn't easy for me to come to the Sky Martial continent. I have to thank you for the path." Heaven's Thunder Split sighed. At the crucial moment, Lin Fei would come to help him. Compared to the last time they had met, this Lin Fei had become even more mysterious. A subordinate had easily killed the Shark Knight and the other sea race warriors. Just how strong was he? "I'm just too surprised." Heaven's Thunder Split stretched his body. "Thank you for helping me at this time. It's a pity that I can't invite you to the Heavenly Martial Sect as a guest." Thinking of the Heavenly Martial Sect, Heaven's Thunder Split's eyes reddened. Actually, Lin Fei had a good impression of Heaven's Thunder Split. At the very least, he was not a scheming person. "Since you treat me as a friend, you don't have to thank me." Lin Fei smiled and said, "Your injuries are not light. Let's talk somewhere else." Heavenly Martial Island. This #1 island was currently under the joint attack of the 5 Ocean Kings. The human experts on the Heavenly Martial Island, other than those who had been killed, were all captured. The 5 Ocean Kings gathered together and were preparing to divide the spoils of war. As the #1 island and the #1 human sect, the Heavenly Martial Sect's foundation was naturally not weak. The 5 Ocean Kings had joined forces for the treasures and the large population. However, the most precious treasure had been taken away. The Heavenly Martial Young Master had been taken away. Although the 5 Ocean Kings were quite annoyed, they were not very worried. In the sea, the Heavenly Martial Young Master would not be able to escape. It was only a matter of time before they caught him. Their only worry was that it would take too long. If the other Ocean Kings knew about this, it was hard to guarantee that they would not interfere. "Ocean Kings, the situation is not good. The Heavenly Martial Young Master has been rescued." A piece of bad news came. Among the Sea Clan members that He Yuan had killed, there was a type of Sea Clan members that did not have high combat power. However, they had a specialty, which was their ability to record everything that happened on the scene. Even if they were dead, they could travel back in time to see what had happened. Who did it? In the main hall of the Heavenly Martial Sect, the 5 Ocean Kings sat in a row. Hearing this news, the 5 Ocean Kings' faces turned ugly. "I don't know for now. I only know that it was a young human," the person replied. He took out the recording and played it for the Ocean Kings to see. The The scenes on the sea kept replaying. It's him! At this time, the taller Ocean King in the middle stood up. He was the Ocean King of Qinghai. He frowned slightly. Brother Qinghai, do you know why this kid looks so unfamiliar? The person who asked was an amiable-looking middle-aged man. He was the good-tempered Ocean King Tianfu. Among the Ocean Kings, Ocean King Tianfu was a good person. However, if one took it seriously, they would definitely be mistaken. Beneath his amiable face, there was a scheming spirit that made people afraid. The other three Ocean Kings also felt that the person in front of them was unfamiliar. The Ocean King of Qinghai stood up and stared at the figure. Actually, you are not unfamiliar. You just never thought about it. Do you remember a few years ago about the myriad god continent? The Ocean King Tianfu's eyes lit up. I know who this person is. It is said that he plundered hundreds of billions of power of faith from the myriad god continent. He even has a cosmic treasure on him. It's him. It really seems like him. Our luck is not bad. We actually met him here. Doesn't this mean that we are in luck? The 5 Ocean Kings were very tempted by the hundreds of billions of power of faith. That was a good thing. Apart from that, there was also that cosmic treasure. It was rumored that the person had used that cosmic treasure to block the attack of the myriad god continent's experts. In the end, he had brought a large amount of power of faith into the Sky Martial continent. As soon as this was mentioned, they immediately recalled. When this news came a few years ago, they had scoffed at it. How could such a thing happen? They had secretly sent people to look for him, but there had been no news. After a long time, they had forgotten about it. But now that it had appeared again, it was hard for them not to recall it. Chapter 3350. On the sea. The ship was sailing. Tian Lei Lai's injuries recovered quickly. As the young master of the Sky Martial sect, he always had some healing medicine with him. Previously, he did not have time to use them because the Sea Clan warriors were chasing him too closely. But now that he had time, the situation was different. Tian Lei Lai walked to the deck and looked at Lin Fei, who was fishing for fun. Your injuries are recovering well. Lin Fei did not turn around and continued fishing leisurely. Thanks to you, I have time to recover. The injuries left by the Sea Clan warriors are nothing. Tian Lei Lai walked to Lin Fei's side. Do you have any plans? Lin Fei looked at the sea and asked. Tian Lei Lai's face flashed a trace of hesitation before his expression became firm. Brother Lin, you know why they are chasing me, even to the point of capturing me alive. Lin Fei was not interested in this at all. They want to take away the Sky Martial sect's inheritance treasure from me. Tian Lei Lai said in a low voice. The 5 Ocean Kings joined hands because of this treasure. Lin Fei could not help but be curious. The Ocean Kings of the Sky Martial continent are all very powerful. They can have any treasure they want. How could your Sky Martial sect have something that belongs to them? Tian Lei Lai smiled bitterly. At first, I was also curious. Later on, I found out about this treasure and understood why they wanted to take action. If I had not met Brother Lin, I think this treasure would have definitely fallen into their hands. Lin Fei was not interested in treasures now. Of course, he still attached great importance to those powerful treasures. The power emitted by those treasures was not easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he would fail miserably. Brother Lin, please look. Tian Lei Lai took out a black box. The box was not big, only the size of a fist. It looked very ordinary. No one would pay attention to it if it was thrown aside. When the box opened, a crystal appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. A universe crystal chip. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He did not expect it to be this thing. It was really unexpected. Yes, a universe crystal chip. Tian Lei Lai nodded. This universe crystal chip was inadvertently obtained by one of the gate masters. I don't know how, but the news leaked out and attracted the 5 Sea Kings. It's just a universe chip. I don't think there's a need for them to do that. Lin Fei asked. Right now, he had 2 universe chips on him. In terms of usefulness, it wasn't much. Lin Fei couldn't figure out why the 5 Sea Kings would be so interested in snatching the universe crystal chip. It was useless even if they took it. The universe crystal chip is useless to them, but it is very useful to some people. Tian Lei Lai said, for example, the son of the Star River Mansion's mansion master. F***CK, it's still related to this even after all this talk. Lin Fei was really impressed. They want to rely on the Star River Mansion. Rumor has it that that person has quite a few universe crystal chips. If they can give them one at this time, it will be no less than sending charcoal in the snowy weather. It will be a great help to control the Sky Martial continent in the future. Tian Lei Lai said in a low voice, you should now understand why they are chasing me. Lin Fei's goal was to collect 10 universe crystal chips. Now that he had 2, he wasn't afraid of the location of the universe crystal chip. He was only afraid that no one would know. What he cared about now was information. Without information, everything would be useless. Lin Fei understood this better than anyone else. Tian Lei Lai took out the universe crystal chip. Lin Fei seemed to understand what the other party wanted to do. Brother Lin, I haven't known you for a long time, but I know that you should be a good person. Tian Lei Lai took a deep breath. I am willing to give the universe crystal chip to Brother Lin. I only hope that Brother Lin can help me take revenge. Thump. Tian Lei Lai knelt on one knee. He passed the box in his hand to Lin Fei. His eyes were especially firm. In the past few days, Tian Lei Lai had thought a lot. In the end, he finally made up his mind. He knew that this was his only chance. Although he hadn't known Lin Fei for a long time, Tian Lei Lai knew that the other party was a very mysterious guy. Last time, in the Forbidden Soul area, he had suppressed many experts. This time, he had killed a strong expert like the Shark Knight with just one of his subordinates. Tian Lei Lai decided to take a risk. You trust me that much? Although Lin Fei had guessed it when he heard it for himself, he was still slightly shocked. Especially when he took out the universe crystal chip. Don't you know the importance of this universe crystal chip? Even if it's just one, if you give it to those forces, they will be willing to give you a lot of benefits. Tian Lei Lai shook his head. Brother Lin, I understand what you said clearly. If the Heavenly Martial Sect was still here, they might care about my identity as a young master. But now, I am nothing. If I rashly take those things to them, I will be eaten alive. If I hand them over to you, it will be completely different. I am willing to take this gamble. If not for Lin Fei's appearance, Tian Lei Lai didn't know where he could go in the future. In the Sky Martial continent, there was really no place for him to live. Since that was the case, Tian Lei Lai was willing to take a risk. Moreover, if the universe crystal chip was in his hands, there would only be disadvantages. In the sea, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Are you sure? Lin Fei looked at Tian Lei Lai. Although he was very interested in the universe crystal chip, he wouldn't snatch it. If he wanted something, he would snatch it himself. I'm sure. Tian Lei Lai said firmly, I only hope that Brother Lin can help me. I believe that my eyes won't make a mistake. Looking at Tian Lei Lai, Lin Fei said, if you don't say it, I will leave the Sky Martial continent and go to the Wasteland continent. Since you have asked, I will help you. Thank you. The ship turned around and headed for the Sky Martial Island. When Yu Hu, who was driving the ship, heard that they were going to the Sky Martial Island, he was scared out of his wits. Not daring to say anything, he gritted his teeth and steered the ship towards the Sky Martial Island. A few days later, on the sea towards the Sky Martial Island, the figures of the Sea Clan's warriors started to appear. They really put in a lot of effort to catch you. On the deck of the ship, Lin Fei smiled. Tian Lei Lai also felt that the number of the Sea Clan's warriors seemed to exceed his expectations. This didn't seem normal. Something doesn't seem right. Tian Lei Lai frowned. Something doesn't seem right? Lin Fei couldn't see it. At this time, a group of Sea Clan's warriors approached the ship. One of the dozen Sea Clan's warriors suddenly saw a figure on the deck and immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. I found him, I found him. The mission of these Sea Clan's warriors wasn't to find the Sky Martial young master, but to find a young man. This was an order from the Sea King himself. Whoever found the young man's traces would be rewarded handsomely. This made many Sea Clan's warriors excited. Send out the signal immediately. The Sea Clan's warrior immediately ordered. Don't. In the sky above the sea, 3 loud noises resounded loudly in the sky. I found something. Hurry over. The nearby Sea Clan's warriors rushed over immediately. People on the ship, listen up. You have been surrounded. Give up resisting and surrender. Chapter 3351. The Sea Tribe warriors inside and outside gathered around. Lin Fei laughed. We are quite popular. Tian Lei Lai was filled with killing intent when he saw the oceanic race warriors. They chased me all the way back then. Now it's my turn. Tian Lei Lai took out his divine weapon and prepared to attack. However, he was stopped by Lin Fei. Don't be anxious. They are just ants. Lin Fei laughed. There's no point in killing them. When we get there, I guarantee you'll have a good time. He Yuan, who was behind Lin Fei, tacked. I'll lead the way for master. With a wave of his hand, a majestic force crushed over. The oceanic race warriors exploded into a bloody mess. Xiaoyu, follow them. My lord, we found traces of that person. They are heading towards Sky Marshal Island. Besides that person, there is also the Sky Marshal young master, Tian Lei Lai. On Sky Marshal Island, the 5 Sea Kings received the news. Through special sea beasts, they could see the situation. Haha, it's that kid. Hundreds of billions of power of faith. A powerful universal spatial treasure. We are not bad. The 5 Sea Kings looked at the youths on the ship and smiled radiantly. Send out the army and take them down. The 5 Sea Kings had no objections. It was a pleasant surprise to find traces of the other party. As for the 3 of them, they had never taken them seriously. The myriad god continent claimed to be very powerful, but the 5 Sea Kings did not take it seriously. They were very strong, but they were nothing in front of the Sky Marshal continent's oceanic race. It would be easy to defeat them with an army. Over the sea, a dense mass of oceanic race warriors swarmed over. There was no end to their numbers. Other than the oceanic race warriors, there were more of them. It made one's scalp tingle. At least Tian Lei Lai was like that. The army of the 5 Sea Kings had arrived. Anyone would feel a chill down their spine. Even Tian Lei Lai himself could not understand why. There were only 3 of them. The 5 Sea Kings had mobilized such a large force. Facing such an army, Tian Lei Lai's hand trembled as he held his divine weapon. Sky Marshal Island was strong, right? But under such an attack, they could not withstand it. Even if there was no internal rebellion, the situation would be the same. No one could stop it. Our reputation is not small. Lin Fei was still smiling, looking indifferent and flirtatious. Tian Lei Lai really admired Lin Fei for being able to remain so calm in the face of such an army. In this aspect, he could only sigh at his inferiority. The disparity was too great. The more it was like this, the more Tian Lei Lai hoped that Lin Fei would help him take revenge. Black Yuan swept through everything in his path. At the start, he used his palm strike. Then, he used his Cosmos divine weapon. He killed his way through, and all the Sea Tribe warriors died with a single slash. This was the first time that the valiant Black Yuan had encountered the relentless attacks of the Sea Tribe's warriors. It was very troublesome to kill such a large number of them. The Sea Tribe warriors had initially shouted that they wanted to capture the 3 of them alive. However, as He Yuan killed his way over, many of the Sea Tribe warriors' expressions changed. None of their attacks landed on that person. From beginning to end, there seemed to be an invisible layer of power on the surface of that person. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through that layer of power. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. He Yuan had single-handedly killed tens of millions of Sea Tribe warriors. Continue attacking. No matter how powerful that fellow is, his physical body won't be able to withstand the exhaustion. The commander of the Sea Tribe warriors persisted in one thought, and that was to defeat the enemy with a large number of people. This was the Sea Tribe's best fighting style. No one could withstand it. That was how Sky Marshal Island had been conquered. The Sea Tribe's reproduction methods were very powerful. They could recover from any battle in a dozen years, or even less. In the Sky Marshal continent, the Sea Tribe was the strongest existence. He Yuan continued to kill. The ship behind him followed. Too powerful. Yu, who was anxiously steering the ship. His scalp was numb. That expressionless, dark-skinned fellow was actually this powerful. The Sea Tribe warriors were famous for their strength. However, they had been killed by the other party with a single slash. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. He would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Who is that person? He killed tens of millions of our Sea Tribe warriors. Hurry up and report. Our Sea Tribe warriors are being chopped like vegetables. Even the commander of the Sea Tribe couldn't withstand this kind of exhaustion. If one person was already so powerful, what if there were more of them? They didn't dare to imagine it. No one had ever been able to withstand the attacks of their army. However, today they had been stopped by a single person. Along the way, none of their attacks had been able to hurt the other party. The other party seemed to be invincible. With a casual slash, even the strongest Sea Tribe warriors would be killed. The 5 Sea Kings were constantly paying attention. After seeing such losses, they couldn't help but frown. Does no one know who that person is? His saber technique is extremely powerful. He can easily cut through the defense of our Sea Tribe warriors. Hurry up and find out who he is. Such a person can't be unknown. The 5 Sea Kings couldn't help but feel embarrassed. There were only 3 of them, and they had paid such a huge price. It wasn't worth it. Tell them not to attack and open a path for them. Just keep an eye on them and don't escape. Aren't they coming to Sky Marshall Island? We'll just wait for them here. After a discussion, the 5 Sea Kings decided to wait for the other party to arrive. There were many experts here, so they didn't have to worry about being unable to capture those 3 people. No matter how powerful that person was, they weren't weak. No one could escape from them. They're not attacking anymore. Once the order was given, the Sea Tribe warriors all retreated and opened a path. So, the Sea Tribe warriors are also afraid of death. Tian Lei Lai's mood became much better. The dignified Sea Tribe warriors, who used numbers to deal with their enemies, would also retreat one day. This was absolutely an inconceivable thing. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by this situation at all. With so many Sea Tribe warriors dead, it would be strange if he didn't feel distressed. They're probably waiting to see us. Let's go and settle this matter. Lin Fei laughed. You're the only one who can make such a huge matter sound so easily. Tian Lei Lai couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Lin Fei said proudly, actually, I'm very powerful, okay? They're just a few Sea Kings. They're nothing in my eyes. Brag, continue bragging. Without the obstruction of the Sea Tribe warriors, the journey was smooth. The ship sailed into a huge encirclement. Both inside and outside the encirclement were densely packed with Sea Tribe warriors. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart palpitate. The Sea Tribe was indeed the powerful overlord of the sea. A few days later, a huge island appeared. Chapter 3352. Who would have thought that I would return so quickly? Both of Thundercrack's eyes turned scarlet. He stared at the Sky Marshall Island. Just a while ago, he was still a young master, yet now he had almost become a prisoner. If not for Lin Fei acting, Thundercrack dared not imagine what would have happened to him. That is a warring sea beast. It has the strength of a cosmos god. You have to be careful. Thundercrack muttered. During the invasion of the island, the warring sea beasts have a huge advantage. Even though they do not have intelligence and only attack instinctively, that is an attack from a genuine cosmos god. You cannot resist it head-on. Thundercrack was afraid that Lin Fei would resist it head-on. Lin Fei's gaze landed on the warring sea beast. Indeed, he could feel a terrifying aura coming from it. There were 5 auras in a row. The Sea Clan was not simple. Even if it did not have intelligence, it was still an attack from a cosmos god. How could it be so easy to resist it? Thundercrack, you are quite daring to take the initiative to return. Do you think that you can suppress us after finding a helper? The majestic group of Sea Clan warriors in front made way, revealing a figure. He was none other than Sea King Qinghai. He stood on the back of the warring sea beast and looked down. At the same time, his gaze landed on this young man. He was truly young. If not for those old monsters from the myriad god great continents spreading the news, who would dare believe that this was real? This young man could take away several hundred billion faith energy and had a cosmos spatial treasure on him. It was unrealistic. But now, regardless of whether it was real or not, there was nothing to worry about. No one could leave this place. I have indeed found a helper. You guys have attacked the Sky Marshal Island and killed the experts on our island. Today, I have come to take revenge. Thundercrack was throwing caution to the wind. All of you should be prepared to die. The 5 Sea Kings and the other Sea Clan warriors guffawed. What a good young master. Such arrogance. I wonder if you can do it with just the 3 of you. Sea King Xianxia said with disdain, I do wish to experience it. But for now, you can scram to the side. Turning his gaze, he landed on that young man. The Sea King of Xianxia stared at Lin Fei and said, Your Excellency is quite impressive. You managed to make the old monsters of the Myriad Gods continent complain about you, but they didn't dare to do anything to you. I'm really curious how you managed to do it. Lin Fei was very smart now. He immediately understood what was going on after hearing the Sea King's words. Those old fogies really aren't anything good. They can't beat me, so they're trying to backstab me. If I'm not mistaken, they must be saying that I have hundreds of billions of faith power and powerful treasures. Lin Fei thought that this was highly possible. Tian Lei Lai was completely baffled. Could it be that Lin Fei had gotten himself into some kind of trouble? Do you guys have money? Lin Fei laughed loudly. This answer infuriated the Sea King of Xianxia. So what if I have money? The Sea King of Xianxia said fiercely, Don't play dumb. Since you brought a good master with you, hand over everything and be obedient to us, and we'll spare your life. Right, hand over everything. Otherwise, this place will be your land of death. There has never been anyone who could survive after rejecting our oceanic clan. The 5 Sea Kings were certain that they would defeat Lin Fei and Thunder Split. They indeed had the confidence to say these words. Ignoring everything else, just the huge oceanic clan army and the war sea beasts could defeat all superpowers. At the same time, they were their greatest reliance. Even if the other party was stronger, it was impossible for them to stop them. 5 cosmos gods against a single person? Who could endure that? Unless the other party was a cosmos god? But was that possible? That was impossible. Who did not know that it was hard for a cosmos god to break through? Lin Fei glanced at Thundersplit. If I restrict their strength, can you kill them? Restrict their strength? The cosmos god weapon in Thundersplit's hand tightened. If their strength is restricted, killing them is too easy. Then prepare yourself. Since you said you want to take revenge, I'll let you do so right now. Kill them personally. That's the best thing. Lin Fei patted the shoulder of Thundersplit. These words were heard by the 5 Sea Kings. All of them revealed a look of disdain. Kill them? Restrict their strength? Do you think you are an ultra-strong expert? In the Sky Marshal Great Continent, they had never heard of anyone who could restrict their strength. Even if you wanted to dupe others, there was no need to do so. Haha, restrict our strength? Do you think you are so formidable? Sea King Xianxia sneered. If you are so formidable, we would have long submitted to you instead of standing here. The few of you, go and deal with that fellow. I believe you won't disappoint us. Sea King Xianxia said to a dozen human experts not far away. Those human experts were all higher-ups of the Sky Marshal Island. They had betrayed the Sky Marshal sect at the crucial moment, causing the island to fall. Thunder Split saw them. His killing intent surged. He was prepared to kill his way out and kill them. Wait a moment. What's the rush? Lin Fei chuckled. Don't you feel that there are too many people here? Being surrounded by so many people is such an uncomfortable thing. Too many people? It should be because the Oceanic clan had more warriors. The 5 Sea Kings had practically brought out their entire army. Naturally, their numbers were not small. Let's go. Lin Fei laughed and waved his hand to the left. A huge black hole appeared and swallowed all the Oceanic clan's warriors on the left. For a moment, the area was empty. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and the Oceanic clan's warriors on the right also disappeared. The dark scene had disappeared without a trace. Restrict my strength. I am the god. Lin Fei took a step forward and arrived above the sea. His loud and clear voice resounded. A formless energy swept over everyone on heavenly Marshall Island. Everyone who was swept by this energy felt their expressions change drastically. Half of their cultivation realm was suddenly sealed. How come my strength is reduced by more than half? This is impossible. I am not an ultimate god anymore. What the hell? The expressions of the human experts, who were the first to reach the sky thunder rend, changed drastically. Their hearts felt empty. Lin Fei patted Thunder Split. All right, let's do it. Let's finish this quickly. All right. Thunder Split was filled with killing intent. He went straight to the first human expert. 10th Elder, eat my blade. The blade slashed. After half of the 10th Elder's strength was sealed, his realm and everything else dropped. He only felt his vision blur, and his head fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Young Master, don't kill us. We are willing to surrender. Young Master, we surrender. We were forced to do this. After killing the 10th Elder with a single blade, the remaining human experts all looked terrified. That person was too terrifying. Half of his strength was sealed. What kind of joke was this? Where did the young master find him? Chapter 33:53. Thunder Rend did not feel that he was bullying the weak. Who asked them to betray Sky Marshall Island? Now that they were killed by him, they only had themselves to blame. Facing their begging, Thunder Rend did not hesitate. He did not pity them either. They had to pay the price for what they did. This was something they had to understand from the start. The Heavenly Thunder Rend killed more than a dozen experts of the human race. Fellow Sea Kings, it is your turn now. Thunder Rend was clear that such an opportunity was hard to come by. If he missed it, he did not know when he would get another chance. Even if it was a Sea King, he was not afraid. Kill! Thunder Rend charged towards Sea King Qinghai. At this moment, the expressions of the 5 Sea Kings changed. Half of their strength had been sealed. This was something impossible. Who exactly is that person? Why did my realm and strength fall by half? And where did our army go? I can't even contact them. The expressions of the 5 Sea Kings became terrified. That seemingly young fellow was so powerful. Did it not mean that he was at the Cosmos God level? Stop them. Hurry up and stop them. Seeing that the Heavenly Thunder Rend was coming for them, the 5 Sea Kings' pupils shrank as treasures floated around them. If they were at their peak, they would not be afraid of Thunder Rend. They would kill as many of these brats as they could. But now, they were not as strong as Thunder Rend. Furthermore, the most important army had disappeared. The only thing they could rely on was gone. Pew pew pew. Thunder Rend brandished his blade to kill the warriors of the Sea Clan. He closed in on the 5 Sea Kings. Wherever he went, none was his opponent. Awesome! One by one, the powerful warriors fell to his blade. This feeling was too wonderful. In his heart, Tian Leilai rejoiced that he had gotten to know Lin Fei and that item. Everything had been worth it. Didn't you guys want to kill me? What a reversal of fortune. It is your turn this year. Ha! Thunder Rend moved closer to Sea King Qinghai. With a single blade, he disappeared without a trace. The armor in front of Sea King Qinghai trembled, and he was directly sent flying. Everyone hurry up and activate the war beasts. Let's deal with that brat first. Otherwise, we will all die here. Sea King Qinghai spat out blood. Even if he felt uneasy, he knew that everything was caused by that brat. It was most likely a treasure. We have to deal with that brat together. At this moment, their hearts were filled with bitterness. They finally understood why the old freaks of the Myriad Gods continent could not capture this kid. They even suspected that those old freaks could not kill this kid, so they sent them to deal with him. They were using someone else to do their dirty work. That old bastard tricked us. While cursing in their hearts, they decisively commanded the warring sea beasts to attack Lin Fei. Waves of light rushed out like a stream of light. Lin Fei was rich now, so why would he care about this? Seal. All the attacks in front of him stopped, including the 5 warring sea monsters. I like these 5 things very much, so I want them. Lin Fei walked over slowly. Control. In his eyes, the Jingguang flashed, and out of thin air, It turned into a talisman and entered the minds of the 5 warring sea beasts. The entire process didn't last long. When they stopped to recover, the 5 warring sea beasts looked at Lin Fei with joyful expressions. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei landed on one of the warring sea beasts. He could feel the joy transmitted over. 5 cosmos gods. Lin Fei grinned. He was satisfied with this harvest. And after losing contact with the 5 sea kings, they were spurting out blood nonstop. They finally realized that this person was someone they could not defeat. He truly covered the sky with one hand. We surrender. We are willing to give you faith energy. Sir, we surrender. The 5 sea kings were in complete despair. The person in front of them was too powerful. Just a mysterious treasure had sealed half of their strength, making them not the opponent of Sky Lightning Split. Who would believe it if they said it out? Yet they experienced it for themselves. Left with no choice, they could only choose to surrender. The warring sea beasts were captured by the other party. With a wave of his hand, the seal was broken, and their appearances changed. Who would not collapse after encountering such a matter? The 5 sea kings were completely collapsing now. The moment they surrendered, Sky Lightning Split became confused. He did not know if he should act or not. Looking at that figure again, he knew that the gap between him and the other party was huge. Who would have thought that I would be acquainted with such an ultra-strong expert? The 5 sea kings were suppressed just like that. Sky Lightning Split thought. He rejoiced in his heart that he had made the right decision. Strong. Too strong. What are you staring blankly for? Let's beat them half to death first. Lin Fei shouted at Sky Lightning Split. Alright. Sky Lightning Split understood. He could choose not to kill them, but he could beat them half to death. This was a Sea King. Just thinking about it made Sky Lightning Split excited. The 5 Sea Kings begged for mercy out of helplessness. Who would be willing? After hearing the words of the other party, they understood one thing. They did not have to worry about dying, but they would definitely be beaten up. They accepted it. Resist? After sealing half of their strength, the gap between them and Sky Lightning Split was huge. Especially after losing their warring sea beasts, they were once again heavily injured. Lin Fei did not interrupt Sky Lightning Split to vent his anger. One by one, the Sea Kings were kicked away and silently endured. These guys are smart. They know to lower their heads. It's not easy to become a Sea King. Lin Fei thought. I didn't waste 300 billion prestige points. He had used up 300 billion prestige points just to show off. If this was in the past, Lin Fei would not have dared to do so. Now that he was rich, such a small expenditure was nothing. The 5 Sea Kings had never been in such a sorry state before. After knowing that he could not kill them, Sky Lightning Split gave up on using his divine weapon and switched to his bare fists. All he did was beat them until their faces were swollen and bruised. His body had also become tattered, almost on the verge of collapse. Thank you. My thoughts are clear now. Sky Lightning Split flew back. His entire demeanor had changed, and he was in a state of excitement. Punching a Sea King was such a great thing. It's good that you like it. Lin Fei smiled and said, they have surrendered. They have a lot of money, so I have to make a fortune first. You won't blame me, right? Sky Lightning Split shook his head. I won't. Without you, I would never be able to slap a Sea King's face in this lifetime. That kind of feeling is really great. Lin Fei laughed. I see that there are still many of you on Sky Marshall Island. Go and deal with them first. When things are settled here, I will bring you over as a guest. I just don't know if you have the guts. Sky Lightning Split's blood boiled. With Brother Lin around, I am not afraid of anything. Chapter 3354. The humans on Heavenly Marshall Island. They had thought that this would be the end of their lives. They would be enslaved by the sea race. Perhaps they would be playthings for the sea race's upper echelons. However, no one expected that one day, the young master would invite a super powerhouse. With one move, the Ocean King's army was transferred away. Even the Ocean King's strength was sealed, and the 5 ocean war beasts, which were universal existences, were taken away by the other party. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. However, they had truly felt the powerful aura of that super expert. He was so young and so powerful. With one move, he had solved a huge problem for Heavenly Marshall Island. The young master is mighty. The young master is mighty. The humans on Heavenly Marshall Island cheered loudly. Instantly, the cheers were endless. Because of this super expert, in the future, if any sea king dared to attack them in the sea, they would have to think twice about how they could withstand this super expert's attack. On this day, Heavenly Marshall Island was filled with cheers. Lin Fei had become a distinguished guest on Heavenly Marshall Island. The 5 sea kings obediently stayed in a courtyard. They were very well behaved. They did not dare say a word or do anything. The super expert's methods, even on the surface, were not something they could resist. Since that was the case, they might as well be well behaved. At this time, they really regretted attacking Heavenly Marshall Island. They had paid such a huge price, only to encounter such a thing. They really wanted to bang their heads against a wall. They, the mighty Sea Kings, had been beaten to a pulp. Now that they knew what had happened, they would not dare to attack Heavenly Marshall Island again. Now, they did not know how that super expert would deal with them. However, they knew in their hearts that they would have to pay a huge price for this. They hated those old fogies from the myriad god continent. If not for those old fogies spreading the news, they would not have offended such a super expert. In the courtyard, they sighed every day. He was speechless over this matter. Tian Lei Lai was elected as the new sect leader. In a short time, the Heavenly Marshall sect was rebuilt. The elders all supported Tian Lei Lai as the new sect leader. He was in charge of handling matters for a few days. When he was free, the first thing Lei Lai did was to visit Lin Fei and bring him a gift. "Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I've been busy with reconstruction recently." Lei Lai sat in front of Lin Fei, a cup of tea in front of him. "It's okay, I can understand." Lin Fei laughed. How could he be angry about this kind of thing? He was not that kind of person. "Brother Lin, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't reject it." Heaven Lei Lai took out a faith card. "I heard Brother Lin is interested in this. Our Heavenly Marshall sect has no use for this thing. It would be better for Brother Lin to use it." He glanced at the God of Faith card and saw that there was actually 30 billion power of faith on it. 30 billion power of faith wasn't a small amount. For Lin Fei, 30 billion power of faith wasn't much of a thrill. To be able to make Sky Ren take the initiative to give it to him meant that he knew how to behave. "There's no need for that. I'm very satisfied with your universe chip." Lin Fei shook his head. "No way. Brother Lin, you must accept it." Heaven Lei Lai said in a deep voice, "You've helped me a lot. This is a token of gratitude from the entire Heavenly Marshall sect." Lin Fei could see that Heaven Lei Lai was sincere. "I'll accept the God of Faith card, but I'll give you a gift." In the Sea King's courtyard, the 5 Sea Kings were dejected. Although they had recovered their strength, they didn't have the guts to make a move. The sea beasts of war had changed masters at will. Their opponent's strength was definitely above theirs, and they didn't have the confidence to take him down. "If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have been so greedy." "Yeah, right. Brother Qinghai, weren't you the one who suggested it?" The Sea King of Qinghai was sullen. He couldn't help but feel sullen. "You guys seem to be in a good mood." The door was pushed open, and Lin Fei walked in with a smile. Behind him was Lei Lai. When they saw this young man again, the pupils of the 5 Sea Kings shrank, and they quickly stood up. They didn't dare to sit down, as they didn't know if this young man would give them a hard slap in the face. It's okay. They forced a smile on their faces, but deep down, they were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. It would be strange if they were in a good mood at this time, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. What if the young man got angry and killed them with a slap? Heaven Lei Lai laughed in his heart. It was rare to see a dignified Sea King like this. "I think you guys don't like this place, so let's leave." Lin Fei waved his hand, and a mass of energy wrapped around them. They left the Heavenly Marshall Island, went to the sea outside, and landed on the sea beasts of war. The Sea Kings were still in a state of shock, and they didn't know what to do. "I heard that the Sea Kings of the Tianwu continent are famous Sea Kings, So I believe you have a lot of money. I like the power of faith. As sea kings, how much do you think you can take to buy your lives? Lin Fei looked at them with a smile. The 5 sea kings were scared by his gaze. How much power of faith to buy their lives? Whose life would they buy? Naturally, it would be their lives. Using the power of faith to buy their lives, they heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. 30 billion. Sea King Xianxia gritted his teeth. Lin Fei said seriously, "It seems that it is better to kill all of you. A life is only worth 30 billion power of faith. That is too cheap. Don't you have any face?" The 5 sea kings almost vomited blood again. Was 30 billion power of faith little? It was not a small amount at all. But listening to the other party's words, it seemed to be very poor. If you want to live, you need at least 80 billion power of faith. Lin Fei said, "We can let them prepare now. By the time you guys reach the sea region, if you don't send any power of faith over, I'll immediately kill all of you. I am a man of my words." 80 billion power of faith, that was a huge amount of wealth. But thinking about the identity of this expert, they had nothing else to say. They might be able to fork out 80 billion power of faith if they gritted their teeth. "We will immediately contact the others." On the sea region, the 5 war beasts opened a path. Everyone who saw this at the sea region were badly frightened. This was a cosmos god that only the Sea King could control. Very soon, they arrived at the territory of Sea King Xianxia. At this moment, almost all the higher-ups of Sea King Xianxia came. They had heard about this matter, but they could not understand what was going on. How could a Sea King be captured? Furthermore, it was 5 Sea Kings. That was an unfathomable matter. Chapter 3355. The news that the 5 Sea Kings had been captured hadn't really spread. These were 5 Sea Kings, and they had an army of warring sea beasts by their side. They were all natural-born combat experts. With such protection, who could possibly take down the 5 Sea Kings? They're here. The appearance of 5 sea beasts in the territory of the Sea King of Xianxia shocked many people. It was rare for the 5 Sea Kings to appear together. Although they were working together, they were actually working together for the sake of cooperation. If it was during normal times, they would never interact with each other. They would only stand together when there were benefits. It's the Sea King. Everyone saw the Sea King of Xianxia. At this time, the Sea King of Xianxia was standing next to a young man, and there were 4 other Sea Kings next to him. They immediately knew that something had happened to the Sea King. "Bring me the God of Faith card and you'll be free," Lin Fei said with a smile. 80 billion power of faith. That was 400 billion power of faith for 5 people. It was another big deal. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring it over, you bunch of good-for-nothings," the Sea King of Xianxia yelled at his subordinates. He had been suppressing his anger, and now that he had found an opportunity, he would definitely vent it out. A God of Faith card appeared in Lin Fei's hand. There was 80 billion power of faith in the card. Although it wasn't easy to take it out, the Sea King of Xianxia had pawned many things and borrowed a lot of power of faith. "You can go now. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again." The Sea King of Xianxia wanted to say that they shouldn't meet again. The Sea King of Xianxia really didn't want to see such a guy again. He had taken away 80 billion power of faith, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. The Sea King of Xianxia was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. "By the way, if there's any news in the future, I hope you can support me," Lin Fei called out to the Sea King of Xianxia. "News? Support?" The Sea King of Xianxia felt that something bad was about to happen. "Don't worry, my lord. I'll be the first to support you," the Sea King of Xianxia quickly said. Lin Fei patted the Sea King of Xianxia's shoulder. "I hope you won't disappoint me. I don't mind visiting you again." Then Lin Fei left. He left with the 5 warring sea beasts. The Sea King of Xianxia looked as if he had lost his parents. That was a war-type sea beast, but it was gone just like that. There was nothing more heartbreaking than this. He didn't want to see this happen if he could. The remaining 4 Ocean Kings finally relaxed. This person was still trustworthy. What they were most worried about was that they would be killed. That would really be for naught. Now that the Sea King of Xianxia had returned, they didn't have to worry about being assassinated. Sure enough, it was just as he said. The Sea Kings were released one by one. When the last Sea King was released, Lin Fei had obtained 400 billion power of faith. He was overjoyed. Brother Lin, where are we going? Lei Lai was originally worried that the 5 Sea Kings would come for revenge. However, nothing happened along the way, so he could not help but feel relieved. Let's go to the Sea God City. I'll get you a present on the way. Lin Fei smiled at Tian Lei Lai. Gift. Tian Lei Lai did not dare to imagine what kind of gift he could get in the Sea God City. It would depend on the imperial capital of the Oceanic clan. Although the Sea God was just a name and a formality, he was still the Sea God and was nominally in charge of this part of the sea. Lin Fei smiled without saying anything. Sea God City. It was the largest city in the Sky Martial continent. It was also the Oceanic clan's holy land. As humans, Lin Fei and Tian Lei Lai were not welcomed in the sea, especially when they were approaching the Sea God City. However, when the 5 war-type sea beasts lined up, it was hard not to be noticed. Those look like war-type sea beasts. Didn't they say that war-type sea beasts can only be controlled by sea kings? Why are there 5 of them all of a sudden? Or are there 5 sea kings in the Sea God City? If that's true, then we're in big trouble. The Oceanic clan outside the Sea God City could not remain calm after seeing the 5 war-type sea beasts. As the Sea God City was the Oceanic clan's holy land, very few sea kings would come under normal circumstances. Now that 5 of them had come at once, something big was definitely going to happen. However, when they looked closely at the people on the war-type sea beasts, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Because there was not a single familiar person on the war-type sea beasts, only 3 who were relatively unfamiliar. No, it was 2 of them. They really did know the one in the middle. It was the young lord of the Sky Martial Island, Tian Lei Lai. Oh my God, what's going on? No one could figure out what was going on. However, everyone knew that something bad was going to happen. Quick, report to His Majesty. The appearance of 5 war-type sea beasts is not a good thing for the Holy Land. The Sea God City was located deep in the sea. It was a huge city. A rainbow-colored barrier protected the huge Sea God City. All kinds of Oceanic clan members appeared in the big city, leisurely and at ease. In the center of the Sea God City was a tall tower that was exceptionally eye-catching. The Sea God Tower. It was the symbol of the Sea God City. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. In the Sea God Tower, a group of people were enjoying a song and dance. They were all enjoying it. Suddenly, a figure rushed in and disrupted their good mood. The sea god, Hai Qingfeng, raised his head and looked at his trusted aide unhappily. If you don't give me a reason, you know what will happen to you. The sea god might not have much influence outside the sea, but in the Sea God City, he was an absolute existence. No one dared to disobey him. Your Majesty, I just received news that 5 war-type sea beasts have arrived outside. It is said that the Sea King did not appear on the war-type sea beasts. Instead, it is an unfamiliar young man. Apart from that, there is also the Sky Martial Island's young master Tian Lei Lai. I suspect that they want to harm the Sea God City. What? 5 war-type sea beasts? Hai Qingfeng stood up as if he had been pricked by needles. Are you sure it's true? The Sea God City had not been able to suppress the various Sea Kings because they were not strong enough. If they were strong enough, they would have unified the sea a long time ago. The Sea God City was very useless. 5 war-type sea beasts meant that they did not come with good intentions. If possible, Hai Qingfeng did not want to hear this news. It meant that trouble was about to appear. It's absolutely true. They will probably arrive in the Sea God City in 1 or 2 days. Your Majesty, please make a decision as soon as possible. Hai Qingfeng took a deep breath. Call the generals over immediately. On the way to the Sea God City, Lin Fei was followed by many Oceanic clan members. These Oceanic clan members were very obedient and kept a distance from him. Chapter 3356. At the bottom of the sea, a 7-colored city appeared dazzling. Brother Lin, that's Ocean God City. It seems like they don't welcome us. Tian Lei Lai said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei chuckled. So what if they don't welcome us? His words were domineering. Many people had gathered outside Ocean God City. In fact, Lin Fei even saw a warring sea beast. Ocean God City wasn't strong, but with a warring sea beast, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Compared to the 5 warring sea beasts that Lin Fei had brought, Ocean God City's scale was really small. Young Master Tian Lei Lai, what are you doing in Ocean God City? Before they got close, someone shouted loudly. His voice was like waves, surging over and landing clearly in everyone's ears. Sky Marshal Island and Ocean God City didn't have a good relationship. Under normal circumstances, the two forces rarely interacted. Furthermore, no one would be happy about the current situation. We are here to visit Her Majesty. We have no ill intentions. Tian Lei Lai was more reserved and didn't dare to say too much. Visit? Many people shook their heads and despised Tian Lei Lai in their hearts. Who would pay a visit like this? Even the Ocean King wouldn't dare to do such a thing. For a moment, everyone didn't know how to answer. Young Master Tian Lei Lai, you can visit Her Majesty, but your warring sea beasts have to stop immediately. Our small Ocean God City can't afford such trouble. They didn't want the warring sea beasts to enter Ocean God City. No one could bear such a threat. Tian Lei Lai looked at Lin Fei with a bitter smile. He really couldn't make a decision on this matter. Lin Fei snorted coldly. A bunch of cowards. In the Ocean God Pagoda of Ocean God City, Hai Qingfeng was also sizing up the newcomers. He knew about Tian Lei Lai and the 5 Ocean Kings attacking Sky Marshal Island. The only thing he couldn't understand was why this young master was here. His gaze quickly fell on the warring sea beasts. The 5 warring sea beasts lined up in a row, looking domineering and shocking. No, that can't be right. Could these 5 warring sea beasts belong to the 5 Ocean Kings? But why would they allow outsiders to control the warring sea beasts? Are they crazy? Hai Qingfeng frowned. In his opinion, there must be a big problem, and it was a very big problem. However, His Majesty the Sea God couldn't figure out what exactly had happened. Do you think they will listen to us? Hai Qingfeng asked the generals behind him. The generals behind him were momentarily speechless. 5 war-type sea beasts. This meant that they were related to the 5 Ocean Kings. They really couldn't guarantee such a thing. Who asked the Oceanic God City to be so weak? I don't think they have the guts. The generals' answers were actually weak. They really didn't have the confidence. Let your Sea God Majesty come out. I'm here to give him a big gift. If you miss this opportunity, your Sea God Majesty will regret it. Lin Fei's loud and clear voice reverberated. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their eardrums. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their faces were filled with shock. Let His Majesty the Sea God go out? Everyone shook their heads slightly. This person was too arrogant. Didn't he know that His Majesty the Sea God rarely went out? Furthermore, he was going to see a human. If it was an Ocean King, it would be a different matter. However, it was definitely not a human. In the entire Tianwu continent, there were not many humans who could make His Majesty the Sea God go out to greet them. At least, this guy in front of them couldn't. How arrogant. He dares to say that he's going to give me a gift? Hai Qingfeng's anger was unquenchable. That human was way too full of himself. There was no way he would believe the words of the other party. Giving him such a huge gift? What a joke. Since when did the human race become so kind-hearted? Was it possible? That was absolutely impossible. Hai Qingfeng wouldn't fall for it. Tell them that if they dare to approach Oceanic God City again, they will be my enemies. They will be killed without mercy. Hai Qingfeng snorted coldly. His Majesty has said that if the 2 of you dare to approach again, you will be the enemies of Oceanic God City. A general of Oceanic God City stood out. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. How disappointing. His Majesty the Sea God really doesn't have much courage. No wonder he can't make a comeback under the Ocean King's suppression. With this kind of courage, he will be like that for the rest of his life. Tian Lei Lai nodded. His Majesty the Sea God is indeed timid. However, in Oceanic God City, his temper is not small. He will kill anyone who disobeys him. But in front of those Ocean Kings, he is pitifully timid. He is like a yes man. At first, Lin Fei was still thinking that it would be best if the other party could come out. Sigh, he's forcing me to make a move. Lin Fei sighed. Tian Lei almost laughed. He wasn't shocked at all when he heard that. After interacting with Lin Fei for a period of time, he understood Lin Fei's temper. Lin Fei was a stubborn person. If you listened to him, that would be for the best. If you didn't, then congratulations, you would be out of luck. For example, the sea god in Oceanic God City. Attack Oceanic God City. This time, there was no need for Lin Fei or He Yuan to make a move. The 5 warring sea beasts heard the order and immediately attacked Oceanic God City. Their huge bodies were unrestrained underwater. They set off huge waves that crashed against Oceanic God City's defenses. Damn it! They're attacking! Activate the defenses immediately! The 7-colored rippling array formation instantly shone with dazzling golden light. The attack of the 5 warring sea beasts was very domineering. As soon as the attack began, everyone in Oceanic God City paled. Some ran. No one could calm down. How dare Tian Lei attack? I'm going to destroy his Sky Marshal Island. Hai Qingfeng, who was inside the Oceanic God Pagoda, could no longer remain calm. That guy really dared to attack. As the 5 warring sea beasts attacked, the majestic Oceanic God City fell into a storm. The 7-colored array formation continuously released dazzling light. The array formation was about to reach its limit. Immediately arrange for the army to counterattack. Send experts to kill Tian Lei and those 2 people. Hai Qingfeng was panicking, but he quickly gave the order. Your Majesty, if we send the army, we will be sending them to their deaths. That's 5 warring sea beasts. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The generals behind him all stood together. They only had one goal, and that was not to send the army. It was like smashing an egg against a rock. In the end, they would still be the unlucky ones. They absolutely could not do such a thing. You guys. Hai Qingfeng was sullen. How could he not know that sending the army would be sending them to their deaths? If he did not do that, he would have to wait for the 5 warring sea beasts to attack. If it was just one warring sea beast, Hai Qingfeng would not be so nervous. He could just pretend that he had a warring sea beast. Who didn't have one? Your Majesty, we think it's better to go out and meet that person. The generals said in unison. Chapter 3357. The Attack of the 5 Warring Sea Beasts. This brought great pressure to Sea God City. As the holy land of all sea tribe warriors, Sea God City was actually attacked one day. Furthermore, it was by 5 warring sea beasts. This immediately shattered everyone's thoughts of resistance. The rainbow array formation was gradually losing speed, and it was not long before it broke. As for Sea God City's counterattack, Sea God City had not retaliated at all. Would they dare? Of course not. No one could stop the attack of the 5 warring sea beasts. Any counterattack would be insignificant. When do you think they'll come out? Lin Fei said with a smile. Tian Lei could not help but mourn for Sea God. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend Lin Fei. They should be out soon. Tian Lei laughed. Those generals aren't to be trifled with. They definitely won't allow this to continue. Don't think that His Majesty the Sea God can sit on the throne. Within Sea God City, His Majesty the Sea God has to rely on those generals. In less than 2 hours. Stop fighting. We're out. Stop. We're out. More than 10 figures flew out of Sea God City and shouted together. It's those generals. Tian Lei laughed. The one in the middle is Sea God Hai Qingfeng. He's probably feeling helpless now. He's probably the only sea god who can be so incompetent. Haha. Lin Fei laughed. Isn't this good? The 5 warring sea beasts stopped. The generals heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but blame Sea God. If they had known that Sea God Hai Qingfeng was so easy to deal with, they would have taken the initiative to come out. All of you come out? Hai Qingfeng was indeed very sullen. But what could he do at this time? In Sea God City, he was the sea god, and his words carried enormous weight. But only he himself understood that if he did not have the support of these generals, he was nothing. These generals were actually arranged by the Sea Kings to monitor him. Your Majesty, you're doing this for the good of Sea God City. I believe that no one will say anything. A general said, let's go and meet them now. Maybe this matter will be resolved soon. Is that so? Hai Qingfeng did not comment. After opening the formation, Hai Qingfeng and the other generals flew toward Lin Fei. You're finally willing to come out. Not yet. Lin Fei said coldly. If it was before, these generals would definitely be angry, but now they didn't dare. After what happened just now, they could vaguely tell that the leader of the crowd was this black-clothed young man. You want to see me? Hai Qingfeng was still very arrogant in front of the human race. In the martial heaven continent, the sea race ruled. Even the human race had to live under their nose. Bang! Hai Qingfeng's vision blurred, and he was smashed to the bottom of the sea. His vision blurred, and his blood churned. He felt like he was about to explode. A hand reached out and pulled the man back. If you dare to be disrespectful to my lord again, I don't mind slapping you to death. He Yuan's icy voice was filled with killing intent as he stared at Hai Qingfeng. The generals didn't dare to make a sound. The moment He Yuan attacked, his thick and terrifying aura pressured the generals so much that they couldn't breathe. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would understand that this was a powerful person. Hai Qingfeng didn't dare to speak. Lin Fei smiled. Just stand there obediently. It's good for everyone. You're the sea god in name, so it's hard to respect you. However, I can give you a chance to be the sea god. The generals behind him couldn't help but change their expressions. They might be generals, but in the sea god city, they were all domineering lords. They didn't take the sea god seriously at all. If it wasn't for his bloodline, he wouldn't be qualified to be the sea god of the martial heaven continent. Even if it was an empty title, not everyone had the right to be the sea god. Sir, what do you mean by this? The generals couldn't stay calm when it came to matters that involved them. My lord said that you're all idiots. He Yuan snorted. You generals can stand aside. Stand aside? How could they be willing? A strange look flashed across Hai Qingfeng's eyes. If possible, who wouldn't want to be the sea god? Lin Fei swept his gaze across the generals. The sea god is the ruler of the marine race. How can he be powerless? Therefore, I want to help this sea god become the real sea god. Then, you won't need to exist anymore. With a wave of his hand, a majestic force swept across their bodies. These generals were all experts. The marine race's physical bodies were extremely powerful, but under this sweep, their bodies collapsed and they died instantly. Ah, well done. These fellows deserve to die. Hai Qingfeng laughed loudly. Even though he wasn't the one who killed them, he could finally vent the anger in his heart when they died. With all the generals dead, even if there were a few left in the city, they wouldn't be a threat. Hai Qingfeng had never felt so relaxed before. Without the surveillance of the generals, he felt relaxed. He didn't need to worry about anything anymore. He could do whatever he wanted in the sea god city. Sir, what do you want me to do? After laughing wildly, Hai Qingfeng lowered his head slightly at Lin Fei. No matter how stupid he was, he realized that this human who had killed more than a dozen generals was not someone he could fight against. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. This guy wasn't a blockhead. If he was really a blockhead, then it wouldn't be worth it. He didn't want to bring back a blockhead. I snatched these 5 war beasts from the Sea King of Qinghai and the others. Lin Fei said with a smile. Hai Qingfeng's heart trembled. At this moment, he finally understood why the 5 war beasts were here. It turned out that they had been snatched away, and the Sea Kings didn't dare to do anything after that. This meant that the 5 Sea Kings were suppressed by this black-robed man. This black-robed man had terrifying strength that no one could resist. Hai Qingfeng knew the temperament of the Sea Kings very well. Sir, please come in. Hai Qingfeng took a deep breath and bowed, making an inviting gesture. This was a thick thigh. Did you say that Hai Qingfeng was arrogant? That depended on the occasion. The Sea God City was actually very beautiful. Lin Fei wasn't interested in admiring it for the time being. If it wasn't for the heavenly lightning split, he wouldn't have come here. Inside the Sea God Pagoda, Lin Fei sat on Hai Qingfeng's seat, while he stood in front of him obediently, not daring to breathe loudly. For some reason, there was an unbearable and terrifying aura in front of Hai Qingfeng. Chapter 3358. Hai Qingfeng had never thought that a big pie would fall from the sky. But this time, a big pie really fell from the sky, and it was a very big pie. A powerful existence that could snatch the war beast from the 5 Sea Kings. Hai Qingfeng chose to join the Sea King. When he really joined the Sea King, Hai Qingfeng realized how correct his choice was. The Sea King didn't care about the position of the sea god at all, let alone the martial heaven continent. He wouldn't even care about the entire merfolk. Hai Qingfeng was so happy to hear this news. When he first heard it, he wondered if he had heard it wrong. How could there be such a good thing, and how could it happen to him? 3 days after Lin Fei entered the sea god city, sea deity Hai Qingfeng released the news and sent an invitation to the 13 Sea Kings, inviting them to Sea Deity City in half a month to discuss an important matter. The Qinghai Sea King and the others were the first to receive the notice. The sea god was going to hold a meeting? Normally, the Qinghai Sea King and the others wouldn't care about it at all. That guy was actually a puppet, and no one would pay attention to him. But it was different this time. They had all heard of one thing. That person had gone to Sea God City. Ever since Lin Fei left, they had arranged for people to gather information. Lin Fei didn't hide anything and swaggered to the Sea God City, so it was hard not to know. We have to go. After a discussion, the 5 Sea Kings decided to go to the Sea God City. They had to go. They didn't forget that person's words. If they didn't go now, who knew how much they would have to pay next time? 80 billion power of faith had almost made them bankrupt. If they had to do it again, they wouldn't even have to be Sea Kings anymore. Did Hai Qingfeng have the guts to invite them to the Sea God City? He didn't have the guts at all. Maybe it was that person behind the scenes, so they had to give him face. But to the other Sea Kings, this matter was a joke. That puppet wanted to discuss something important? Who gave that guy the guts to do so? As for the invitations that were sent over, they threw them to the side. As for arranging for people, they didn't want to do that. That person wasn't the real sea god. If it was the real sea god, they would definitely give him face. But this person was just an auspicious doll used to balance the merfolk. Half a month passed by quickly. The 5 Sea Kings were the first to arrive at the Sea God City. When they saw the 5 warring sea beasts at the same time, their hearts were bleeding. These were them, but now, he couldn't even say a word. The 5 Sea Kings arrived at the Sea God City and were immediately arranged to stay in the VIP area. After settling down, they immediately came to visit Lin Fei. Their people in Sea God City quickly learned of the news. You guys are quite early. Lin Fei smiled at the 5 Sea Kings. I thought you guys wouldn't come. The 5 Sea Kings lowered their heads and wiped away their sweat. Sir Lin, even if you gave us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to come. We worship Sir Lin the most. No matter where it is, as long as Sir Lin says the word, we will definitely come. Not to mention that they did not know how to flatter. In fact, they were also very good at bootlicking. They were quite straightforward and shameless. Lin Fei waved his hand. You should be glad that you came, because I've decided to suppress those who didn't come. They dared to not give face to the sea god. What do you think? The 5 Sea Kings were on tenterhooks. After hearing this, they finally realized how lucky they were to come. I'm willing to open the way for the sea god to suppress the Sea Kings. Sea King Qinghai said loudly. The other 4 Sea Kings secretly looked down on Sea King Qinghai and immediately expressed that they would follow Lord Sea God to suppress the Sea King. They knew that with such a great god in charge, the remaining 8 Sea Kings would not have a good ending. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It's good that you can think that way. This time, you guys will be the vanguard. The Sea God held a meeting to discuss important matters, and in the end, 5 Sea Kings came. This result was a joke to everyone. The only thing they did not understand was why the 5 Sea Kings wanted to go to Sea God City. Was there something wrong with their heads? This was what most people were thinking. After the remaining 8 Sea Kings heard the news, they could only shake their heads. Join forces with the Sea God? Stop joking around. The strength of the 8 Sea Kings was much higher than theirs. It was not something that the 5 sea kings could fight against. As for Sea God City, they did not have strength, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But half a month later, Sea God City announced a piece of news. As soon as the news came out, it was like a heavy bomb that shocked everyone. The 8 sea kings colluded to overthrow the marine race. I have decided to suppress you. It was a very simple sentence, but it was full of the smell of a crusade. They were going to fight. As soon as the news came out, many members of the marine race were dumbfounded. The puppet sea god was going to attack the 8 sea kings? What kind of joke was this? How could this happen? Before everyone could react, the army of the 5 sea kings gathered in front of Sea God City. No one could remain calm. The 5 sea kings were actually helping the sea god. No matter how they looked at it, it was very unbelievable. They're really going to fight. Is there something wrong with the 5 sea kings' heads? The remaining 8 sea kings are much stronger than them. Aren't they just courting death by joining forces? No one was optimistic about this encirclement. After the 8 sea kings heard the news, they secretly cursed the 5 sea kings for being shameless. They dared to join forces at this time. Did they really think that they could defeat them? They did not think that way. Regardless of why they joined forces, they decided to teach the 5 sea kings and the sea god a lesson. They were not obedient puppets but dared to play such tricks. They cursed the generals who had arranged for this countless times. How could such a thing happen? They really did not know how to handle things. The news of the dozen generals being killed was immediately blocked, and the 8 sea kings did not have a chance to know. The 8 sea kings have gathered. The 5 sea kings are holding the sea god hostage. They are here to rescue him. The 5 sea kings are trying to overthrow the marine race. The 8 sea kings will join forces and tell the 5 sea kings to surrender. Don't struggle in vain. The 8 sea kings acted very quickly. They mobilized their army immediately. The Sea King personally appeared and led the army to join forces with the 8 sea kings. They charged over majestically. A huge battle was about to begin. Such a large-scale battle was really beyond everyone's expectations. 5 sea kings against 8 sea kings. In every aspect, the 5 sea kings did not seem to have an advantage. It was the same for the sea god. There was still a gap in strength. There was also a gap in the battle between the sea beasts. Everyone was even more curious. Who gave them the confidence? Was it the sea god? Or had they invited reinforcements? Chapter 33:59. Above the sea, the 8 sea kings gathered together. The majestic oceanic tribe's army had already stopped. According to the information they had received, Hai Qingfeng's army was not far from them, so they stopped and waited for Hai Qingfeng's army to arrive. They wanted to defeat Hai Qingfeng's army. Even with the help of the 5 sea kings, it would not be enough. They're here. At the end of the sea, a black figure appeared. It was a huge oceanic tribe's army, and they also appeared majestically. Compared to the army of the 8 sea kings, the number of oceanic tribe's army was obviously much smaller, especially the 5 warring sea beasts at the front. The two armies faced each other. A great battle was about to break out. Hai Qingfeng's mind was also shaken. He had never thought that one day he would bring an allied army to attack the 8 sea kings. He secretly glanced at Lin Fei beside him and took a deep breath. He knew that he could definitely do it. He could make 5 sea kings surrender to him, let alone 8 sea kings. Hai Qingfeng, you're really bold. You dare to come and attack us? Who gave you the guts? Among the 8 sea kings, the Demon Mountain Sea King, who had the worst temper, shouted, "Impudent! My name is not something you can casually call out." Hai Qingfeng said angrily, "You 8 sea kings, why don't you bow when you see me? This world belongs to the oceanic tribe, not to you. I am your sea god, the god of all the oceanic tribe. You dare to ally together? This is a betrayal of the oceanic empire. I'll give you a chance now. Give up resisting and follow us to the oceanic empire. You will still be kings." With the support of a big shot, Hai Qingfeng became more confident. If it was before, he would not have dared to say such words. Haha. The 8 sea kings laughed loudly, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Your Majesty has become bolder. Do you really think that they can fight against us? A shark-tiger sea king laughed and looked provocatively at the sea king Qinghai and the other 4 sea kings. It was as if he was saying that even if they came, it would be useless. Shark-tiger sea monarch, I don't like what you just said. If you dare to make a move against His Majesty, then you are a traitor. It is perfectly justifiable for me to suppress you. Qinghai sea monarch said with a beaming smile. Sea king of Qinghai, I can't believe you have the guts to say that. You're really regressing. Why don't you take a look at where you are? Instead of being the Sea King, you chose to mix with Hai Qingfeng. You'll regret it very soon. Shark-tiger Sea King said coldly, if I were you, I would immediately change my target. Our 8 families are not something you can deal with. The Sea King of Qinghai was not nervous or afraid at all. After today, these 8 Sea Kings would no longer exist. That's not what you said. I think you'll be the ones regretting it. Lin Fei was not interested in the scolding. Since everyone is here, let's begin and not waste any more time. The Sea King of the Qinghai Sea King and the other Sea Kings tensed up. Hai Qingfeng shouted as he unsheathed his divine sword. The 8 Sea Kings are trying to overthrow the Ocean God Empire. They are traitors. Army, listen up. Attack and kill them. Boom! The army moved out. The 8 Sea Kings were infuriated. This Hai Qingfeng was really bold. He dared to put such a big label on their heads. The 8 Sea Kings decided that after capturing Hai Qingfeng, they would definitely let him know the meaning of regret. The Black Army collided with each other like a flood. Both sides began to fight. The scene was extremely shocking. Countless Ocean God warriors joined the battle. As soon as the battle began, the 8 Sea Kings' side had the upper hand. Under the confrontation of the allied army, the 5 Sea Kings' side was clearly weaker. Even though they were at a disadvantage, it was not obvious that they were going to lose. The 8 Sea Kings revealed faint smiles. This situation was within their expectations. In terms of elites and experts, who could compare to the 8 Sea Kings? They really wanted to know what Hai Qingfeng was thinking. Hai Qingfeng, your allied army won't be able to hold on for long. Shark-tiger Sea King said with a smile. I think it's better for you to admit defeat. Stop struggling. This is meaningless to you. Hai Qingfeng was very calm. If it was any other time, he would have definitely chosen to run away. However, this time, he was exceptionally determined. Who will win and who will lose is still unknown. Hai Qingfeng snorted. Qinghai Sea King and the others were also very calm. What a joke. With this great god here, so what if the 8 Sea Kings joined hands? The result was already decided. Since this great god didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't do anything. Lin Fei casually glanced at the fighting army. He couldn't help but admit that the 8 Sea Kings' army was very elite. They had the advantage in all aspects. Even though they were showing a bit of an advantage now, it would soon become bigger. It's time for me to put on a show. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Seal. A huge wave of power instantly enveloped the entire sea. No matter who it was, they were all enveloped at this moment. Their strength immediately dropped. Their cultivation levels also dropped. He can't hold on anymore. Kill! Kill them all. The Ocean God warriors could clearly feel that their opponent's strength was inferior to theirs. They all shouted and started to counterattack. The situation quickly became one-sided. Half of our strength has been sealed. What kind of treasure is this? The expressions of the 8 Sea Kings